Chapter 906. Ancient Stone City wasn't too far from Time Sand City. Normally, it was hidden in the depths of space-time and would only appear once every 10,000 years. In the distance, a slightly damaged ancient city filled with the mottled traces of time appeared before everyone's eyes. Other than the marks of time, the crowd also saw terror, gloom, and deathly stillness in the city. It was as if this wasn't a city, but a hell. I wonder what happened in the ancient era. Gulisha sighed on the ship. Sacred Lord Night Devil said, "There's a rumor that the entire ancient stone star field was cursed." After countless years, the power of the curse started to dissipate, giving the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch the chance to build Time Sand City in the ancient stone star field. Curse the entire star field? Everyone was shocked. Although cursing a city in the universe was an exaggeration, it was at least possible. However, cursing a star field was no longer an exaggeration. It was bizarre. In the eyes of the crowd, even a demigod was far from being able to do it. Could it be a legendary god? Ancient Stone City was still a bit illusory. Everyone was waiting. As time passed, more and more sacred lords gathered at the four gates of Ancient Stone City. Although those below the Sacred Lord realm had a 90% chance of dying in Ancient Stone City, there were too many sacred lords that weren't afraid of death. After all, everyone went from weak to strong through life and death. If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to become a sacred lord. Of course, those saint monarchs that didn't come weren't afraid of death. Perhaps they felt that it wasn't worth the risk to enter Ancient Stone City. Perhaps they were waiting for the next opening of Ancient Stone City. Perhaps they felt that they were too weak and entering Ancient Stone City was suicide. At the eastern gate, the Nine-Turn Island Lord stood with his hands behind his back. Next to him was the Thousand-Star Blade Lord. Nine-Turn Island Lord, it's been 10,000 years. Your aura seems even more unshakable, the Thousand-Star Blade Lord said. The Nine-Turn Island Lord smiled, your blade energy is even sharper. Maybe it can break through my defense. Nine-Turn Island Lord thinks too highly of me. But after we come out of Ancient Stone City, we must spar, the Thousand-Star Blade Lord said. Sure. The Nine-Turn Island Lord nodded. There were at least 10,000 sacred lords at the eastern gate. They looked at the Nine-Turn Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Blade Lord with envy. When one's strength reached the level of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord, one could basically go anywhere in the world. They weren't afraid of the dangers and insisted on exploring Ancient Stone City. Wasn't it because they wanted to be like the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord, to be respected by others and laugh proudly among the stars? Hua! Suddenly, a blue halo appeared in front of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord. In addition to the blue halo, a layer of scarlet halo appeared, followed by a purple halo, gray halo, black halo, and yellow halo. Layers of light overlapped and finally formed a dazzling halo. Pop! Inside the halo, the void suddenly split open, and a tall and majestic figure walked out. God Lord Multicolor. The expressions of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord changed. The Multicolor Divine Master was a Divine Master of the Shin Clan. At the same time, he was also the #1 existence on the Time Sand City Divine Master list. His strength was still a mystery to this day. He only knew that none of the Divine Masters who challenged him could withstand a single move from him. Some people guessed that the Multicolor Divine Master's strength was no weaker than an ordinary Heaven Lord's. Nine-Revolution Island Lord, Thousand-Star Saber Lord, I trust you have been well since we last met. The halo exploded, and the majestic figure turned around. It was a handsome youth with light blue skin and a scar of light between his eyebrows. His voice wasn't loud, but the moment he appeared, everything within 10,000 miles fell deathly silent. No one dared to breathe too loudly for fear of attracting his attention. This wasn't the pressure of fame, but the suffocating pressure of strength and the bloodline of his race. It wasn't without reason that the Shin Clan was called the Shin Clan. The Shin Clan bloodline was known as the #1 bloodline in the universe, and it had an intense suppression on those without the Shin Clan bloodline. Those who were slightly weaker wouldn't even have the will to fight against the Shin clan bloodline. In fact, even if the other party wanted to kill them, they wouldn't dare to resist. God Lord Multicolor, I didn't think that you would come as well. The 1,000-star Saber Lord felt his heart race. He had already reached a state where he wouldn't move even if the sky collapsed. In comparison, the 9 Revolution Island Lord was in a much better state. He wasn't affected as much. His 9 Revolution Mystic technique was indestructible and his bloodline had already transformed into the 9 Revolution Mystic technique bloodline. He could easily withstand the suppression from the Shin clan bloodline. I have never entered this ancient stone city before. It is only right for me to take a look. Just as the multicolor Divine Master finished her statement, clang. The ancient stone city turned from illusory to real. There was a faint sound of a giant object crashing into the ground. Immediately after, the 4 city gates opened and people could see the scene inside from the outside. The city gates are open, let's enter. The city gates of the ancient stone city were massive and the saints rushed in like a swarm of locusts. Come, let's enter too. At the west gate, the ancient sailboat carried Li Fuchen and the others into the ancient stone city. Once they entered the ancient stone city, Li Fuchen felt as though he had entered another world. There was an invisible and obscure evil intent lingering in the world, making one's spirit very uncomfortable. It is indeed a little strange. Li Fuchen frowned. Over 10,000 saints entered the ancient stone city through the west gate and vanished without a trace in a short moment. Creak creak creak, there was a sinister and horrifying laughter. At the corner of the street, pitch-black specters rushed over and started to tear at the outside of the ancient sailboat. Li Fuchen could see that these specters weren't weak and the weakest was a mid-level saint. It meant to say that any saint below the mid-level would definitely perish if they encountered these specters. They wouldn't even be able to deal with a single specter. Extinguish. The weakest member of the Night Devil team was a peak-level saint. One of them, the Grey Stone Saint, waved his hand and burst out with chi force. The specters surrounding the ancient sailboat were all blasted apart. There were a few of the specters that were obviously high-level saints. After their bodies were blasted apart, they actually wanted to reform. In your dreams. The Grey Stone Saint executed a fist strike and those specters that were reforming continued to explode. Swish! After the specters exploded, their spatial rings floated in the air and were sucked into the Grey Stone Saint's spatial ring. They are all so poor. They only have a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. The Grey Stone Saint had a look of disdain when he opened the spatial ring. Not every one of these specters had a spatial ring. Only a small portion of them had a spatial ring and the spatial ring with the most wealth was only worth a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. Many a little makes a mickle. Let's take it slowly. No one really cared. Chapter 907. The deeper they went into the ancient stone city, the more spirits there were and the stronger they were. In the sky above a slightly bigger street, outside the ancient sailboat, the spirits were like a tide as they rushed over in waves. Among the specters here, only a few were middle-stage saints. Most of them were high-stage saints or even peak-stage saints. When dealing with mid-level spirits, everyone would be able to eliminate them in a single attack. But when dealing with high-level spirits, they would have to use their full strength. When dealing with peak-level spirits, even a peak-level sacred lord would need at least 10 attacks to eliminate them. Boom boom boom, with the ancient sailboat, everyone didn't encounter any danger for now. At most, they would have to expend some energy. But the other saints that entered weren't as comfortable. Li Fuchen saw with his own eyes that a few of the saints had died in the hands of the specters. When the ancient stone city opened again, these saints that died would probably become new specters to attack the outsiders. After about a month, the ancient sailboat arrived at a long river. After keeping the ancient sailboat, the Night Devil's sacred lord said, the ancient stone city is separated into 3 regions. The outer city, inner city, and the city lord residence. Right now, we are at the border of the inner city and outer city. The inner city has a flight ban, therefore, we can only walk. In fact, a regular universe city would also have a flight ban in the outer city. But the outer city array of the ancient stone city had already been corroded. Only the inner city array was still functional. There was a bridge over the river. After crossing the bridge, everyone arrived at the inner city. Once they entered the inner city, everyone felt a massive pressure. Fighting here was probably 100 times harder than fighting in the outer city. It was at least 10,000 times harder than fighting outside the ancient stone city. Different from everyone else, spirits could fly in both the outer city and the inner city. Furthermore, they were extremely fast. As soon as the group entered the inner city, they were attacked by a group of spirits. The weakest spirit in the inner city is a high-level saint. It is getting harder to deal with. Vivian frowned. She joined the Night Devil team in the recent 10,000 years, therefore, she had never entered the ancient stone city. As long as it isn't a Sacred Lord class spirit, we can deal with it easily. I am afraid that a large group of Sacred Lord class spirits will appear. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was rather worried. He would need to attack a peak-level spirit over a dozen times. He wouldn't be able to kill a Sacred Lord class spirit in a one-on-one fight. Just as Sacred Lord Stone Axe finished speaking, another group of specters attacked. There was a Sacred Lord soul in this group of souls. I'm here to test his strength. There were strong and weak Holy Lord level ghosts. The weak ones were difficult to kill and their attack power wasn't too high. As for the strong ones, not only did their attack power surpass theirs, but they were also nearly unkillable. Sacred Lord Greystone punched out towards the Sacred Lord Rank Spectre. Boom! An explosion of energy sent the Sacred Lord level ghost flying. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Greystone only staggered slightly. It's a high-level Holy Lord. Li Fuchen was able to determine the strength of this Sacred Lord class spectral soul. Sacred Lord Greystone, let me help you. 7 people from the Night Demon squad charged out and joined Holy Lord Greystone to deal with the Holy Lord Rank Spectre. 3 of them were peak Holy Lords, and the others dealt with the higher and peak specters. A Sacred Lord level soul is indeed hard to kill. Li Fuchen was killing the attacking spirits while observing the battle between Sacred Lord Greystone and the others. That Holy Lord level ghost was clearly being suppressed, but it was completely fine. Its aura was just a little bit weaker. After all the other spirits were killed, Gu Lissa said, "Everyone, attack together." A Sacred Lord Rank Spectre was extremely hard to kill. If they didn't attack together, it would be a waste of time. Bang 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 bang, under the attacks of the entire Night Demon squad, the Sacred Lord Rank Spectre's chi presence was rapidly weakening and its body was gradually turning illusory. It is truly hard to kill. Li Fuchen felt that he couldn't endure the attacks from so many peak Holy Lords. Bang! Finally, the Sacred Lord Rank Spectre's body exploded and a spatial ring floated up. Gu Lissa made a suction force and the spatial ring flew over. She opened it up and smiled. This Sacred Lord Rank Spectre is truly wealthy. The wealth inside is at least 30,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As of now, the total wealth that the Night Demon squad obtained was only around 80,000 peak-grade spirit stones. It was already considered good for the mid-tier and high-tier spirits to have a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. The peak-grade spirits would at most have a few hundred or 1,000. Most importantly, not every spirit would carry a spatial ring. In normal situations, only 1 out of 3 or 4 spirits would carry a spatial ring. Therefore, after over a month, the group had only obtained around 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. It was only 20,000 more than a Sacred Lord Rank Spectre. Of course, the further they went, the faster they would obtain wealth. After all, the spirits were getting stronger. When the Night Demon squad was exploring the ancient stone city, the Blood-Stained squad was also exploring the city. As compared to the Night Demon squad, the Blood-Stained squad was much faster and had already ventured deep into the inner city. Kill! Kill! The Blood-Stained squad was going crazy. In their eyes, these spirits were all wealth. Killing one was a profit. Unknowingly, the Blood-Stained squad arrived outside a large manor. This manor is so big. There must be a shocking amount of wealth inside. A member of the blood-stained squad licked his lips. Normally, only a sacred lord could live in such a large manor in the inner city. The wealth of a sacred lord's nest was unimaginable. In addition, there were two fortunes in ancient Stone City. One was spirits and the other was ancient Stone City itself. Inside this huge manor, there might be a ghost flower. One had to know that a ghost flower was worth more than 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. The specter flower was something unique to ancient Stone City. It usually grew in relatively large buildings, and its effect was very special. As long as you merged a strand of spiritual strength into it, even if you died in the future, the specter flower would be able to gather your scattered soul in the cosmos and form a soul body. At that time, if someone helped you, it would be possible for your soul to possess another body and live a second life. In Time Sand City, the price of the ghost flower was extremely high. 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones was just the starting price. If it was auctioned, it might even be sold for 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. Boom! Within the manor, the members of the blood-stained squad spat out blood and flew back. The strength of the sacred lord-level spirits in this manor was even stronger than the blood shadow demonic lord. Furthermore, these sacred lord-level spirits were almost unkillable, so their attacks were completely ineffective. Several days later, the night demon squad also arrived outside a large manor. Everyone must be careful after entering. The sacred lord-level spirits in this manor are extremely strong and almost unkillable. If we want to kill them, we will need to use all our strength, Sacred Lord Night Demon said slowly with a solemn expression. Gulisha continued to say, however, this kind of manor usually has the most rewards. If we can find a ghost flower, we will have earned a lot. It was very hard for a group made up of peak sacred lords like them to meet any danger in ancient Stone City. In comparison, entering a large manor was extremely dangerous. There was a high chance that they would die inside. Let's go. Let's go in. The Vice Captain Tai Lu stepped into the manor first. Chapter 908. The manor was huge and was just like a small city. Along the way, the Night Devil team only encountered a few scattered specters. Soon enough, the group arrived at the core area of the manor, inside a large garden. In the large garden, there was a black figure with his back facing them. In front of the black figure, there was a flower that was emitting black radiance that was rooted in the void. This black flower had 9 layers of petals and each layer was rotating at different speeds. The first layer was rotating to the left, the second layer was rotating to the right, and the third layer was rotating to the left. If one took a closer look, they would notice that each petal of the black flower had extremely complicated purple patterns. The patterns might look normal at first glance, but after a long time, it felt as though the spirit's soul was going to be sucked away. Nethersoul flower. One of the Night Devil team members couldn't help but say. During the previous few openings of the ancient Stone City, the Night Devil team didn't see the Nethersoul flower. They didn't expect to see it this time. Die! The black figure turned around and pounced at the Night Devil team like a lump of dense fog. In an instant, the figures were sent flying while vomiting blood. This Sacred Lord class specter's strength was obviously superior to the Night Devil's sacred leader. No one was able to resist it. Such powerful strength. Li Fuchen was also sent flying. He guessed that the specter wasn't this powerful when he was alive. After transforming into a specter, his strength had increased drastically. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen engaged in a battle with the specter. Is that a supreme weapon? This was the first time the Night Devil team saw Li Fuchen using the joint heaven sword and they were all shocked. Even heaven monarchs didn't have a supreme weapon. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any supreme weapon was worth at least 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. PFFF. With the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen slashed open the specter's body in a single slash. He might not be able to kill the specter in a single slash, but it was several times better than before. Eternal Night Freeze. Seeing that Li Fuchen could resist the specter, the Night Devil's sacred leader quickly used his kill move to freeze the specter. Bang 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 bang, as time elapsed, under the continuous attacks, the specter's chi presence finally showed signs of weakening. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen could resist the specter. If Li Fuchen couldn't resist the specter, everyone would have to exhaust the specter. It was impossible to suppress the specter. After a day, Spectral Soul's aura had decreased by 10%. After 3 days, Spectral Soul's aura had decreased by 50%. 5 days later, Spectral Soul's aura had fallen by 99%. Everyone, put in more effort. We're almost there. Gu Lisha was very excited. After dealing with the specter, they would be able to collect the specter flower. A single specter flower was enough to add tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones to each of their possessions. Apart from that, the wealth that Spectral Soul was carrying should also be quite considerable. In another large manner, the Bloodstained Squad was also fighting against Spectre. The difference was that after more than a week, everyone in the Bloodstained Squad was injured, and some of them were even severely injured. In contrast, Spectre's aura had only weakened slightly. Without a supreme weapon, they would need at least a month to kill Spectral Soul. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Blood Shadow Demon Lord's expression was ugly. If not for the ghost flower in the manor, he would have ordered everyone to retreat long ago. Those who are heavily injured, go treat your wounds first. Blood Shadow Demon Lord turned into countless blood shadows and entangled Spectre. Among everyone, he was the only one who had the ability to entangle Spectral Soul. The others who were adept at support would be inferior to him even if they worked together. In response, the severely injured members of the Bloodstained Squad quickly skimmed to a corner and sat down cross-legged. They each took out a red gem to recuperate. The Gem of Life was worth at least 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as the soul wasn't dispersed, it would be able to recover quickly. Extinguish. The Joint Heaven sword burst out with an absolute sword light. Li Fuchen's sword had completely shattered Spectral Soul's illusory body and it was unable to gather again. I will go collect the ghost flower. Once Spectral Soul died, the ghost flower stopped spinning. Gu Lisha flew over and started to collect the ghost flower. I wonder how much wealth is inside this spatial ring. Li Fuchen waved his hand and a spatial ring landed on his hand. When he opened it up, his eyes lit up. Incredible, there are so many top-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't know how many top-grade spirit stones were inside the spatial ring, but there were already 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Night Demon Sacred Lord, take a look and see how much is it worth. Li Fuchen handed the spatial ring to the Night Demon Sacred Lord. The Night Demon Sacred Lord received the spatial ring and couldn't help laughing. This trip to the ancient stone city is truly lucky. The wealth inside this spatial ring is worth around 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. We are rich. I reckon that everyone will earn at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones after this trip. The Grey Stone Sacred Lord laughed heartily. I think it will be at least 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rest of the members laughed too. The amount of wealth determined the strength of a Sacred Lord. After all, after reaching the Sacred Lord level, it would take too long to increase one's strength through cultivation. It would easily take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. But it was different with sufficient wealth. If a Pinnacle Sacred Lord had a high-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact, their survivability would be increased by a few times. If they had a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact, their survivability would be increased by several times. Of course, the value of a top-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact was too high. A high-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A top-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. It wasn't something that regular Sacred Lords could afford. Every member of the Night Demon team had a wealth of at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. But spending a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to purchase a high-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact was still rather painful. But if they earned more top-grade spirit stones, it wouldn't be as painful. Back then, the Iron Cloud's Sacred Lord was able to obtain a high-grade Extreme Tao Cardinal artifact, the Flame Essence Wheel, after going through hardships in a dangerous place. As for Li Fuchen, apart from the Joint Heaven Sword, the Heaven Demon Horn, the sapling that was suspected to be the Tree of Life, and the Desolate Earth Crystal, he didn't have a lot of wealth. He was only slightly richer than regular Sacred Lords and was far inferior to the Night Demon team. This trip to the ancient stone city was definitely a chance for him to increase his wealth. A short moment later, Gu Lisha collected the spectral flower. At this moment, the Night Demon's Sacred Lord said, "It is all thanks to the sword owner that we are able to obtain the spectral flower and defeat the Sacred Lord class spectral soul. I hope that everyone can swear not to leak the information that the sword owner possesses a supreme weapon." The Night Demon's Sacred Lord is right. Everyone must not leak the information that the sword owner possesses a supreme weapon. I will swear first. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord and the Deep Cave Sacred Lord were the first and second to swear. Seeing the situation, the rest of the people also swore. A supreme weapon was too easy to make people covet it. Even heaven monarchs might make a move to snatch it. Turning around, the Night Demon's Sacred Lord said to Li Fuchen, "Sword owner doesn't have to worry. If anyone leaks the information about the supreme weapon, they won't just suffer the backlash from the oath. The Night Demon's Sacred Lord will also be the first to pursue and kill that person." Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I believe everyone." In fact, since he dared to take out the Joint Heaven Sword, he was already prepared to expose himself. Chapter 909. The inner city was extremely huge and there were many intersecting streets. It was 10,000 times more complicated than the finest spider web. The spiritual awareness could only cover a very small area in the inner city. Only Li Fuchen's spirit soul power could cover a very far distance. Under Li Fuchen's lead, the group arrived at the second large manor. Another large manor. Everyone didn't know that Li Fuchen was leading the way and were extremely happy. "Night Devil's Sacred Lord, this manor belongs to me." Right at this moment, a 9-man team appeared in everyone's vision. Devil Heart Sacred Lord. The Night Devil's Sacred Lord had a dark expression. Devil Heart Sacred Lord was ranked 20th on the Time Sand City Sacred Lord rankings. Similar to the Lord of Pale from the Blood Imprint team, Devil Heart was also adept at spirit soul attacks, but he was several times stronger than the Lord of Pale. Apart from that, Devil Heart was also adept at illusion arts, spiritual awareness attacks, and soul Tao methods. It could be said that Devil Heart was much more dangerous than the Blood Shadow Demon Lord in a certain degree. Those who were slightly weaker wouldn't even know how they died when facing Devil Heart. Devil Heart Sacred Lord, others might be afraid of your Devil Heart team, but my Night Devil team isn't. Gu Lisha spoke forcefully. In the Time Sand City, generally formidable peak stage Sacred Lords would form teams. After all, only with a team would they be able to explore more places. It was impossible to travel far with just an individual. It was obvious that the Devil Heart Sacred Lord's Devil Heart team was formed temporarily, therefore, there were only 9 members. Since you don't want to retreat, then don't blame me. Kill. While Devil Heart was speaking, a terrifying illusion art wave enveloped the Night Devil team. Not good. The Night Devil Sacred Lord's expression changed. He didn't expect for Devil Heart to attack so suddenly. After being enveloped by Devil Heart's illusion art, less than 10 people would be able to stay conscious. The rest would definitely fall into an illusion. During a battle, even a single moment of falling into an illusion would be fatal. However, what made Sacred Lord Night Demon even more desperate was that after Sacred Lord Demon Heart released an illusion, he also released a spiritual sense attack. This spiritual sense attack spread out in the shape of a fan and covered everyone in the Night Demon group. PFFF, the Night Devil team had 12 members vomit blood and were dispirited. These 12 had all fallen into an illusion, so they were unprepared for Sacred Lord Demon Heart's spiritual sense attack. Their sacred spirits were injured. This wasn't the end. Sacred Lord Demonic Heart's eyes released a black light after using the illusion and spiritual sense attack, and a terrifying mental wave swept over. Puff puff, right now, 3 more individuals vomited blood. Only Li Fuchen, the Night Devil's sacred lord, Tai Lu, and Gu Lisha were unscathed. Soul-sucking art. Sacred Lord Devil Heart let out a sinister smile and a pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and inhaled at Li Fuchen and the others. Sacred Lord Night Demon and company felt as if their souls were about to be sucked out, and their bodies stiffened. At this moment, apart from Sacred Lord Demon Heart, the other 8 members of the Demon Heart squad had already charged over. Good move, Soul Chain. Li Fuchen was full of praises. This Sacred Lord Demon Heart specialized in illusion attacks, mental attacks, spiritual sense attacks, and soul attacks. Meeting such a terrifying Sacred Lord would be a nightmare for most Sacred Lords. Unfortunately, the other party ran into him. 8 purplish-red soul chain were shot out and buried into the glabella of the 8 Demon Heart squad members. Immediately after, the 8 of them stopped and had expressions of struggle. What? Soul Dao's secret technique. Sacred Lord Demon Heart was shocked. Soul Dao inheritances were extremely rare in the universe. He was only able to obtain a Soul Dao inheritance due to a fated encounter. But without any soul spirit talent, even if he obtained the Soul Dao inheritance, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to a high level. But from the current situation, Li Fuchen's Soul Dao level wasn't inferior to him. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to control 8 of his members at once. Good chance. Sacred Lord Night Devil was the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord ranking Sacred Lord. He was the first to break free from Sacred Lord Demon Heart's soul-sucking art and blasted a move at Sacred Lord Demon Heart. Sacred Lord Demon Heart didn't seem to have a physical body and was like an illusion. He vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already extremely far away. Retreat. Sacred Lord Demon Heart took a deep look at Li Fuchen. He might have executed illusion technique attack, spiritual awareness attack, spirit force attack, and soul spirit attack consecutively, and it looked very easy. But in fact, it was extremely taxing to execute 4 different attacks within a short period of time. Therefore, when he saw that Li Fuchen's Soul Dao technique wasn't inferior to his, he didn't hesitate to choose to retreat. Swish! The members of the Devil Heart team were all peak-level Sacred Lords after all. Li Fuchen's soul spirit chains could only control them for a single breath. After a single breath, all of them broke free from the soul spirit chains. Of course, this was mainly because Li Fuchen's Soul Dao level was too low. His soul spirit chains had such power mainly because of his soul spirit essence and not his Soul Dao level. If Li Fuchen could obtain an incredible Soul Dao inheritance, let alone the members of the Devil Heart team, even Sacred Lord Demon Heart would be crushed. Such a terrifying Sacred Lord Demon Heart. It is fortunate that the Sword Master is here. Seeing the Devil Heart team leaving, the members of the Night Devil team had lingering fear. To be honest, they would rather face the top 10 Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord rankings than the 20th ranked Sacred Lord Demon Heart. In a chaotic battle, the Sacred Lord Demon Heart was too terrifying and was definitely a nightmare for everyone. That person is indeed terrifying, but I believe he won't come again. Others might be afraid of the Sacred Lord Demon Heart, but Li Fuchen wasn't afraid at all. Li Fuchen rather admired the Sacred Lord Demon Heart. The Sacred Lord Demon Heart wasn't a human, but his 4 attack methods were all very incredible. Li Fuchen had a plan in his heart. If there was an opportunity, he would definitely obtain a Soul Dao inheritance to cultivate. Apart from his soul spirit, his spirit force and spiritual awareness were also very outstanding. They should be at the Heaven Monarch level, but they weren't at a level that surpassed everyone. Only his soul spirit was something that he believed no one could compare with. Not even Heaven Monarchs or demigods could compare with him. If he didn't utilize this advantage, it would be a waste of resources. After entering the manor, everyone didn't see the ghost flower. Everyone was a little disappointed by this. But after thinking about it, it was normal. Not every manor would have the ghost flower, otherwise, the ghost flower would be too cheap. After spending 1 week to eliminate the Sacred Lord class Spectre in the manor, the Night Devil team obtained the Spectre's spatial ring. The wealth inside was around 250,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it made the members of the Night Devil team excited again. 3 manors, 4 manors. Under Li Fuchen's lead, the Night Devil team discovered manor after manor. Each manor would give the Night Devil team an income of at least 200,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, the Sacred Lord class specters would definitely carry the spatial ring and didn't have to worry about working for nothing. Chapter 9-10. Haha, Night Devil's Sacred Lord, hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me and the 9 Revolution Island Lord? The inner city might be huge, but the chances of encountering each other weren't low. Outside a large manor, the 1000-star Saber Master looked at the Night Devil team with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Beside him was the unfathomable 9 Revolution Island Lord. Sword Master. The Night Devil's Sacred Lord couldn't make a decision and subconsciously looked at Li Fuchen. With the supreme artifact sword, Li Fuchen's strength was definitely the strongest among them. Let's retreat. Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could defeat the 9 Revolution Island Lord, let alone the 1000-star Saber Master. Most importantly, there wasn't a need to fight to the death with the 1000-star Saber Master and the 9 Revolution Island Lord for a manor without the spectral flower. The Night Devil's Sacred Lord nodded. He wasn't willing to fight to the death with the 1000-star Saber Master and the 9 Revolution Island Lord either. If the two of them worked together, they would be several times more dangerous than the Devil Heart team. After forcing the Night Devil team to retreat, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1000-star Saber Master entered the manor. Boom boom boom. Inside the manor, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the Spectral Soul were in an intense battle. The 1000-star Saber Master constantly released saber lights to slash at the Spectral Soul. The duo might be outnumbered, but their efficiency was higher than the Blood Shadow team. After all, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord was only barely able to stall the Spectral Soul. Furthermore, the others were worried that they might attack the Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Unlike the 9 Revolution Island Lord who was fighting the Spectral Soul head-on. The 1000-star Saber Master's saber lights would occasionally land on the 9 Revolution Island Lord's body, but the 9 Revolution Island Lord didn't mind at all. In less than half a month, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1000-star Saber Master killed the Spectral Soul and obtained its spatial ring. According to the agreement, the 9 Revolution Island Lord would take 60% and the 1000-star Saber Master would take 40%. Awesome, truly awesome. Night Devil's Sacred Lord, what is our total harvest in Ancient Stone City? In less than half a month, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1000-star Saber Master conquered 1 manor, while the Night Devil team conquered 2 manors. This included the time spent on the journey. Inside a manor that had just experienced a huge battle, the Heavenbreak Sacred Lord who was covered in hair and had 4 arms asked. The Devil's Sacred Lord smiled, we have conquered a total of 11 manors and the wealth is over 4 million peak-grade spirit stones. More than 4 million. That's more than the previous year. This is all thanks to Sword Master. In the past, the spirits in the manor weren't as strong as they are now, but we still needed a month or 2 to deal with them. Now, we can deal with them in a week or so. According to the distribution ratio we agreed on earlier, I can get more than 100,000. I can get more than 200,000. The members of the Night Demon Squad were overjoyed. Before entering the Ancient Stone City, they had already determined the distribution ratio. But as Li Fuchen's contribution was too great, they had to rearrange the distribution ratio. The distribution ratio was that each of the 7 Pinnacle Sacred Lords would get 1 portion. Among the remaining 12 Pinnacle Sacred Lords, 6 of them would get 2 portions each. And Dove, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord, Gu Lisha, and Tai Lu would get 3 portions each. The Night Demon Sacred Lord would get 4 portions, while Li Fuchen would get 5 portions. In total, there were 40 of them. 4 million peak-grade spirit stones were divided evenly into 40 portions. Each portion would be 100,000, 2 portions would be 200,000, and 5 portions would be 500,000. In fact, in terms of contribution ratio, Li Fuchen would definitely get more than 5 portions. But Li Fuchen had just joined the Night Demon Squad for a short period of time. Secondly, the other members of the Night Demon Squad had put in hard work even if they didn't make any contributions. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to obtain so much wealth by himself. If he took too much at once, some of them might feel uncomfortable. As time passed, there might be conflicts. In the blink of the eye, half a year had passed. The Night Demon Squad's luck was pretty good. In the 5th month, they finally found the 2nd ghost flower. In the 8th month, they found the 3rd ghost flower. Just 3 ghost flowers were already worth at least 3 to 4 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was considered a huge harvest. Unknowingly, everyone had arrived at the deepest part of the inner city. In fact, Li Fuchen used his spirit soul power to sense the existence of the City Lord residence. But the City Lord residence was filled with horrific danger. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that he must not enter the City Lord residence, otherwise, it would be fatal. Apart from the City Lord residence, there were several places in the inner city that had horrific danger. Li Fuchen led the Night Demon Squad and tried to stay away from those places. It is the 9 Revolution Island Lord, 1000-star Saber Owner, and the others. When passing by a city garden, the Night Demon Squad saw the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1000-star Saber Owner. They also saw the Devil Heart Squad and a few other exploration squads. Look, that looks like the ghost tree. The 6 Eyes Demon Lord pointed at the center of the city garden and said with a trembling voice. In response, everyone scanned the center of the city garden with their spiritual awareness. There was a black tree that was emitting black radiance. This black tree was similar to the ghost flower and was rooted in the void. The surface of the tree had purple patterns, and on one of the branches, there was a fruit with the same purple patterns hanging there. It was flickering with black radiance. The spectre tree was 100 times more precious than the spectre flower. It would bear the spectre fruit. If the spectre flower could be said to be able to gather the remnant souls drifting in the universe, then the spectre fruit could not only gather the remnant souls drifting in the universe, but it could also make the soul stronger and more perfect. The value of a nether soul fruit was almost equivalent to 10 nether flowers. In an auction, it could easily be sold for tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even a heaven monarch would desire a nether soul fruit. It was a pity that heaven monarchs weren't able to enter the ancient stone city. In the universe, there were plenty of ruins that rejected heaven monarchs. As for how to differentiate heaven monarchs, it was actually very simple. 99% of the heavenly lords had comprehended supreme martial arts or reached the supreme bloodline level. Such heaven monarchs had supreme chi presences and had already reached another realm. As compared to saint lords, they were worlds apart. There might be a type of heaven monarch who didn't comprehend a supreme martial art and merely pushed their cultivation technique to the extreme state. But such heaven monarchs were rare. Furthermore, such heaven monarchs usually had special physiques that were very compatible with their cultivation technique. It isn't easy to obtain the ghost fruit. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. In the vicinity of the ghost tree, Li Fuchen saw a figure. It was an extremely terrifying figure, and even from a distance, Li Fuchen could feel a trace of pressure. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this figure should be the #1 Saint Lord of the Time Sand City, Multicolor Divine Lord. The Multicolor Divine Lord was the Divine Race's Saint Lord, and his strength was unfathomable. It was said that his strength could even contest with a weaker heaven monarch. The 9 Revolution Island Lord and the others are about to make a move. Let's watch from the sidelines first. Gu Lisha said. A single ghost fruit was enough to make any Saint Lord go crazy. After all, this was over 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. With 10 million peak-grade spirit stones, one could purchase a few peak-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, a set of peak-grade Extreme Dao armor, and a peak-grade Extreme Dao weapon. Apart from supreme-grade artifacts, 10 million peak-grade spirit stones could be used for many things. It could allow any Saint Lord's strength to increase by several times. This was still secondary. A single ghost fruit could also allow one to obtain a favor from a heaven monarch. According to what everyone knew, there was a heaven monarch in the Time Sand City that was seeking to purchase the ghost fruit. If they obtained the ghost fruit and sold it to this heaven monarch, the Heaven Monarch would definitely remember this favor. A favor from a Heaven Monarch wasn't a joke. There were plenty of wealthy peak-grade Saint Lords who didn't value peak-grade spirit stones, they valued the favor from a Heaven Monarch. If possible, they would rather give the ghost fruit to a Heaven Monarch. Of course, a Heaven Monarch wasn't a person that would take advantage of others. 10 million peak-grade spirit stones was nothing to a Heaven Monarch. Boom! Chapter 9:11. God Lord Multicolor is so strong. Everyone knew that the Multicolor Divine Master was very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been ranked first on the Sacred Lord list. However, it was still very shocking to see her with their own eyes. God Lord Multicolor was like a god in the city garden. His body glowed with multicolored light, and with a casual thrust of his palm, several peak Sacred Lords were sent flying. Even the 1,000-star Saber Master and Sacred Lord Demon Heart couldn't withstand a single palm from God Lord Multicolor. The only one who could withstand a single palm was the 9-turn Island Lord. The 9 Revolutions Island Lord was like a reef amidst the raging waves. No matter how big the waves were, he would not fall. However, it was extremely difficult to advance. Of course, although Master Multicolor was extremely powerful, he could not defeat dozens of peak Sacred Lords in a short amount of time. Every time he sent a few peak Sacred Lords flying, the next batch of peak Sacred Lords would immediately take their place. Furthermore, Sacred Lord Demon Heart was still disrupting him, so he had no choice but to divert a portion of his attention to deal with Sacred Lord Demon Heart's various illusory attacks. God Lord Multicolor is much stronger than the Manor Ghost. Li Fuchen was evaluating the Multicolor Divine Lord's strength. This battle lasted for a day and a night without ending. A day and a night passed, but there was no change in Multicolor God Master's aura. On the other hand, apart from 9 Revolution Island Master and a few peak Divine Lords, most of the others' auras had weakened significantly. From the beginning to the end, the Night Demon Squad did not join in. It wasn't that he was afraid of God Lord Multicolor, but it wasn't worth it. There were too many people fighting for the ghost fruit. Once they joined in, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. This was inconsistent with the purpose of the Night Demon Squad. After leaving this land of dispute, the Night Demon team continued to explore the inner city of Ancient Stone City. Before he knew it, it was already the 12th month, which was also the last month. The harvest has already exceeded 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Sacred Lord Night Demon was very excited when he said this. Even if it was only 10 million top-grade spirit stones, he would still be able to obtain 1 million top-grade spirit stones. That was 1 million top-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to several tenths of his entire wealth. Normally, it would be difficult to earn so many top-grade spirit stones in tens of thousands of years. He decided that after he left this time, he would immediately buy the quasi-supreme weapon that he had been longing for a long time. The so-called quasi-supreme weapon was actually a supreme weapon that had been refined into a useless one. Even though it had been destroyed, its power was still extremely great. It was not something that a top-grade super first-rate extreme path weapon could compare to. More or less, it contained the indestructible power of some supreme weapons. This is all thanks to Sword Master. Without him, our income this time would have been reduced by at least 70%. Sword Master, after we get out, I'll treat you to a good drink. Larka, a peak Sacred Lord of the Wolfman race, grinned. Of course we'll treat the Sword Master to a drink. I think that we all owe the Sword Master a favor, Sacred Lord Deep Nether spoke. He said this because he was of the same race as Li Fuchen and had to say some good things about Li Fuchen. Secondly, he wanted to establish a deeper relationship with Li Fuchen. At the Holy Lord level, establishing relationships was more important than anything else. Having a Sacred Master as a friend would undoubtedly make his life much better in the countless years that had passed. Right. We all owe the Sword Master a favor. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Sometimes, owing someone a favor was the first step to establishing a friendly relationship. If this step was grasped well, there would be no problems in the future. Whether it is a favor or not, we can talk about it in the future. Let's deal with the current problem first. Li Fuchen looked at the distant street corner and spoke loudly, "You have been following us for a few months. It is time for you to show yourself." A few months ago, Li Fuchen had already sensed that someone was following them. Such incredible spiritual awareness. He is able to detect me from so far away. A black bat flew over at a low altitude. Pa-ta! When it flew to the center of the street, the bat landed and turned into a youth with blood-red eyes. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Gu Lisha immediately recognized the youth with blood-red eyes. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord was ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings in Time Sand City. His combat strength was heaven-defying and he had once fought with the 2nd-ranked Scarlet Spirit Lord. He might not be a match, but he was only slightly injured and was still living a carefree life. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord, why are you following us? Sacred Lord Night Devil asked coldly. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord laughed and said, "Nothing much. I am just a little short on money recently. Hand over 5 million peak-grade spirit stones and I will leave immediately." If he could avoid a fight, he naturally wouldn't want to fight. But the precondition was that the other party had to agree to his conditions. 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, why don't you just rob someone? Sacred Lord Heaven Break, who always had a fiery temper, yelled out with anger. If you don't agree, then I will rob you. Also, you better be prepared to die. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord licked his lips. Just bring it on. Cut the crap. Iron Flow's body was emitting an indestructible metallic luster. Since that is the case, don't blame me. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's figure suddenly turned illusory. Be careful. Sacred Lord Night Devil executed Eternal Night Freeze and blasted at the side of the void. It was a pity that it was only an illusory figure of Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord that was frozen. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's speed was too fast and extremely ghostly. Just as Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord was about to approach, one of the 7 pinnacle Sacred Lords of the Night Devil team, Sacred Lord Feather Spirit, appeared with a sword mark and blocked in front of Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. "Eh!" Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord exclaimed softly. His speed was so fast that someone was actually able to capture his movement trajectory. Crack! Claw marks spread out and Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord used a single claw to break the sword mark before continuing to attack Sacred Lord Feather Spirit. The Night Devil team had too many members and he had to start killing the weakest. Get lost! Li Fuchen's figure appeared and blasted at Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord with Sect Origin Sword. When facing the Sect Origin Sword, Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord felt that he couldn't break it and could only use his claw art to clash with brute force. Cling cling clang clang, sparks burst out and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord had also revealed himself. No wonder he is ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings. Li Fuchen didn't use the Joint Heaven Sword as he didn't think it was necessary for now. Coil of Death. With Li Fuchen blocking the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's attack, the rest of the group had also reacted. Uncle An and Vivian held hands and countless thorny vines wrapped around the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Tai Lu and Raka used their tough defenses and rushed over from the left and right. They wanted to have close combat with the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. The Dark Dove turned into mist and attacked the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord from all directions. Gu Lisha's body flew out with a large number of bandages and wrapped around the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Creak creak creak, Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's figure exploded and emitted black smoke. After taking a closer look, it wasn't black smoke, it was obviously countless flying bats that were hard to see with the naked eye. Galaxy Cleave. Stone Axe Sacred Lord cleaved at the black smoke. But the black smoke was extremely intelligent and automatically split apart, causing the axe to miss. In the distance, the black smoke gathered and Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's figure appeared. No wonder you are fearless. It turns out that you have an incredible swordsman. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord sized up Li Fuchen seriously. To be honest, he didn't put the Night Devil team in his eyes in the past. After all, he was ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings while the Night Devil Sacred Lord was ranked 17th. Their strength was one level apart. If he was willing, he could slowly kill the weaker members of the Night Devil team before killing the Night Devil's Sacred Lord. Chapter 9:12. Buzz Buzz Buzz. The members of the Night Devil team all activated their top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts. Energy shields lit up one after another. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord was too powerful. Without any defensive cardinal artifacts and just relying on his armor, he would be severely injured easily. A peak-class Sacred Lord might even be killed in a single move. With defensive cardinal artifacts, no matter how powerful the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's attack power was, it would still be greatly weakened. Of course, not everyone in the Night Devil team had a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact. After all, a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact was worth a few 100,000 peak-grade Spirit Stones. Everyone might have at least 1,000,000 peak-grade Spirit Stones, but wealth was wealth and peak-grade Spirit Stones were peak-grade Spirit Stones. They couldn't possibly sell all their artifacts for peak-grade Spirit Stones, right? After adjusting the formation, those without top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts were protected inside. Tortoise Shell Array, Rise. One of the 7 P-class Sacred Lords, the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord, took out a Tortoise Shell Array board. He tossed it into the sky and a transparent Tortoise Shell Array enveloped everyone. No wonder he is the Array Dao Sacred Lord. This should be a top-grade Extreme Dao Array board that he refined himself. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He already knew that the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord was an Array Dao Sacred Lord and could set up top-grade Extreme Dao arrays, which were also Sacred Lord class arrays. When he returned, Li Fuchen was planning to invite the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord with a huge sum of money to help him set up a few Sacred Lord class arrays. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord's expression didn't change until the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord activated the Tortoise Shell Array board. Array boards were much harder to deal with than cardinal artifacts. If a cardinal artifact could block 10 attacks, an array board would be able to block at least 100 attacks. Of course, the price of an array board was also several times higher than a cardinal artifact. A top-grade Extreme Dao array board would cost at least 1,000,000 peak-grade Spirit Stones. Only the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord could refine it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Bloodlust Sacred Lord, if you want to fight, my Night Devil team will fight with you to the end. The Night Devil Sacred Lord took out a talisman and said sternly. The Night Demon team wasn't ordinary at all. Although the 7 Peak Sacred Lords seemed weak, they all had their own unique techniques. For example, Sacred Lord Turtle Armor was an Array Sacred Lord, and he could sometimes be more useful than anyone else. Sacred Lord Deep Enlightenment walked the Tao of space and couldn't be underestimated either. Being a Sacred Lord of the Stone race, Sacred Lord Grey Stone didn't have any weak points on his body. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to exhaust him to death. Sacred Lord Feather Spirit was a Sacred Lord of the Feather race, and his speed would reach a shocking level when he spread his wings. Previously, the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's sudden attack and the fact that the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's speed was already heaven-defying, therefore, the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord wasn't able to react in time. Otherwise, he would have already dodged and wouldn't need Li Fuchen's rescue. All in all, those who were weak in the Night Demon team had strong methods, and those who didn't have many methods were strong. If Sacred Lord Bloodthirst thought that he could easily take down the Night Demon team, then he was gravely mistaken. The Bloodthirsty Saint Lord didn't bother about the Night Demon Sacred Lord. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, "After receiving my claw attack, you aren't injured at all. You are indeed formidable." His claw attack might be rushed and he only used a portion of his strength, but it wasn't something a regular peak-level Sacred Lord could block. Even the Night Demon's Sacred Lord would be slightly injured if he dared to block it. At their level, injuries would only consume some vitality. But if they weren't injured, then their vitality wouldn't be consumed, they would at most consume some strength. Bloodthirsty Saint Lord, you better stop. With me around, you won't be able to gain any advantage. The Bloodthirsty Saint Lord was very powerful and Li Fuchen believed that even if he used the Joint Heaven Sword, he would only be able to fight evenly with the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord. But he wasn't alone now, therefore, he didn't even need to use the Joint Heaven Sword and was confident he could stop the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord. If the bloodthirsty Saint Lord wanted to sneak attack others, he would have to ask Li Fuchen first. Kiki, I really want to kill you. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord revealed a smile, but this smile looked rather terrifying in the eyes of the Night Demon team. Bloodthirsty Saint Lord, I already said that without me, you won't be able to take down the Night Demon team. As a universe city, the ancient stone city was surrounded by plenty of stars. One of the stars was extremely massive and it was a blazing star. Right now, the blazing star had already moved to the west and half of its body was blocked by a tower. All of a sudden, the sky fell into darkness and a shadow appeared at the top of the tower. As the shadow appeared, a thunderous voice echoed. Everyone squinted their eyes and scanned with their spiritual awareness. Thunderstorm Saint Lord. Finally, everyone saw the appearance of the shadow. This was a Saint Lord that was extremely similar to the Heaven Break Saint Lord. His entire body was covered in hair, but as compared to the Heaven Break Saint Lord, this Saint Lord's chi presence was like a primal chaos thunderstorm that was surging and earth-shattering. Thunderstorm Saint Lord, ranked 6th on the Saint Lord rankings. Bang! Thunderstorm Saint Lord leaped and appeared near the bloodthirsty Saint Lord. Radiance shone down from the top of the tower again. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm, I didn't think that you would arrive so quickly. Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord wasn't the only one that had their eyes on the Night Demon team. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm had wanted to take action, but Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord stopped him. Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord was responsible for following them. Since Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's concealment techniques weren't very good, he stayed far away and only arrived after receiving Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's message. I was nearby, so of course I came quickly. Let's do it. Stop wasting time. Holy Lord Lei Bao said decisively. It's Sacred Lord Thunderstorm. Sacred Lord Heaven Break Saint Lord was dazed. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm came from the Thunder Perception race just like him. Their race had the Tao of Lightning bloodline and loved to fight. He could only be considered a slightly strong Sacred Lord in the Thunder Perception race, but Sacred Lord Thunderstorm was definitely one of the top Sacred Lords in the Thunder Perception race. With his bloodline's development, he was probably not far away from the Heavenly Lord realm. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm, we're from the same race. Can you give me some face and not attack the Night Demon team? Sacred Lord Sky Break spoke. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's hairy face looked at Sacred Lord Sky Break and said in disdain, "Is your face worth anything? Seeing that you're from the Thunder Perception race, I can promise not to kill you, but the condition is that you leave the Night Demon team and join us." That's impossible. Sacred Lord Sky Break shook his head. When he joined the Night Demon team, he swore that he would never betray the Night Demon team. Then die. A large hammer appeared in Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's hand. Crack! Limitless lightning appeared out of nowhere as Sacred Lord Thunderstorm leapt into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Crack! Crackle! Sacred Lord Turtle Shell's turtle shell array was very wide, so Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's attack collided with the turtle shell array first. Countless explosions sounded, and the turtle shell array instantly became much dimmer. It would probably be extinguished after a few more hits. What a strong attack! Sacred Lord Turtle Shell was stunned. Chapter 9:13. Eternal Night Freeze. Sacred Lord Night Demon had a ball of fire in his heart. No matter what, he was still in existence, ranked 17th on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord list, yet all of them treated him as a pushover. Could it be that he, Sacred Lord Night Demon, was so weak? Sacred Lord Night Demon was enraged as he froze Sacred Lord Lei Bao with one move. Splitting the Milky Way. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's kill move attack was only inferior to Li Fuchen and the Night Devil Sacred Lord in the Night Devil team. Before the Thunderstorm Sacred Lord appeared, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord was already accumulating power to execute his kill move. A dazzling axe light flashed by as Holy Lord Stone Axe sent Holy Lord Lei Bao flying. At the same time, Gu Lisha's yellow awl also landed on Lei Bao Holy Lord. When he was sent flying, Lei Bao Holy Lord had already broken free from his frozen state. With a swing of his hammer, he destroyed dozens of incoming attacks. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't attack the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord because he was already fighting with the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Bloodthirst's speed was just too fast. Apart from him and Sacred Lord Night Demon, no one would be able to last one round with Sacred Lord Bloodthirst. You can't stop me. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord's body exploded and a boundless black smoke enveloped Li Fuchen. Within the black smoke, there would be sharp claws that would swing out from time to time. Gotcha! No matter how fast Li Fuchen's reaction was, he wouldn't be able to block all the attacks from the bloodthirsty Saint Lord. This claw tore apart Li Fuchen's flesh, but that was all. This body is so strong. Sacred Lord Bloodlust was in disbelief. Impressive. Li Fuchen didn't mind. His star immortal body was extremely strong. Sacred Lords could only lightly injure him at most. It was impossible for them to severely injure him. Boundless Sword Sea. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fuchen used the Sword Sea Horizon to envelop the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. Voila! Unfortunately, Sacred Lord Bloodlust's hands ripped apart the Sword Sea Horizon. Let's see how you resist this time. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord's hands were dyed blood red as he clawed at Li Fuchen again. This claw was the bloodthirsty claw, and it contained the law of bloodthirsty. As long as it came into contact with any living being, it would madly absorb their life force, unless they weren't a living being. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord felt as though he was grabbing a lump of steel and there was a horrific resistance that was obstructing him. His bloodthirsty law wasn't able to make contact with Li Fuchen's chi blood. Scram! Sword light flashed, and sword marks appeared around Sacred Lord Bloodlust's body. Pu. Sacred Lord Bloodlust was injured, and there were many sword marks on his body. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword speed was too fast, so fast that the bloodthirsty Saint Lord couldn't dodge in time. Secondly, Holy Lord Bloodthirst's defense wasn't as strong as Nine-Turn Island Lord and Holy Lord Lei Bao. It could only be considered slightly stronger. Realm of Eternal Night. The world suddenly turned dark. The strange thing was that Li Fuchen could see the Bloodlust Sacred Lord with his naked eyes. Li Fuchen understood that this was the Night Devil Sacred Lord's world of Eternal Night. The world of Eternal Night was extremely powerful. It looked like a barrier, but it was no different from a real world. Anyone who was trapped in the world of Eternal Night would lose their ability to investigate, and they would also be suppressed by the world of Eternal Night. Unless Sacred Lord Night Demon gave you a wisp of the world of Eternal Night's power, you wouldn't be suppressed by the world of Eternal Night. PFFF. This was a rare opportunity. Li Fuchen activated the Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword and left countless sword marks on the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's body. Finally, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord had no choice but to take out a peak grade, first-rate, Extreme Dao Defensive Cardinal Artifact. In fact, even if the Bloodlust Sacred Lord didn't take out the Cardinal Artifact, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord would lose a trace of vitality. But the Bloodlust Sacred Lord couldn't tolerate anyone injuring him. At this moment, he was a little envious of the others who could wear armor. If he was wearing the peak grade, first-rate, Extreme Dao armor, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen's attack was, it would only transmit some impact force and wouldn't be able to injure him. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't wear the armor, but after wearing the armor, he wouldn't be able to execute many abilities. For example, turning his body into countless tiny bats was one of his abilities. Once he wore the armor, he couldn't possibly turn the armor into tiny bats too, right? He couldn't do it yet. Night Devil's Sacred Lord, do you think you are the only one with a barrier field? The Bloodlust Sacred Lord rushed into the sky and extended a pair of giant bat wings. This pair of bat wings was so huge that it could be described as covering the sky and the earth. World of Darkness. Endless darkness was emitted from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's body and clashed with the world of Eternal Night. They were fighting for the control of this world. As a Blood Race's Sacred Lord, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord wasn't just proficient in the Bloodlust Dao, he was also proficient in the Darkness Dao. His ability to turn into a bat was a technique of the Darkness Dao. It is the same as Wang Heilung's Darkness Divine ability. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Back at the Seven Color Continent's South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen had fought with Wang Heilung. Wang Heilung had the Darkness Bone Frame and could execute the Darkness Bone Frame Divine ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. Of course, Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy was millions of times weaker than the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's World of Darkness. The latter's World of Darkness already had the World Source, while the former was just a field created by the power of darkness. When the two barrier fields clashed, everyone felt that time and space were distorting, and so were their senses. Let alone clashing, they couldn't even see anyone. Such a powerful barrier. The Night Devil Sacred Lord's expression changed. His world of eternal night contained the Shadow Dao and had never lost for tens of thousands of years. But this time, he wasn't confident enough. Night Devil's Sacred Lord, you and I aren't on the same level. Hurry up and admit defeat. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord's bat wings flapped violently and the horrific power of darkness spread out in waves. Crackle. The void appeared with black cracks. Finally, the Night Devil's Sacred Lord's world of eternal night shattered. As compared to the Bloodlust Sacred Lord, he was still inferior, be it in terms of strength or barrier. As the world of eternal night shattered, the power of the world of darkness enveloped the entire place. Everyone in the Night Devil team became blind and couldn't see or sense anything. Even their strength had been greatly suppressed. Creak creak. Creak creak creak. Apart from that, there were plenty of terrifying noises that echoed from the endless darkness. It was rumored that the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's world of darkness had already given birth to darkness creatures. These darkness creatures were endless, and as long as the world of darkness could be maintained, the darkness creatures would never be eliminated. Bang 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 bang, there was an intense crashing sound as the Tortoise Sacred Lord said anxiously, "Something is crashing into my tortoise shell array." Damn it! The Night Devil's Sacred Lord had an unpleasant expression. He had suffered a miserable defeat this time. If he could resist the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's world of darkness, the Night Devil team wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. Taking a deep breath, the Night Devil's Sacred Lord executed the world of eternal night again. This time, the world of eternal night only covered the Night Devil team. Boom boom, countless thunderbolts were crashing into the world of eternal night. There were also some horrific creatures attacking the world of eternal night. It was obvious that the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord and the darkness creatures were attacking. As time elapsed, the Night Devil's Sacred Lord's expression was getting paler. Night Devil's Sacred Lord, surrender. You are not a match for me. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord's voice was everywhere. Originally, even without the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord's help, he was confident that he could rely on the world of darkness to slowly grind the Night Devil team to death. However, the efficiency would be much lower. It seems like I still have to expose the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. His spirit soul power could ignore the world of darkness, and his spiritual awareness could clearly sense the situation in the outside world. After all, his spiritual awareness was at the Heaven Monarch realm. But sensing was just sensing. The world of darkness was truly suppressing him. If he didn't use the Joint Heaven Sword, his strength would be suppressed to the level of a regular peak-level Sacred Lord and wouldn't be of any use. Chapter 9:14. Clang! The Joint Heaven Sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed at the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord. Such powerful sword chi! The Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord raised his brows and smashed his hammer at the sword chi. Rumble! A horrific chi wave burst out and sent the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord flying. He who was known for his tyrannical attacks couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he was sent flying in a frontal battle. Supreme weapon! Immediately after, the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord thought of something and panted heavily. The hammer in his hand was a peak-grade Extreme Dao weapon and not a regular Extreme Dao weapon. To be able to send him flying under the suppression of the Dark World, apart from a supreme weapon, he couldn't think of any other possibility. There is actually a supreme weapon. The bloodthirst sacred lord's breathing had also become hurried. He had already forgotten why Li Fuchen was able to detect the thunderstorm sacred lord's presence in the dark world. The bloodthirst sacred lord's mind was only filled with supreme weapons. A single supreme weapon was worth more than 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. No one knew how much it was exactly because supreme weapons would normally only appear in Heaven Monarch class auctions. If there were many competitors, it was normal for it to reach 20 or 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. After all, any Heaven Monarch would have an extremely robust wealth. The Bloodthirst Sacred Lord might be ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings, but his wealth didn't reach 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the more he earned, the more he used. I have to obtain it. The Bloodthirst Sacred Lord's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. Boom boom boom, Li Fuchen could sense countless dark creatures surging over from all directions and crashing at the surface of the eternal night world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen broke free from the eternal night world and arrived above the eternal night world before brandishing his sword. Swish! The terrifying silver sea of swords expanded, killing the dark creatures one by one. He didn't believe that the Bloodthirst Sacred Lord could maintain the dark world forever. Li Fuchen was certain that killing these dark creatures would exhaust the dark world's power. A portion of the dark world's power came from heaven and earth, while another portion came from the Bloodthirst Sacred Lord. The Silver Sword Sea was like a real ocean. The dark creatures were like clay oxen entering the ocean and were all devoured by the Silver Sword Sea. Towards the end, the dark creatures, which were said to be endless, gradually became scarce. Such an incredible supreme weapon. Sacred Lord Bloodlust had a solemn expression. Originally, even if the dark creatures were killed and turned into dark energy, they could still return to the origin of the dark world. Because of this, the dark creatures in the dark world were said to be endless. But Li Fuchen's Joint Heaven Sword was too terrifying. When the dark creatures were killed by the Joint Heaven Sword, even if they were dispersed into darkness power, they would still be mixed with the sword chi. It was impossible to return to the world of darkness directly and the sword chi had to be expelled. But expelling the sword chi would also consume energy. Destructive thunderstorm. Countless black thunderbolts intertwined and blasted at Li Fuchen. If it wasn't Holy Lord Lei Bao, who else could it be? Good timing. 10,000 swords returned to one. Transforming 10,000 swords into a single sword, Li Fuchen struck. Crackle. Countless lightning bolts were annihilated in front of the terrifying sword light. Damn it! Sacred Lord Lei Bao roared in anger as his body suddenly expanded. As it expanded, 2 arms grew out from each side of his body, and a head grew out from each side of his head. 3 heads, 6 arms. One of the strongest innate abilities of the Thunder Sense race. Sacred Lord Heaven Break was obviously inferior in this aspect and could only produce 2 heads and 4 arms. Die! Sacred Lord Lei Bao had 6 arms and each arm was wielding a large hammer. He was like a thunderstorm as he charged at Li Fuchen. Cling cling cling, there was a violent burst of sparks. Others could only release 1 attack in a split second. Those that were proficient in dual weapons could only release 2 attacks. But Sacred Lord Lei Bao was able to release 6 attacks. Furthermore, all 6 attacks were at the optimal route and angle. It wasn't a simple random bombardment. It is 3 heads, 6 arms. In the world of eternal night, Sacred Lord Heaven Break held his breath. Their Thunder Sense race's 3 heads, 6 arms wasn't a simple 3 heads, 6 arms ability. Once the 3 heads, 6 arms ability was executed, the Spirit Soul Awareness would split into 3 and each Spirit Soul Awareness would control 2 arms. Furthermore, the Spirit Soul Awareness was originally a single entity, therefore, the 3 Spirit Soul Awareness had perfect coordination and there wouldn't be any flaws. In other words, Li Fuchen wasn't fighting with 1 Sacred Lord Lei Bao, but 3 Sacred Lords. But these 3 Sacred Lords had already fused together. Such an incredible ability. Li Fuchen was barely able to resist. Having many arms and having 3 heads and 6 arms were 2 entirely different things. Some races that had many arms, like some demonic beast race sacred lords, had many arms. But their usage of the arms wasn't perfect. It could only be said that they relied on numbers and were very crude. Take Li Fuchen for example, he could use the sword energy to form countless arms. But to him, it wouldn't increase his combat strength and would only make him look intimidating. But the Thunder Sense race's 3 heads, 6 arms was different. They could perfectly control the 6 arms to instantly increase their combat strength. Bang! Bang bang! Li Fuchen's combat strength was comparable with the Sacred Lord Lei Bao. Once the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's combat strength increased, Li Fuchen couldn't resist anymore. His body suffered a few hammer strikes and he couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Die! The Sacred Lord Lei Bao didn't spare Li Fuchen after gaining the upper hand. He kept on smashing at Li Fuchen. He swore to smash Li Fuchen into a pile of blood. Don't be complacent too early. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen slashed open the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's body. How is this possible? The Sacred Lord Lei Bao looked down at the bone-deep sword wound and had a gloomy expression. He was already suppressing Li Fuchen. How was it possible for Li Fuchen to find an opening? Apart from that, within a short period of time, he had already smashed Li Fuchen's body a few dozen times. But Li Fuchen's qi presence didn't weaken at all. His broken bones and torn flesh had also instantly recovered. He is actually able to sense everything in my world of darkness and isn't affected at all. After seeing everything, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao found it unbelievable. The world of darkness isolated all scouting. Be it vision or spiritual awareness, they were all useless in the world of darkness, unless the Sacred Lord Lei Bao bestowed a trace of world of darkness power. Could his spiritual awareness have already reached the Heaven Monarch realm? The Sacred Lord Lei Bao couldn't think of any other possibilities. I can only do that. After taking a deep breath, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao started to extract the world of darkness source power. Again. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao didn't believe it and continued to fight with Li Fuchen. This time, Li Fuchen only took a dozen strikes to leave a deep sword wound on the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's body. Impossible! The Sacred Lord Lei Bao roared. If this carried on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Li Fuchen was wielding a supreme weapon and not a regular weapon. No matter how high his defense was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't understand how Li Fuchen was able to attack him. Dark World Claw. Right at this moment, the world of darkness suddenly shattered. Immediately after, a sharp claw that carried endless darkness clawed at Li Fuchen. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao had 2 absolute arts, the bloodthirsty claw and the claw of darkness. In fact, apart from these 2 absolute arts, he also had a kill move, the Dark World Claw. However, the Dark World Claw required the world of darkness source power and it was extremely taxing. During normal times, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao wouldn't use it easily. Such an incredible claw. When facing this claw, Li Fuchen felt as though he was facing an entire world. Open! Li Fuchen wielded the Joint Heaven sword with both hands and cleaved at the Dark World Claw. Swish! The Dark World Claw was cleaved apart, but it was split into 2 halves and still slashed at Li Fuchen's body. The source should have been injured. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao was very confident in this claw. He once used this claw to instantly kill a peak-level Sacred Lord. In his opinion, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen, but it was easy to injure Li Fuchen's source. It is rather painful. As the world of darkness shattered, the world regained its clarity. In front of the world of eternal night, Li Fuchen lowered his head and took a glance at his body. On his left shoulder and right chest, there were a total of 5 black cracks. The surging power of darkness was constantly bursting out from the 5 black cracks and was trying to corrode Li Fuchen's body. It was a pity that the power of darkness might seem powerful, but in terms of quality, it was inferior to the undying willpower. In just a short moment, the power of darkness was suppressed by the undying willpower. Scatter! Li Fuchen waved his hand and the boundless power of darkness turned into a dragon of darkness that rushed into the void. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen decided that he must obtain a high-grade or peak-grade extreme Dao armor after this trip. If Li Fuchen was wearing the armor earlier, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's claw wouldn't have such lethal power. His source wasn't injured. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao's eyes contracted. His claw had consumed a large amount of his power but was only able to injure Li Fuchen lightly. It made him feel very helpless. Even if the two of you attack together, you won't be able to do anything to me, Li Fuchen said slowly. Hearing the statement, the ferocious Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's eyes flickered with ominous light, but he didn't refute. He knew clearly about the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's Dark World Claw. Apart from the number 1 Sacred Lord Multicolor Divine Lord and the number 59 Revolution Island Lord, no one would dare to receive the attack with their body. Not even the Sacred Lord Thunderstorm would dare to do so. But Li Fuchen received the claw attack and was only slightly injured. It wasn't even considered a severe injury. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen was the same as the 9 Revolution Island Lord. They were both Sacred Lords that had no flaws. When facing such Sacred Lords, one would either have to use absolute strength to kill them or spend a large amount of time to slowly grind them to death. Chapter 9:15. Most importantly, Li Fuchen had a supreme weapon. In the face of a supreme weapon, even the 9 Revolution Island Lord would be injured. Therefore, if they were to fight to the death, he and the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord would definitely be defeated. Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord, do you have any other kill moves? The bloodthirsty Sacred Lord transmitted a message to the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord. At their level, unless it was a life and death situation, no one would know what their final trump card was. The Dark World Claw earlier wasn't considered the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's strongest attack. If he executed the Dark World and the Dark World, he might be able to severely injure Li Fuchen. I still have a forbidden move. But I have a premonition that even if I execute it, it will be hard to severely injure him. The Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord looked rough but was actually very meticulous. He wasn't as simple as he looked. Of course, a simple-minded person wouldn't be able to cultivate to such strength. I understand now. The bloodthirsty Sacred Lord was helpless. He didn't have any confidence either, therefore, he asked the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord. Ultimately, the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord and the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord retreated. They had already treated Li Fuchen as an existence on the same level as them. Li Fuchen wasn't someone they could kill as they wished. It would probably take 3 to 5 experts of the same level to have a chance to kill Li Fuchen. They are finally gone. The world of eternal night crumbled and the Night Demon's Sacred Lord and the others walked out. I didn't expect the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord to be so powerful. His world of eternal night even produced dark creatures. The Night Demon's Sacred Lord lamented. His world of eternal night was still far from producing dark creatures. This was also the reason why he wasn't a match for the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Tai Lu said, the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord isn't bad either. Once he executes his 3 heads and 6 arms innate ability, I will be hammered to death in 100 moves. Tai Lu was the Metal Spirit race's Sacred Lord and had an extremely tough body. In normal situations, even if someone was 10 times or dozens of times stronger than him, they would only be able to slowly grind him to death. But there was a limit to the body's toughness and the Thunderstorm's Sacred Lord's attack had definitely surpassed this limit. It is fortunate that the two of them were scared away by the Swordmaster. Gu Lisha rejoiced. She already couldn't help but use her secret technique. But she knew that even if she used it, it would only be a few moves against the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord and it wouldn't be enough. They weren't scared away. They just didn't want to waste time. To be honest, if Li Fuchen were to fight to the death, even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The year was about to end, and everyone was rushing out of Ancient Stone City. The Ancient Stone City would not take the initiative to send them out. Once the 1 year was up, the Ancient Stone City would hide in the depths of time and space. At that time, even heavenly monarchs would find it difficult to come out. With 1 week left before the 1-year deadline, the Night Demon Squad flew out from the West City Gate. Time Sand City, Night Devil Tavern. Everyone began to carefully count their gains. It's worth more than 12 million peak-grade spirit stones in total. How about we split the rest after we sell them all? Sacred Lord Night Demon suggested. Alright, then let's start with 12 million points. Everyone agreed. Sword Master, we will be staying in the Time Sand City for a long period of time and we aren't in a hurry to split it. You are probably going to leave the Time Sand City soon. These 5 million peak-grade spirit stones shall be yours first. The Night Devil's Sacred Master handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't check. After dividing the spoils, everyone began to drink. The Night Demon Tavern was the lair of the Night Demon Squad. There was a large amount of good wine inside, and the most expensive wine was worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Normally, no one was willing to drink it, but this time, the harvest was huge, and they couldn't help but open a few bottles. Li Fuchen and the Tortoise-Armored Saint were seated by the window of the Night Devil Tavern. Tortoise Shell Saint Lord, I wish to invite you to help me set up a few Saint Lord class arrays. Li Fuchen went straight to the point. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Turtle Shell agreed without even thinking, it is my honor to accept Sword Master's invitation. It was indeed an honor to be invited by Li Fuchen to set up the array. In the Tortoise-Armored Saint Lord's opinion, Li Fuchen was destined to become a heaven monarch. Helping Li Fuchen to set up the array was the same as making Li Fuchen owe the Tortoise-Armored Saint Lord a favor. A favor from a future heaven monarch was priceless. On the same day, Li Fuchen and the Tortoise-Armored Saint returned to the Deep Blue Plain. Deep Blue Plain, in the skies above the East Unicorn continent. The Tortoise-Armored Holy Lord said, indeed, coming to another plane will cause one to be suppressed by the power of the plane. How much did he suppress? Li Fuchen was curious. Apart from not allowing heaven monarchs from other planes to enter, the plane would also suppress life forms from other planes. Not much, just 10%. But this 10% isn't just 10% of strength. Even the speed of thought, recovery, and perception are all suppressed by 10%. The Tortoise-Armored Saint Lord laughed. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. There wasn't a lot of suppression on strength, but in the long run, there would still be a huge impact. If one didn't want to be suppressed by another plane, the only way was to conquer this plane and transform it. In this aspect, the demon race was the most experienced. In the universe, the demon race was the race that conquered the most planes. Sword Master is planning to set up an array on this continent. The Tortoise-Armored Saint Lord could feel that this continent might be small, but the heaven and earth chi was very concentrated. Li Fuchen shook his head. Not here. Follow me. The East Unicorn continent was great, but it was too small and wasn't suitable for a sect's development. While Li Fuchen and the Tortoise-Armored Saint Lord were setting up the array, in the Glimmer City of the Prism Star region, Werewolf Li Fuchen finally waited for Jis and Sorit to leave the city. The lifespan of Sacred Lords was too long. If there was nothing, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for a few years. Jis and Sorit went into seclusion as soon as they returned. They only came out when Wolf Lord Drizzt issued a new mission. After a few years, the duo had almost neglected Werewolf Li Fuchen. During these few years, Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't make any movements. In Jis and Sorit's opinion, Werewolf Li Fuchen should have given up on revenge. After all, without strength, how was he going to take revenge? After exiting the city, the duo headed straight for the teleportation star. I already said that he wouldn't dare to chase after us. Jis sneered. It seems like I am overthinking. Sorit nodded. Buzz! A radiance rushed into the sky and the duo vanished without a trace. On a distant teleportation star, the duo appeared on the teleportation platform. Next, there weren't any teleportation stars for teleportation, hence, the duo had to travel slowly. After flying for a short distance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the duo. Gu Lai! Jis roared. He didn't expect Werewolf Li Fuchen to really chase after them. Gu Lai, what do you want? Sorit didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. What do you think I want? Turning around, Werewolf Li Fuchen had a calm expression. Gu Lai, I don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Do you think you can take revenge by yourself? Jis burst out with murderous aura. This time, he had to kill Li Fuchen. He didn't feel comfortable leaving a scourge alive. Whether I can take revenge or not, you will know after you try. Werewolf Li Fuchen's expression was as calm as usual. This calmness made Jis and Sorit feel very oppressed. Especially Sorit, he felt that the current werewolf Li Fuchen was like a devil wearing a wolf's skin. Kill! The first to make a move wasn't Jis, it was Sorit. Sorit might be overcautious and lacking in courage, but once he knew that there was no way out, he was more decisive than anyone else. Sorit was very fast and instantly reached dozens of times the speed of light. One had to know that instantaneous acceleration and long-distance flight were not the same. Long-distance flight speed would get faster and faster. As long as there was enough energy, it could be increased to the limit. Instantaneous movement speed relied on burst power. The distance between the duo wasn't far, and at dozens of times the speed of light, it was almost negligible. There was a flash of light and Sorit arrived behind Li Fuchen. Impossible! After Sorit said this sentence, his body was torn into dozens of pieces. If he was torn into dozens of pieces by other races, Sorit naturally wouldn't die. But it was different when he was torn into dozens of pieces by the werewolf race. The werewolf's attack contained the laceration law. Anything that was torn would be hard to recover or even impossible to recover. Sorit, who was torn into dozens of pieces, could clearly feel the frenzied loss of vitality. His true spirit wanted to escape, but he realized in despair that his true spirit had also been torn apart. Finally, Sorit's eyes extinguished. You killed Sorit? Jis pointed at werewolf Li Fuchen and was in disbelief. He, Sorit, and Gu Lai were all mid-class sacred lords. Sorit was the weakest, Gu Lai was slightly stronger, while Jis was the strongest. But it was certain that the three of them were on the same level. Jis never thought that Gu Lai would be able to kill Sorit in a single move. In his opinion, even if Gu Lai was a high-class sacred lord, it was impossible to kill Sorit in a single move. Could he be a P-class sacred lord? Jis' heart had a trace of fear. Flee! Turning around, Jis flew at the fastest speed in his life. Do you think you can escape? There was a blur and werewolf Li Fuchen appeared in front of Jis again. Gu Lai, you killed Sorit and have committed a capital offense. Once Lord Wolf finds out, he will not spare you. Jis was stern inside. Murderers will be killed. Go to hell and tell Lord Wolf. Werewolf Li Fuchen walked towards Jis step by step. Jis was retreating while the fear in his heart was getting more intense. He didn't wish to die, he was still young and had a lot of life that he had yet to experience. Jis' voice trembled as he said, Gu Lai, spare me. Back then, it wasn't my or Sorit's idea to kill you, it was Lord Wolf's idea. He was afraid of your bloodline and was afraid that you would surpass him one day. Therefore, he gave us great benefits and wanted us to kill you in secret. I know. Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't look surprised. Swish! Werewolf Li Fuchen arrived behind Jis. Bang! An energy shield burst out from Jis' body. This was a mid-grade, top-class, Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact and it was bestowed to him by Lord Wolf Drist. It was a pity that a mid-grade, top-class, Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact could only block attacks from high-class sacred lords. Such a defensive cardinal artifact wouldn't be able to block attacks from high-class sacred lords. Splash! There wasn't any blood spurting out as Jis and Sorit were torn into dozens of pieces. Gu Lai, you will die a horrible death. Lord Wolf will not spare you. No matter how strong you are not a match for Lord Wolf. Jis roared in a frenzy before his voice abruptly stopped. Lord Wolf, how have you been? Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't bother about Jis and turned to look into the distance. The void tore open and Lord Wolf Drist walked out. Chapter 9:16. Wolf Lord Drist, the strongest werewolf in Glimmering City. It was impossible to estimate how strong it was. After all, there were strong and weak peak sacred lords. Walking towards the werewolf Li Fuchen step by step, the wolf sovereign said slowly, "Actually, you didn't have to return." Why? If the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't return, he wouldn't know that he wasn't dead. As for taking revenge on him, Lord Wolf felt that it was impossible. In the past, this person had only been a middle holy lord and he was a peak holy lord. Moreover, even amongst peak holy lords, he was an outstanding individual. Thus, even if this person was given 100,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to take revenge. Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't reply but asked, "Just because my bloodline potential is high, you want to kill me?" Lord Wolf grinned. "That's only one of the main reasons. The other reason is that I hate you." He truly liked Fei Li, but Fei Li used to be a couple with him. Every time he thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. He knew that only by killing the other party could he feel at ease. After all, there was no need to bicker with a dead person. "I see." Wolfman Li Fuchen nodded. "Now that you're about to die, do you have any last words?" Lord Wolf asked. In his eyes, the werewolf Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a dead man. So what if the other party could kill Solid and Geese in seconds? Solid and Geese were just his two dogs that could be discarded at any time. The reason why he sent Solid and Gyth out on this mission was to test the other party. It would be fine if the other party didn't chase after him, but if he did, he would be able to settle this once and for all. "I feel that it would be better for you to leave behind your last words. I believe that Fei Li still does not know that you have come out. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." Lord Wolf's figure flashed, and the entire world was filled with his silhouettes. Die! Countless claw shadows grabbed at Li Fuchen. It was like a violent storm. Crackle! The void was torn beyond recognition. The werewolf race's laceration rule had appeared to destroy all living things. In the hands of Lord Wolf, the tearing rules were even more terrifying. Anyone who was scratched by his claws would probably be torn into pieces and would never be able to recover. Good timing. With Li Fuchen as the center, a dense claw shadow extended out and clashed with the wolf chief's claw shadow. This time, the void was even more damaged than before. He's reached the level of a peak sacred lord. It would have been better if they hadn't exchanged blows, but once they did, Lord Wolf was immediately stunned. He thought that this person was only a peak holy lord. Who would have thought that after narrowly escaping death, Lin Ming would suddenly break through 3 levels, going from a middle holy lord to a peak holy lord? "Today, you must die," Lord Wolf bellowed. He had killed the other because he was worried that the potential of the other's bloodline would one day erupt and become an existence that surpassed him. He hadn't expected that the potential of the other's bloodline had indeed erupted, but it had been forced by him. At the juncture of life and death, it was very easy for people to stimulate their own potential. It was obvious that the other party had exploded at the moment of life and death, and it was very powerful as well. He instantly became a peak sacred lord. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill him. If he didn't kill the other party, he wouldn't be able to rest easy in the future. Puff! A claw mark appeared on Li Fuchen's body and fresh blood splattered. Lord Wolf Drizzt had been famous for a long time. Be it speed or strength, they were all slightly superior to Li Fuchen. Gulai, so what if you are a peak sacred lord? In my eyes, you are just a fool that I have toyed with. Do you know that your wife, your child, they were all killed by me? Your good brother, Margaret, was also killed by me. I originally didn't want to kill him, but who asked him to know my secret? No surprise, no surprise. If you have a conscience, then go to hell to accompany them. Lord Wolf laughed heartily and spoke with a malicious and mocking tone. Lord Wolf, you are the one who should go to hell. I will let you go and apologize. TFFF. Li Fuchen had also left a claw mark on Lord Wolf's body. But this claw mark was a little shallow and only scratched a layer of skin. You are rather calm. Lord Wolf was rather surprised. He originally wanted to agitate Li Fuchen and make him agitated so that he would reveal a flaw. But so what? You still have to die. Blood Moon Claw. A blood moon appeared behind Lord Wolf. Immediately after, a blood-colored claw mark flew at Li Fuchen. Crash! Li Fuchen's body was left with 5 bloody marks. If his body wasn't tough enough, this claw would have torn his body into pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Blood Moon Consecutive Claw. Lord Wolf's body spun while countless blood-colored claw marks flew at Li Fuchen. Howl! There was a horrific wolf howl as Li Fuchen transformed into a gold werewolf. There was a horrific gold chi wave that burst out while his chi presence was increasing drastically. Only you can transform. Lord Wolf transformed as well. He was also a gold werewolf and was taller and stalwart than Li Fuchen. After transforming into gold werewolves, the duo's strength and speed had increased by 1 level. The ripping law was also more condensed and terrifying. If the duo's body wasn't tough enough, they would have been torn into pieces. Gu Lai, you don't have any chance. Lord Wolf was completely suppressing Li Fuchen. Even though they were both gold werewolves, there was still a difference. There were more claw marks on Li Fuchen's body. With a bang, Li Fuchen's massive body was sent flying by a single kick from Lord Wolf. He tumbled a few dozen times in the air. No wonder you are Lord Wolf. Li Fuchen stood up while his eyes were calm. Gu Lai, don't pretend to be calm. I won't give you any chance. It was unknown why, but when Lord Wolf saw Li Fuchen's calm eyes, he felt rather irritated. Lord Wolf, aren't you apprehensive of my bloodline potential? Today, I shall let you witness the true bloodline of a werewolf. Pouring power into the depths of his bloodline, Li Fuchen started to activate the trace of dark werewolf bloodline. Boom! The void trembled like a raging ocean. Even Lord Wolf found it hard to keep his footing. Bang! In Lord Wolf's vision, Li Fuchen's body was several times bigger. The golden chi wave was expanding like the ocean. No, it was simply like the starry sky. It was vast and majestic. Within the golden chi wave, there was black lightning that was dancing. The black lightning gave Lord Wolf an extremely horrifying feeling. He suspected that if he made contact with the black lightning, he would immediately be turned into ashes. Dark werewolf bloodline. Lord Wolf's lips were bleeding as he had bitten it. Impossible, this definitely isn't the dark werewolf bloodline. No matter how high your bloodline potential is, it is impossible to activate the dark werewolf bloodline in such a short period of time. Lord Wolf took a step back and had a deranged expression. The dark werewolf bloodline was the Wolfman race's supreme bloodline. Once it was completely activated, one would become a Wolfman Heaven Monarch. Even if it was just a trace of the dark werewolf bloodline, the strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. After all, a trace and a full activation had the same power. The only difference was the duration of the battle. Li Fuchen's bloodline contained the dark werewolf bloodline and Lord Wolf knew about it. Because Li Fuchen's ancestor had once produced Wolfman Heaven Monarchs and there was more than one of them. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Lord Wolf had to kill Li Fuchen. Everything is fake. Go to hell. Lord Wolf roared in a frenzy as he charged at Li Fuchen. It is over. Li Fuchen's eyes were calm as he thrust his finger forward. TFFF. Lord Wolf's glabella was instantly pierced. Immediately after, his entire body turned into a black substance and dissipated. There was a huge difference between activating the dark werewolf bloodline and not activating it. Before activating it, Li Fuchen was much weaker than Lord Wolf. But after activating it, Lord Wolf couldn't even block a single finger from Li Fuchen. The current Li Fuchen's strength had increased by at least 100 times. Even if a Heaven Monarch was here, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest a few moves. Of course, it was just a few moves. The black runes in his bloodline that represented the dark werewolf bloodline might have been split into more than 10 billion runes, but as compared to the entire bloodline, it was just a trace. This trace of dark werewolf bloodline wouldn't allow him to fight for a long period of time. Once the dark werewolf's power was exhausted, he would return to his original form. Let me see his wealth first. After returning to his human form, Li Fuchen waved his hand and the spatial rings of Lord Wolf and the others landed in his hand. He first opened Solot's spatial ring. Solot didn't have a lot of wealth and it was only around 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Next was Jis. As compared to Solot, Jis was definitely very wealthy. His wealth had reached 300,000 peak-grade spirit stones and it was the same wealth of regular high-class sacred lords. Lastly, it was Lord Wolfdrist's spatial ring. Incredible. This time, I can split the black runes into more than 100 billion. Lord Wolf's wealth was a total of 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. Be it Solot or Jis, they were just a fraction of Lord Wolf's wealth. After keeping the spatial ring, Li Fuchen flew towards the teleportation star. Deep blue plain, Saint Spirit Continent. Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Is the trouble resolved? I didn't think that you would actually reach the Heaven Monarch realm earlier than me. Li Fuchen could automatically receive everything that the werewolf Li Fuchen experienced. On the contrary, Li Fuchen wouldn't know everything that Li Fuchen experienced. Unless Li Fuchen sent feedback. Interesting. Li Fuchen lamented at the wonders of fate. He was able to find a dark werewolf's descendant so easily. If Gu Lai's bloodline didn't have a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to increase his strength so quickly. But in order to transform the bloodline into the dark werewolf's bloodline, I will need at least 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. It might even reach a few dozen million peak-grade spirit stones. The dark werewolf's bloodline was a supreme bloodline, and to completely activate a supreme bloodline, it would require a lot of energy. Of course, everything was worth it. Chapter 9:17. Setting up a sacred masterclass array wasn't something that could be done overnight. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, and apart from observing how the tortoise-armored Saint Lord was setting up the array, he spent most of his time comprehending the cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were extremely important to the human race, even more so than martial arts. Once their martial arts reached a supreme level, the human race would be able to use it to become a Lord of Heaven. At the same time, when one's cultivation technique reached a supreme level, the human race could use it to become immortal and live as long as the heavens. A human heaven monarch that had reached the supreme level in martial art and cultivation technique was extremely terrifying. Li Fuchen guessed that the Hengi primogenitor of the Hengi star region was probably a heaven monarch of this level, even though the Hengi primogenitor wasn't a human. Of course, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was still far from reaching the supreme rank. Right now, his thoughts were to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity. Food had to be eaten bite by bite, and the road had to be walked step by step. It was useless to bite off more than one could chew. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the primary extreme sword technique was increasing. When the primary extreme sword art was at the third-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 21 human bodies. When I was in the second-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 42 human bodies. At the level of a first-rate supreme class, it needs to cover at least 60 mysteries of the human body. If it covers too little, it means that it is not perfect. In fact, if Li Fuchen didn't care about the mysteries of the human body, his primary extreme sword technique would have already reached first-rate extremity. However, he had a premonition that once he did this, it would be extremely difficult for his primary extreme sword technique to reach the unmatched level in the future, to the extent where it might even be impossible. He had to reconstruct the technique. It was just like how a house could only be built high if the foundation was solid. I have already discovered 73 mysteries of the human body. However, not all of them can be fused into the 10th level of the primary extreme sword technique. Forcefully fusing them will only cause the primary extreme sword technique to go astray. I have to choose the most suitable fusion. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique currently only had 9 ranks. The 8th rank corresponded to the third-rate extremity, the 9th rank corresponded to the second-rate extremity, and the 10th rank corresponded to the first-rate extremity. 58, 59, 60. Li Fuchen connected the mysteries of the human body and fused them into his sword art. 61, 62. The connection continued. As Li Fuchen connected more and more mysteries of the human body, he could vaguely sense the boundless sword Dao source in the void. 66, 67, 68. Finally, when the connection reached 68 mysteries, Li Fuchen's sword art stopped circulating. It's almost time. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and poured boundless sword energy into the mysteries of the 68 human bodies. Gradually, a brand new sword diagram was formed. This sword diagram was many times more complicated than the one on the 9th level. At the same time, it was many times more profound and sharp. Just a glance at it would cause one's soul to ache and make one dizzy. The 10th level of the primary extreme sword art, completed. With a yell from Li Fuchen, a sword chi pillar burst into the sky. This beam of sword chi was incomparably sharp. It instantly pierced through the wind layer and the lightning layer, arriving at the heat layer. Finally, even the heat layer was pierced through and it arrived at the vast starry sky. If someone was watching from outside the deep blue plane, they would be able to see a pillar of light rushing out from the deep blue plane. It rushed out for hundreds of billions of miles in the starry sky before dispersing. The magnificence had an indescribable sharp killing intent. I finally reached the 10th level. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At this moment, he felt that he was even more closely integrated with the sword Dao law in heaven and earth. He could vaguely connect with a trace of the sword Dao source. He reckoned that once his primary extreme sword art reached the supreme level, it would be able to completely connect with the sword Dao source. By then, when he fought with the enemy, it would be the same as the sword Dao source fighting with the enemy. Congratulations to the sword owner for reaching the completion stage of the divine technique. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord who was the closest to Li Fuchen was extremely astonished. Li Fuchen's strength was already formidable and with a supreme weapon, he was considered to be nearly invincible among the saints. Now that his cultivation technique had a breakthrough, he reckoned that he would be able to contest with the multicolor Divine Lord. It is just a small breakthrough. How is the array? Li Fuchen asked. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord said, if it is a mid-grade Saint Lord array, I will only need 1 year to complete it. A high-grade Saint Lord array will take at least 8 to 10 years to complete. Arrays were different from array discs. Array discs pursued convenience and portability. It might be very difficult to refine and was several times more difficult than arrays, but their functions were rather weak. As for arrays, they pursued functionality. If a high-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand countless attacks from a pinnacle Saint Lord and multiple attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord, then a high-grade Saint Lord array disc must be even stronger and would need to withstand countless attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord. The more advanced an array disc was, the more it was like a world. It was easier said than done to break into a world. As for a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc, the tortoise-armored Saint Lord wasn't able to set it up. After all, a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand multiple attacks from a regular Heaven Monarch. No one below the Heaven Monarch realm would be able to break it. Alright, there is no hurry. Just tell me if you lack anything. Li Fuchen nodded. He also knew that setting up an array disc was very complicated and couldn't be rushed. Glimmer City, after selling everything that could be sold, the werewolf Li Fuchen had an additional 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. There were still some items that the werewolf Li Fuchen felt weren't worth it to sell, hence, he kept them. I wonder how many black runes can I split into this time. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen started to pour power into the black runes. Because some of these black magical symbols were already full of power, and some weren't, after the first division, the 10 billion black magical symbols split into 16 billion, not 20 billion. The second time, it split into 25 billion, the third time, it split into 35 billion, 2 months later, not bad, it actually split into 500 billion. The werewolf Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with black light. Previously, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, but now, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline. The combat time might not be 50 times longer than before, but it was around 40 times longer. It seems like the werewolf race's heaven monarchs are much stronger than regular heaven monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his combat strength had gotten stronger again. However, he didn't fight with the heaven monarchs of the various races, therefore, he didn't know what his current strength level was. I have to go out and explore. If he continued to stay in the Glimmer City, it was too difficult to earn peak-grade spirit stones. Only by venturing into various dangerous places and ruins, would he be able to earn a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones. Let's head to the ancient Stone Star region. After finding the spatial tunnel that led to the Deep Blue Plain, the werewolf Li Fuchen arrived at the Deep Blue Plain. Originally, even if the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't completely activate the Dark Werewolf's bloodline, it was impossible for him to enter the Deep Blue Plain. But as the werewolf Li Fuchen's spirit soul originated from Li Fuchen, he didn't receive any rejection from the Deep Blue Plain. East Unicorn Continent, in front of the spatial tunnel that led to the ancient Stone Star region, the werewolf Li Fuchen stepped inside. It isn't bad to have a Heaven Monarch class clone. Chapter 9:18. Finally recovered. On Jade Star Mountain, Jade Star Sacred Lord opened her eyes. It was very difficult to recover from an injury to one's origin, not to mention that he had been injured by a supreme weapon, the Fire God's axe. It was even harder to recover. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly and the injury to his origin was not too serious. That was why he was able to recover in just a few years. Holy Lord Skyfire, I won't hold it against you for now. A sharp glint flashed in the Jade Star Holy Lord's eyes. Initially, he had wanted to have a good talk with the Demon Clan. It was best not to start a war unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had changed his mind now. If the Demon Clan was not completely destroyed, they would only be a burden. The next time the Demon Clan invaded, the Human Clan would be in even more trouble. As soon as the Jade Star Holy Lord came out of seclusion, she immediately called for a meeting. This was a secret meeting and there were only 5 participants. They were the Jade Star Sacred Lord, Jade Flower Sacred Lord, Iron Cloud Sacred Lord, Deep Blue Sword Master, and Li Fuchen. As for the other Divine Lords, the Jade Star Divine Lord did not trust them for fear that the news would leak out. During the meeting, Sacred Lord Jade Flower said, most of the Beast Lords and Peak Beast Saints are gathered on the Sky Patrolling Lord's Immortal Island. As far as I know, a Sacred Lord level alarm array has been set up on the Immortal Island, and its detection range is 1 billion miles, or even more. The range of 1 billion kilometers was too big. Even if one traveled at the speed of light, it would still take a quarter of an hour. If one tore through space, it would also take a little while. In such a long time, the Demon Lords would have long escaped. Iron Cloud Holy Master said, I have a secret treasure on me that can isolate me from detection. However, I don't know if it can block the detection of a Holy Lord level alarm array formation. This secret treasure was found together with the Flame Wheel of Essence in a dangerous place. With these 2 secret treasures, Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's life was pretty good when he was out adventuring. Hearing this, the Sword Master of Deep Blue said, you can't put your hopes on the secret treasure. This time either you don't attack, or you attack and cripple the monster race. Sacred Lord Jade Flower nodded. The alert array formation is a problem. Maybe we can secretly set up a large array formation to cover the alert array formation. Sword Master, didn't you invite an array Sacred Lord back? Sacred Lord Jade Flower looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, actually, there isn't a need to go through so much trouble. I will head to Immortal Island first and attract their attention. The 2 of you will rely on the Iron Cloud Sacred Master's Isolation Cardinal Artifact to follow me. But this is too dangerous for you. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud said. Don't worry. Since I dare to go alone, I have at least a 90% chance of success. To be honest, if these demonic beasts didn't escape, Li Fuchen would be able to deal with all the demonic beast lords and overlords by himself. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was the only one that was a little difficult to deal with. After all, he was a member of the Undead Legion and was extremely hard to kill. Sword Master, are you sure? The Jade Star Sacred Lord knew that Li Fuchen was very powerful, but on the Immortal Island, there were over a dozen demonic beast lords. Li Fuchen said, "During this period of time, my cultivation technique has just broken through to first-rate extremity. I am confident that there won't be any problem. First-rate supreme class." The four of them were astonished. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen already had the strength of a peak-level sacred lord. After breaking through, regular peak-level sacred lords wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from Li Fuchen. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Sword Master." The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded. On the boundless ocean, the 5 streaks of light stopped. Another one. 5 billion kilometers and we will reach Immortal Island. Sacred Lord Jade Flower said. "Wait for my news." Li Fuchen drew with his right hand and created a large opening in the void. Whoosh! Li Fuchen scuttled in. A few 100 million miles ahead, the void split open and Li Fuchen skimmed out. Without any hesitation, he drew with his right hand again. Someone is invading. On the Immortal Island, there were palaces. Once Li Fuchen entered the range of the alarm array, the demonic beast lords on the island immediately sensed it. Swish! The sky-patrolling demonic lord waved his hand and formed a screen with invisible array power. The screen showed the scene of Li Fuchen tearing open the spatial zone. "It's the Sword Master." The sky-patrolling demonic lord's face turned dark. Just him alone. There were more and more demonic beast lords in the sky-patrolling demonic lord's palace. It should be just him alone. The sky-patrolling demonic lord activated the array and sensed carefully but didn't notice anyone. "If he is alone, let's attack together and kill him." Some of the demonic beast lord's eyes flashed with ferocious light. "That's right, I don't care what schemes he has. If we attack together, who can we not deal with?" Most of the demonic beast lords nodded. They had over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords here. If they were to be frightened by a human sacred lord and flee miserably, they would look down on themselves. "Then let's kill him." The other demonic beast lords weren't afraid, let alone the sky-patrolling demonic lord. Furthermore, he was a member of the Undying Legion and his body contained the undying power. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Swish 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 swish, the demonic beast lords flew out of the palaces and arrived above the Immortal Island while waiting quietly for Li Fuchen. "Very good, none of you left." The void split open and Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Immortal Island. Kill! The Immortal Island was only a few 100,000 miles in size and this range was already within the attack range of the demonic beast lords. With the sky-patrolling demonic lord as the leader, over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords had activated their innate abilities and blasted at Li Fuchen. Break! When the Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword was executed, countless sword scars were emitted in the void. Bang boom! The attacks from the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords were all dispersed. Even the arrays on the Immortal Island were broken. After all, apart from the alarm array, the rest of the arrays on the Immortal Island were just ordinary extreme Dao arrays. How could they block Li Fuchen's sword? What? So powerful? The demonic beast lords were shocked and felt that something wasn't right. Sword Sea Horizon. After executing the sword, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and overlapped with the great sun. In the next moment, a boundless silver sword sea swept down and devoured the entire Immortal Island. If one looked down from a high altitude, it would look like a silver sea. No! Li Fuchen's current strength was too powerful. Apart from the sky-patrolling demonic lord, the rest of the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords weren't able to resist and had all died miserably. Stop! The sky-patrolling demonic lord was enraged. A horrific giant wolf emerged from the ground and struggled in the sword sea. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen from the great desolate world. Back then, when Li Fuchen executed the Sword Sea Horizon, the sky-patrolling demonic lord was still able to contest with it. It was already good enough that he could resist for a while. PFFF. The giant wolf was destroyed and the sky-patrolling demonic lord let out a groan. Damn it, why is his strength increasing so quickly? The sky-patrolling demonic lord was going crazy. When he first met Li Fuchen, he was still able to crush Li Fuchen. The second time he met Li Fuchen in the Great Desolate World, Li Fuchen was already able to contest with him and was even able to suppress him. The third time they met, the sky-patrolling demonic lord couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Fuchen. Undying Divine Fist. The horrific fist pierced through the sword sea and the miserable sky-patrolling demonic lord emerged from the sword sea. No wonder he is a member of the Undying Legion. Li Fuchen didn't think that he could kill the sky-patrolling demonic lord in a single sword. In terms of strength, the sky-patrolling demonic lord might only be a slightly stronger peak-level sacred lord, but in terms of difficulty to kill, the sky-patrolling demonic lord was definitely at the top. This was also the reason why he needed the cooperation from the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the others. Otherwise, he could just kill alone and wouldn't need the help of others. Flee! After piercing through the sword sea, the sky-patrolling demonic lord suppressed his shock and anger as he fled frantically. Where do you think you are escaping to? Sect Origin Sword. In the void, the sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and penetrated the sky-patrolling demonic lord's body. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's body turned sluggish and was instantly caught up by Li Fuchen. Sword Master, don't go overboard. If you dare to kill me today, the Undying Legion will destroy the entire deep blue plane in the future. The sky-patrolling demonic lord was afraid. He might be a member of the Undying Legion, but it didn't mean that he was undying and indestructible. He was just a little harder to kill. If Li Fuchen had helpers, the sky-patrolling demonic lord would definitely die today. The Undying Legion has plenty of members. If every member dies, the Undying Legion will go to war. If that's the case, the Undying Legion shouldn't be doing anything and start a war every day. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the Undying Legion would destroy a plane just for a regular member. If the Undying Legion dared to be so arrogant, they would have already incurred the displeasure of the other super factions. Of course, this was based on the fact that the sky-patrolling demonic lord was a regular member. If the sky-patrolling demonic lord was an important member of the Undying Legion, then the Undying Legion might really send a large number of sacred lords to destroy the deep blue plane. Set. The sky-patrolling demonic lord naturally knew that the Undying Legion wouldn't take revenge for him. He just wanted to distract Li Fuchen and executed the Undying Seal while the sky-patrolling demonic lord continued to flee. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's original body was a high-tier sacred beast. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's speed was extremely fast. The spatial zone in front of him was constantly twisting and folding. The Undying Legion's ultimate skill is truly incredible. Li Fuchen was already on guard against the sky-patrolling demonic lord's Undying Seal. But the Undying Seal didn't just have a huge sealing range, it also had a powerful effect that disregarded all laws. It forcefully sealed Li Fuchen for an instant. To a sacred lord, an instant was considered a long time and it was enough for him to escape far away. Return. Just as the sky-patrolling demonic lord thought he was safe, the void in front of him suddenly split open and the Jade Star Sacred Lord appeared. The Jade Star Sacred Lord raised her hand and a massive chi force that was like a starry sky bubble froze the sky-patrolling demonic lord. Flower blooming, flower withering. Chapter 919. The sky-patrolling fiend lord's body was visibly withering. The flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand seemed ordinary, but it actually contained the power of the 100-flower matron. The 100-flower matron's strongest power was the power of withering. It could instantly revive a dying life form, but it could also cause a living life form to wither. Ah! Undying power, activate! The sky-patrolling demon lord roared. His body erupted with an oddly powerful life force, contending against Matron Centuria's power of withering. After all, the power of withering glory didn't have its roots, and the flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand only contained a wisp of the power of withering glory. After a breath, the power of withering glory disappeared, and the sky-scanning monster lord's body returned to normal. So what if it's the 100 Flowers Empress? The Undying King is the strongest existence. The sky-patrolling monster lord laughed heartily. In the past, he had been afraid of Sacred Lord Jade Flower's flower because he didn't know how much of Mistress Hundred Flower's power it contained. If it contained too much power, even his immortal force might not be able to resist it. From the looks of it now, there was nothing to worry about. Crack! It was unknown when Li Fuchen arrived behind the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and slashed down. Puff! Blood splattered as the Sky-inspecting Fiend Lord's body was nearly split in half. Terrifying sword chi bore into his origin energy. Damn it! The Sky-patrolling Fiend Lord was unable to stop the sword chi with his own strength. All he could do was use his undying power to stop it. After consuming a portion of the undying force, the sword chi collapsed. You forced me to do this, undying demon body. As he flew backwards, the Sky-patrolling Demon Lord's body suddenly exploded before instantly reforming into a black shadow. It was impossible to see the details of this black shadow because it was completely blurry, as if it was the manifestation of the undying power. However, the Sky-patrolling Demon Lord's aura was much stronger than before. It was at least 10 times stronger. Using the power of immortality to stimulate the body's potential. No, it's overdrafting the body's potential. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. The battle before their eyes had turned into a battle of unparalleled strength. Sacred Lord Jade Flower possessed the power of Goddess Hundred Flowers. The Sky-patrolling Demon Lord possessed the undying power of an undying monarch. Li Fuchen Joint Heaven Sword also had the undying sword power. As for the Jade Star Sacred Lords, they were the weakest link. Jade Lords had ventured in the universe for many years and might have some powerful means. Far away on Immortal Island, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud and Deep Blue Sword Master were searching for some fish that had escaped their net. The two of them were relatively weak, so they would not be of much help if they participated in the siege against the Sky-patrolling Demon Lord. They're really amazing. Not a single fish escaped the net. Demon Lord's Lord Saint Dragon was Dragon and Dragon King Fiend. Over a dozen demonic beast lords and numerous P-class overlords were killed by Li Fuchen just like that. They couldn't imagine how powerful Li Fuchen was. Immortal God Fist. The Sky-patrolling Demon Lord, who had activated his undying demon body, punched out. The terrifying black fist corroded the void, and its momentum was terrifying. You think I'm a pushover? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was enraged. The Sky-inspecting Demon Lord's first target was him. It was obvious that the Sky-inspecting Demon Lord thought that he was the weakest and wanted to eliminate him first. Jade Star Sky Net. Jade Star Sacred Lord roared as he channeled his Jade Star cultivation technique to its limit. Faintly, the power of the great path of the universe appeared and a visible illusory star appeared in front of Jade Star Sacred Lord. The stars revolved and revealed the aura of an indestructible Grand Tao. Rumble. The black fist bombarded the illusory star, and an earth-shattering sound immediately erupted. This Jade Star cultivation method is really mysterious. Li Fuchen could see that the Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star cultivation technique wasn't a regular first-rate extreme state cultivation technique. It was rather closely integrated with the universe law and to a certain degree, it could borrow the universe's great Tao power. This was tantamount to making one's Shen-Chi more powerful. In this way, the power of one's martial arts would naturally be greater. Unfortunately, it was still a little difficult for him to contend against the Sky-patrolling Demon Lord, who had used two of the undead army's ultimate techniques. A wisp of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as the Jade Star Sacred Lord flew back dozens of miles. Withering Finger. On the other side, Sacred Lord Jade Flower plucked 2 flower petals and gathered 2 times the power of withering between her fingers. She then pointed at the Sky-patrolling Devil Lord. Block for me. The Sky-patrolling Devil Lord had just executed a fist and didn't have time to counterattack. He had no choice but to take out a shield. Clang! The shield shook violently and rusted at a shocking speed. PFFF, in the next moment, there was a large hole in the center of the shield. The withering finger had pierced through the Sky-patrolling Devil Lord. In the face of the unparalleled power of withering, a super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact wouldn't be of much use, unless the shield's grade was peak-grade super first-rate extreme Tao. It was a pity that this was only a mid-grade super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord believed that his defense wasn't weak, and with the power of Undying, he wasn't willing to spend a few 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones to purchase a high-grade super first-rate extreme Tao defensive cardinal artifact. This shield wasn't bought by him, it was a spoil of war that he obtained after killing a sacred lord. After being pierced by the withering finger, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body dimmed significantly. Heaven Tao Divine Movement Sword. Li Fuchen appeared and vanished like a ghost and appeared behind the sky-patrolling Devil Lord again. He brandished his sword and countless sword scars covered the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. TSS TSS TSS, sword lights burst out from the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body and the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's chi presence started to decline. Undying God Fist, die! The sky-patrolling Devil Lord hated Li Fuchen the most. He was determined that even if he had to die, he would drag Li Fuchen down with him. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord turned around and executed a fist at Li Fuchen. Seal! Li Fuchen blocked with his sword and was sent flying by the black fist. I know that your defense is extremely tough, therefore, I will not give you any chance. After activating the Undying Demon Body, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's speed was much faster than before. He easily caught up to Li Fuchen and executed fist after fist. The Undying Demon Body was the first of the Undying Legion's 3 signature skills. Once it was executed, it would be irreversible and the user would have to exhaust all of his energy. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord wouldn't even think of using it. But once he executed it, it meant that he had made up his mind and it was either his enemy or his enemy. The sword light turned into a sphere and Li Fuchen's defense was watertight. It was a pity that in the face of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying God Fist, the sphere of sword light crumbled easily and the black fist shadows blasted on his body. However, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had also burst out with sword wounds. The duo was exchanging injuries and it was a competition to see who couldn't withstand the attacks first. During this period of time, the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord were constantly attacking the sky-patrolling Devil Lord. The Undying Willpower is about to collapse. Li Fuchen's Star Immortal body was still inferior to the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying Demon body. Primary Extreme Sword Body. After a long yell, Li Fuchen circulated the Primary Extreme Sword technique to the extremity. Unknowingly, an extremely horrific sword Tao power was fused into Li Fuchen's body. The Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star Cultivation technique was able to obtain the support of the universe Great Tao power. Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword technique was naturally able to obtain the support of the universe Sword Tao power too. A regular first-rate extremity cultivation technique would only involve the mysteries of 60 human bodies. Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword technique would involve the mysteries of 68 human bodies. After being enhanced by the Sword Tao power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality had a sudden increase. He had slashed open wounds on the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. Incredible! The Jade Star Sacred Lord was astonished. Previously, he thought that Li Fuchen's first-rate extremity cultivation technique would be weaker than his. Right now, it wasn't just weaker, it was obviously stronger than his Jade Star cultivation technique and was more compatible with the universe's Great Tao. With the trio's collaboration, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying Demon body was ultimately unable to withstand the attacks. Bang! Half of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had exploded. Immediately after, the rest of his body had also exploded. This wasn't caused by the trio's attacks, it was caused by the Undying Demon body's own collapse. Of course, this was also indirectly related to the trio's attacks. After all, if it wasn't for the trio's frenzied attacks, the Undying Demon body wouldn't have collapsed so early. Don't even think about killing me. The Undying Demon body had completely exploded and a small radiance suddenly rushed out. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp and could instantly see that the small radiance was an emblem. The emblem had a horrific figure carved on it. Undying Emblem. Li Fuchen immediately guessed that this emblem was the Undying Emblem. It was rumored that anyone who obtained the Undying Emblem would be able to become a member of the Undying Legion if they could activate the Undying power within the Undying Emblem. Break! Li Fuchen executed the Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword and wanted to strike down the Undying Emblem. But the Undying Emblem was extremely slippery. Before Li Fuchen's sword chi could make contact, it had already slid to the side and couldn't even touch it. In the blink of the eye, the Undying Emblem vanished without a trace. After keeping the half-balled fresh flower, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord said, "It doesn't matter. He is only left with his true spirit. I don't think he can do anything." This mission was already considered a complete success if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord was only left with his true spirit. After all, even if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord succeeded in the possession, his strength would definitely not be as good as before. He would need an extremely long time to recover his peak strength. Of course, it was highly possible that the Sky Patrol Beast Lord wouldn't be able to recover his peak strength in this lifetime. It wasn't easy to find a body that was extremely compatible with one's true spirit. The Sky Patrol Beast Lord is dead? The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord and the Deep Blue Sword Master rushed over. Only his true spirit escaped. Li Fuchen said. A mere true spirit isn't worth mentioning. Since the demonic beast matter is settled, I will be leaving the Deep Blue Plane in a few days. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord felt as though he was relieved of a huge burden. The Deep Blue Plane was too small for him. No Sacred Lord would be willing to stay in the Deep Blue Plane for a long period of time, especially after seeing the outside world. I am going to report to the 100 Flowers City too. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord nodded. Chapter 920. Once the demonic beasts were crippled, the situation in the Deep Blue Plane had completely stabilized. For the next few days, there would be P-class saints or sacred lords that would leave the Deep Blue Plane. Some of them would return to their original places, some would use the spatial channel in the East Unicorn continent to venture into other star regions. During this period of time, the Deep Blue Sword Master invited Li Fuchen to the Divine Leaf City as there was a higher-class swordsman guild there. However, Li Fuchen rejected. He would definitely go to the Star Region Swordsman Guild, but not now. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. To regular martial artists, 5 years was definitely a long time. After all, their lifespan was only 100 to 200 years. To a sage, 5 years was just the time to take a nap. 7th level of Unity Realm now. With sufficient peak-grade spirit stones, all sorts of top-notch cultivation resources, and with the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique to first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed couldn't be described as 1,000 miles in a day, it was more like 10,000 miles in a day. According to the Stone Axe Saint Lord, humans are only qualified to comprehend supreme martial arts when their cultivation reaches the 9th level of Unity Realm. I wonder if it is true. When Li Fuchen was having a casual conversation with the Stone Axe Saint Lord, he learned of this rumor. The origin of this rumor was discovered by the Stone Axe Saint Lord when he was reading an ancient book. The ancient book recorded that there were 98 human heaven monarchs and every heaven monarch only became a heaven monarch after reaching the 9th level of Unity Realm. I reckon it is probably fake. Li Fuchen laughed. Which human heaven monarch didn't spend at least 100,000 years to become a heaven monarch? If they couldn't reach the 9th level of Unity Realm in 100,000 years, it could only mean that their innate talents were too poor. But how could a person with poor innate talents become a heaven monarch? This was simply a paradox. Of course, nothing was absolute and it might really be the case. If Li Fuchen wanted to verify it, he would have to comprehend a supreme sword art before he reached the 9th level of Unity Realm. Buzz! There was an intense array wave that came from a nearby place. It is almost set up. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared beside the Tortoise Saint Lord. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell wiped the sweat off his forehead and said excitedly, "Sword Master, I didn't disappoint you. The array will be completed in 3 days at most." Sacred Lord Turtle Shell was indeed surprised that he was able to finish so quickly. He had a feeling that his array Dao had improved by leaps and bounds, and he wasn't far away from being able to set up a peak-tier Sacred Lord array. The array was set up 3 days later. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell then helped set up some support and alarm arrays. In total, there were around 6 layers of arrays. Sword Master, test out the defensive power of the array. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell suggested. Alright. Li Fuchen drew a first-rate extreme Dao sword and slashed at the array. Hua! It was like a sword slashing into water. As the depth increased, the resistance increased rapidly. In the end, the sword chi could only advance 30% of its depth before its strength was exhausted. What powerful defense! As expected of a high-rank Holy Lord level array formation. Li Fuchen nodded in admiration. Sword Master, why don't you try using your supreme sword? Sacred Lord Turtle Shell said. Don't worry. Li Fuchen smiled and drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Sect Origin Swords. When Li Fuchen slashed, the sword shadows turned into one sword shadow and pierced into the array. 10% depth. 20% depth. 30% depth. The sword shadow advanced at an extremely fast speed, causing the Sacred Lord Turtle Shell's scalp to turn numb. Ultimately, the sword shadow stopped at around 85% depth. What is the name of this array? Li Fuchen was very satisfied. Even though he knew that a high-rank Holy Lord level array should be able to resist his full-powered sword, he was still very surprised to see it personally. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell came back to his senses and said, "This array is called the Great Unity Mystic Water Array. It is best at defense and also has offensive effects. It can produce the Great Unity Mystic Water Divine Thunder to blast at the enemy." Sacred Lord Turtle Shell waved his hand and countless thunderballs flew out from the array. Boom boom boom. The thunderballs exploded in the air and the power was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a P-class saint. Not bad, not bad. Li Fuchen was even more satisfied. With the Great Unity Mystic Water Array, it meant that P-class saints were nothing. No matter how many P-class saints there were, they would be blasted into ashes by the Great Unity Mystic Water Divine Thunder. Regular Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to handle the countless Divine Thunders. Only P-class saints would probably be able to escape unscathed. The Great Unity Mystic Water Array has 2 cores. One is the energy pool and the other is the Great Unity Mystic Water Totem Pillar. In normal situations, if the energy pool doesn't have any energy and relies on absorbing heaven and earth energy to sustain the array, it will only last for 1 day if it suffers an intense attack. Once the energy pool is filled with energy, it will be able to last for 1 year if it suffers an intense attack. Why don't you create a few more energy pools? Li Fuchen asked. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell said, 1 energy pool is enough. It is very troublesome to set up 2 energy pools and it will take a lot of time. I am unable to set up multiple energy pools for now. Furthermore, the Great Unity Mystic Water Array can absorb heaven and earth energy and also absorb a martial artist's chi. The Great Unity Mystic Water Totem Pillar is used to absorb the martial artist's chi. Therefore, as long as there are enough saints, the array's duration might not be inferior to the energy pools. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Immediately after, Sacred Lord Turtle Shell explained all the details of the Great Unity Mystic Water Array to Li Fuchen. Sword Master, if there is nothing else, I shall return to Time Sand City first. After explaining everything, Sacred Lord Turtle Shell was planning to leave. Sacred lords like them who stayed in the outside world for a long period of time would rarely come to a certain plane. After all, the suppression in a different plane was too unbearable for them. Alright, I shall send you off. Li Fuchen expressed his understanding. A short moment later, the duo arrived at the East Unicorn continent. After passing through the spatial tunnel, the duo arrived at the ancient Stone Star region. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell, please don't expose this spatial tunnel. Li Fuchen said sincerely. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell nodded solemnly. Sword Master doesn't have to worry. Even if I die, I will not expose it. He knew how important a spatial tunnel that led to the right plane was. If anyone knew about it, it would cause a disaster. Many thanks then. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid that the sacred Lord Turtle Shell would expose the spatial tunnel. Firstly, these spatial tunnels were constantly changing locations. Unless one was a heavenly monarch, otherwise, it would be very hard to determine the location. Secondly, when the spatial tunnel wasn't in use, it would be extremely tiny. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to notice. With the two factors combined, apart from heavenly monarchs, no one would be able to find it. The reason why Li Fuchen requested the sacred Lord Turtle Shell not to expose it was mainly to prevent any accidents. Chapter 921. Now that the array was set up, it was time to set up the sect. Rise! In a mountain range on the Saint Soul continent, Li Fuchen waved his hand and a mystical mountain rose from the ground. Let's go! Li Fuchen carried the mystical mountain and rushed towards the Saint Spirit continent. Along the way, many people saw this scene, but no one dared to obstruct him. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen was no longer like the sun in the sky. It was more appropriate to describe him as covering the sky with one hand. As long as Li Fuchen was willing, apart from the Zhu clan and a few factions with deep foundations, he could easily eradicate any other faction. Saint Spirit Continent, Soaring Beauty Mountains. This mountain range was only a regular large-scale mountain range on the Saint Spirit Continent. It was big enough, but there weren't many mystical mountains. Li Fuchen didn't wish to invade other factions' mountain ranges, therefore, he searched for mystical mountains. 108 mystical mountains are all here. Tai mystic water, combine. The mystical mountains in different regions had different chi fields. If they were forcefully placed together, it would make the martial artist feel uneasy when cultivating. In normal situations, it would take a long time for the chaotic chi fields to gradually unify. It was fortunate that the higher the grade of the array, the better the effect of unifying the chi fields. The Tai Mystic Water Array was an extremely high-grade array among the high-grade Saint Lord arrays. As Li Fuchen circulated the array, the 108 mystical mountains started to form a connection. The chi fields had also gradually calmed down from the initial chaos. Sword Owner. Sword Owner, is this the location of the sect? Such an incredible array wave. After Li Fuchen gathered the saints, they arrived at the Soaring Beauty Mountains. These saints had been following Li Fuchen for a long time. Of course, there were also some who only followed Li Fuchen recently. Li Fuchen said, "Among you, those that are adept with the Water Dao Law, open up some lakes and rivers in the Soaring Beauty Mountains. Also, create some waterfalls and scenery. Those that are adept with the Earth Dao Law and Metal Dao Law, help build some sect buildings. Those that are adept with the Wood Dao Law, modify the environment." Everyone had their own specialties. Li Fuchen was actually able to do all these, but it was hard for him to do it to perfection. Sword Owner doesn't have to worry, just leave it to us. Everyone was very excited and were rubbing their palms. A few months later, the Soaring Grace mountain range seemed to have been reborn, and it glowed with a shocking scene. When looked at from afar, the Soaring Elegance mountain range that had 108 extraordinary mountains and countless ordinary mountains was lofty, magnificent, and dangerous. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the Soaring Elegance mountain range that seemed to be grand and magnificent revealed an indescribably exquisite and delicate aura in its details, and it was like a pretty daughter of a humble family that possessed a restrained bearing. There were many buildings on the mountain peaks. These buildings were of different colors depending on the mountain peak. Some were gold, some were silver, some were black, some were white. Some of the buildings were extremely huge and spectacular. Other than that, most of the mountain peaks had waterfalls that cascaded down. Some of these waterfalls were graceful, some wild, and some boundless. There were almost no duplicates. Taking a closer look, the buildings on the mountain peak, such as the roads between the buildings, the squares, and the drill grounds, were all paved with neat and tidy pure jade stones. On both sides of the roads, there were 2 stone lighthouses at regular intervals. Between the stone lighthouses, all kinds of spiritual trees and herbs were planted, There were also some mountain peaks that did not have any buildings. There were only a few pavilions surrounded by clouds and mist, giving off a free and unfettered feeling. The remodeling is almost done. The rest of the remodeling will have to be done slowly in the future. It was best to make changes that were suitable for oneself. The Soaring Elegance mountain range was only roughly remodeling now. There were some more detailed remodeling that could be done in the future. Gather energy. In the sky above the Soaring Elegance mountain range, Li Fuchen waved his hand. Boundless heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles surged towards the Soaring Elegance mountain range. Swish swish swish, as the sound of the tsunami echoed, the Soaring Elegance mountain range's mountains were visibly heavier and more precipitous. The water was even clearer and the trees and flowers were even more luxuriant. Among the 6 layers of arrays, one of them was a low-grade Holy Lord class array, the Great Unity Gathering Array. This array could gather heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles, causing the concentration of heaven and earth energy within the Great Unity Gathering Array to be a few times or even 10 times denser than the outside world. With the Great Unity Gathering Array, it didn't just allow the people in the Soaring Elegance mountain range to cultivate at a faster speed, it could also allow the energy pool to be filled with energy faster. Splash splash. Due to the extreme concentration of heaven and earth energy, the Soaring Elegance mountain range even had an energy rain. The energy rain continued to fall and the astounding energy had seeped into the depths of the ground and the mountains along with the rain. 1 week later, the Soaring Elegance mountain range had plenty of small lakes, rivers, streams, and waterfalls. This place shall be the sect's treasure vault in the future. On a steep and mystical mountain, Li Fuchen took out a massive amount of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them into different pagodas. These pagodas were all 9 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the value of the treasures. According to the types of treasures, Li Fuchen named these pagodas as weapon pagodas, secret treasure pagodas, resource pagodas, martial study pagodas, cultivation technique pagodas. Of course, it was impossible to fill up all the pagodas. Li Fuchen didn't have any low-end treasures with him, he only had high-end treasures. After placing the treasures, Li Fuchen carved sword pattern restrictions on each of the pagodas. Once the sword pattern restrictions were activated, even saints would perish. It is time to bring them over. After everything was in place, Li Fuchen flashed and rushed towards the Emperor Sky Continent. The Emperor Sky Continent was only a mid-class continent and was incomparable to high-class continents, even if there was a massive supply of resources. This is where we are going to live from now on. In the Soaring Elegance mountain range, the Li clansmen were looking around and were extremely excited. They were already very shocked after arriving at a high-class continent. After arriving at the Soaring Elegance mountain range, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak and felt as though they were living in a dream. Big brother, that mountain peak is so beautiful. Our family shall live on that mountain peak. The younger sister, Li Fuxiang, pointed at a magnificent and mystical mountain and said with delight, "Fuxiang, stop messing around. Don't you think it is too wasteful for the few of us to live on a mountain peak?" Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyen were standing side by side while Li Tianhan said with a stern expression. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile, "Father, the Soaring Elegance mountain range has plenty of mountain peaks. It is nothing to occupy a mystical mountain. Let's live on this mountain peak. Xiaodai, you shall live too." Li Fuchen's family had already treated Li Xiaodai as a part of the family and Li Fuchen had also treated Li Xiaodai as his younger sister. Apart from the Li clan, there were also the Azure Water sect, Floating Sky Mountain, and even some people from the Emperor Sky Continent that had connections with Li Fuchen. Like the Safflower Empress and her group of people. Apart from the Emperor Sky Continent and the 7-color continent that had connections with Li Fuchen, as long as they were willing to come, Li Fuchen would bring them over, like the Red Rainbow sect or the South Forest Martial Institution. In short, for the establishment of the sect, Li Fuchen had brought everyone that he knew and was willing to come over. In any case, the Soaring Elegance mountain range's territory was enough to accommodate billions of people and there wasn't a need to worry about the quality of life. On the 1st of January, the Sword Sect was established and Li Fuchen was the Sword Sect Patriarch. Under him were the Sect Protector, Inner Sect Elders, Outer Sect Elders, inner sect deacons, outer sect deacons, direct disciples, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. Among them, the sect protector must have the strength of a saint, therefore, there wasn't a single one. The inner sect elders and outer sect elders must be saints, and there were currently 23 of them. Inner sect deacons, outer sect deacons, and direct disciples corresponded to law phase realm emperors. Inner sect disciples corresponded to primary sea realm monarchs. Outer sect disciples corresponded to battle spirit realm masters. The odd job disciples corresponded to martial artists below the battle spirit realm. Of course, there was an age restriction, and those that were too old were unable to become disciples of the sword sect. The establishment of the sword faction had shaken the entire deep blue plain. All the major factions had sent saints over to congratulate. On the way to congratulate, some of the sage monarchs met each other and started chatting. From now on, the number one power in the deep blue plain will be the sword sect. Exactly. It can only be said that the sword master is too powerful. He is invincible below the Lord of Heaven. Before the sword sect, no other faction dared to proclaim themselves as the number one faction in the deep blue plain. The Zhou clan couldn't do it, and neither could some of the sects left behind by the heaven monarchs. After all, if one wanted to be known as the number one power, one had to be strong enough. Relying on one's foundation was useless. The atmosphere in the Zhou family was stifling. Ancestor, the sword sect is extremely powerful now. Our Zhou clan's days are probably not going to be easy. In the Zhou clan's main hall, all the ancestors were gathered together. The number one ancestor, the Heaven Fire's sacred lord, Zhou Sanqiu, was seated on the host seat. Zhou Sanqiu had a gloomy expression as he grunted, "My Zhou clan has existed for millions of years. During these millions of years, how many sects have turned into ashes and vanished in the river of history? I believe that the sword sect will also decline completely in the near future. In addition, after a period of time, I will leave the deep blue plain and head to a distant star region to search for the Zhou clan." Zhou clan. All the ancestors were shocked. In the Zhou clan, only they knew that the deep blue plain's Zhou clan wasn't a main clan and was just a branch of the Zhou clan. When the demigod ancestor was still around, the two clans still had some contact. After the demigod ancestor went missing, the Zhou clan and the deep blue plain's Zhou clan hadn't contacted each other for countless years. The true Zhou clan had plenty of saints and even plenty of heaven monarchs. That was where most of the wealth of the demigod ancestor was hidden. If they could find the Zhou clan, a sword sect wouldn't be enough. The Zhou clan's ancient record stated that the Zhou clan is in another star region. It is too dangerous to travel across star regions. An ancestor of the Zhou clan was worried. Between the star areas was a completely dark space without any light. No one knew what kind of dangers were lurking there. If there was a teleportation formation, one could directly teleport there. However, even if there was a teleportation formation, it was in the hands of some powerful heavenly monarchs. Therefore, the sacred lord had to travel through the endless darkness to cross the star areas. Chapter 922. After the sword sect was established, it started to recruit disciples. It might be called the sword sect, but the sword sect didn't only recruit swordsmen. Be it swordsmen or other types of martial artists, the sword sect recruited them all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the innate perception must be high. For this, Li Fuchen constructed a sword pagoda and a martial tower. Passing the first floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an outer sect disciple. Passing the second floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an inner sect disciple. After 1 year, the sword sect was gradually on the right track. There were 200,000 outer sect disciples and 30,000 inner sect disciples. As for direct disciples, they weren't recruited directly, therefore, there were only Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi. There were more odd job disciples and there were more than 1 million of them. Only a minority of these odd job disciples would become official disciples in the future. Most of them would become staff members of the odd job hall when they reached the age and cultivation level, managing a large number of odd job disciples. Seeing that the sect was on the right track, Li Fuchen left the deep blue plain and headed for the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City was the most peculiar universe city in the horizontal river star region. This universe city was constructed on a piece of leaf. It was said that this leaf was the leaf of the world tree. This leaf had drifted for countless years, and the Divine Leaf City Lord used this leaf to construct the Divine Leaf City. Back then, there was a Heaven Monarch War because of the world tree's leaf. Ultimately, the Divine Leaf City Lord had the geographical advantage and was powerful enough to force the Divine Leaf City Lord to retreat. On the teleportation star, Li Fuchen saw the Divine Leaf City. The universe is huge and there are truly all sorts of wonders. Li Fuchen was truly astonished. In his vision, there was an unimaginably massive green leaf floating in the universe. On the leaf, there was a universe city. If the leaf is so big, wouldn't the world tree be bigger than a plane? After calming down, Li Fuchen flew towards the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild was very imposing and grand. The main door was a building that looked like a giant sword. On both sides, there were two Sword Dao Saints guarding the door. A short moment later, the Deep Blue Sword Master walked out. "Sword Master, over here." The Deep Blue Sword Master smiled. Li Fuchen walked over and asked, "How do I join the Divine Leaf City Swordsman Guild?" Regardless of whether it was the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild or the Divine Leaf City Swordsman Guild, the nature was the same. There wasn't a strict superior-subordinate relationship. Everyone was gathered together with the primitive spirit of helping each other. To join the God Leaf City Swordsman Guild, there are 3 prerequisites. Firstly, you must be a Sword Dao Saint. Secondly, you must make an oath. Thirdly, every 10,000 years, you must complete a guild mission. It could be said that joining the Swordsman Guild was not difficult at all. However, after joining, one would be subject to some restrictions. For example, under the circumstances where one was not being harmed, one could not betray the guild. One could only help the guild if it was within one's capabilities. When the guild encountered a strong enemy, one had to work together to fight against the enemy. One could not retreat. In short, if one violated any of these rules, not only would one suffer a backlash from the oath, but one would also be expelled from the guild. In serious cases, one would have to face the guild's judgment. As for the benefits of joining a guild, there were naturally plenty of them. Otherwise, most of the Sword Dao Saints wouldn't be attracted to join. After entering the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen realized that the 2 Sword Dao Saints guarding the entrance weren't humans. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, "Cultivating martial arts and cultivation techniques isn't the privilege of the human race. There are plenty of races that can cultivate martial arts and cultivation techniques. Of course, the human race is the best among them." After making the oath inside the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen officially became a member of the guild. The guild might not have a strict hierarchy, but there was a difference in grades. The higher the grade, the higher the authority. According to strength and contribution, there were a total of 7 grades. They were low class, mid class, high class, peak class, morning star, radiant moon, and glorious Sunday. At the same time, each grade was further divided into 3 ranks, making a total of 21 ranks. Generally speaking, the morning star rank corresponded to the Sword Dao Saint Lord. The Deep Blue Sword Master was currently a first-level morning star rank member. The Radiant Moon and Glorious Sun ranks corresponded to Heaven Monarchs. However, the God Leaf City's Swordsman Guild didn't have any Glorious Sun rank members. Even the guild leader was only a 3rd-level Radiant Moon. Of course, strength alone wasn't enough, contribution was also required. Li Fuchen didn't have any contribution at all, therefore, he wasn't even a low-class member and was only a reserve member. If a preparatory member wanted to become a junior member, they needed to earn 1,000 contribution points, an intermediate member 10,000, a high-grade member 100,000, a peak member 1 million, a morning star 10 million, and a radiant moon 100 million. According to the Deep Blue Sword Master, the contribution points required to promote wasn't a lot. The crucial point was whether one had the strength to promote. If one didn't have the strength, even if they earned 100 million contribution points, they wouldn't be able to promote. It seems like I have to earn 1,000 contribution points first. Reserve members didn't have any authority in the Swordsman Guild and were only considered members of the guild. The Deep Blue Sword Master said, in the God Leaf City, the best way for reserve members to earn contribution points is to collect the Divine Leaf Dew. What is the Divine Leaf Dew? Li Fuchen asked. The Deep Blue Sword Master laughed and said, the Divine Leaf Dew is the dew on the leaves of the World Tree below the God Leaf City. This dew gathers the essence of the universe and is also mixed with a trace of the World Tree's power. It is extremely beneficial for saints' cultivation. At the same time, it can be used to nurture all sorts of rare herbs and spirit trees. If you can collect a bottle of Divine Leaf Dew, you can obtain 100 contribution points. Why would the God Leaf City Lord allow everyone to collect the Divine Leaf Dew? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The leaves of the World Tree, which were also known as the Divine Leaves, were massive and the dew on them was definitely endless. However, there were plenty of life forms living in the God Leaf City. If they continued to collect, the amount of Divine Leaf Dew would definitely be astonishing. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, the Divine Leaf Dew can be regenerated. No matter how much is collected, it will still be condensed when the time is up. It is just like the leaves of nature. In the morning, they will condense dew. After collecting the dew, it won't affect the leaves and there will be more on the next day. Even if you don't collect it, as time passes, it will gradually evaporate and it will be a waste. Of course, the God Leaf City Lord wouldn't possibly open up all the regions for you to collect dew. Right now, there are only a total of 100 regions that can be collected and they are all at the corners of the Divine Leaves. The dew at the main and secondary veins of the Divine Leaves have all been channeled to the God Leaf City Lord residence by the God Leaf City Lord with an array. In addition, only saints can stand on the Divine Leaves. Those below saints won't be able to withstand the prowess of the Divine Leaves and will be instantly annihilated. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. The Divine Leaves were too massive and even the God Leaf City Lord wouldn't be able to collect all the dew. Therefore, it was better to open it up and attract everyone to reside in the God Leaf City. One had to use the teleportation array to head to the collection points. Each teleportation cost 10 peak-grade spirit stones. It might not seem like a lot, but there were plenty of saints in the God Leaf City. Furthermore, many of the saints would have to collect dew multiple times a year. As such, the number of peak-grade spirit stones that the God Leaf City Lord would be extremely shocking. Sword Master, I will not be going. At a collection point near the teleportation array, the Deep Blue Sword Master said. Alright, I will go alone. Li Fuchen handed over 10 peak-grade spirit stones and stepped onto the teleportation array. Right now, there were already 98 saints from various races standing on the teleportation array. It would only be teleported when there were 100 of them. In just a short moment, 2 more foreign race saints arrived. Buzz! A radiance rushed into the sky and shot out of the God Leaf City. This is the Divine Leaf. When the radiance descended, Li Fuchen and the other 100 saints appeared. This was a man-made plaza and there were plenty of saints seated cross-legged in the plaza. Looking into the distance, there was a vast expanse of green outside the plaza. Li Fuchen could vaguely see a layer of barrier that was emitting a faint light at the end. Walking out of the plaza, Li Fuchen arrived at the surface of the Divine Leaf. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that the surface of the Divine Leaf would be very rough, after all, it was so huge. But after arriving, he realized that the surface of the Divine Leaf was extremely smooth and there weren't any cracks or holes. Such powerful pressure. Once Li Fuchen landed on the surface of the Divine Leaf, he felt his body sinking. A boundless pressure was emitted from the surface of the Divine Leaf. Just as the Deep Blue Sword Master said, if anyone below the saint level dared to come to the surface of the Divine Leaf, they would be instantly annihilated. Li Fuchen could see that a few of the weaker foreign race saints had strenuous expressions. It was as though they were carrying a mountain. There wasn't any communication. After arriving at the collection point, everyone immediately split up and searched for the Divine Leaf Dew. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen collected the first Divine Leaf Dew. The divine leaf dew looked like a type of dew that was glowing with colorful radiance. It contained astounding vitality and extremely pure power. There is one here and one there. The divine leaf's prowess was extremely powerful and Saint's spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. If it was too far, it would be torn apart. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the heaven monarch level and it could be released to a relatively far distance. Therefore, in just half a day, Li Fuchen had collected a few hundred bottles of divine leaf dew. If others knew about this, they would probably be flabbergasted. In normal situations, a saint would be extremely lucky to collect one bottle of divine leaf dew in a week. After all, on the divine leaf, the speed was extremely slow and the spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. It wasn't as useful as using one's eyes. One day later, Li Fuchen had collected over 1,000 bottles of divine leaf dew. 1 week later, Li Fuchen had collected 10,000 bottles of divine leaf dew. 10,000 bottles of divine leaf dew was equivalent to 1 square of divine leaf dew. If converted to contribution points, it would be equivalent to 1 million contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to become an elite member. It was a pity that the Swordsman Guild had a rule that the divine leaf dew could only be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. The excess could only be sold to the Swordsman Guild and couldn't be converted into contribution points. It is about time to go back and rest. After staying on the surface of the divine leaf for an entire week, Li Fuchen felt that it was strenuous. Regular saints would only be able to stay on the surface of the divine leaf for around 2 hours. Those that were more formidable would be able to stay for a few hours. If they felt that they couldn't endure it, they would immediately return to the man-made plaza to meditate. There were plenty of times when collecting 1 bottle of divine leaf dew in a week was already extremely lucky. Some of the weaker and unlucky saints might not even be able to collect 1 bottle of divine leaf dew in a month. Therefore, in order to earn back the 10 peak grade spirit stones for the teleportation fee, some of the saints would stay here for a few years or even a few dozen years. In the outside world, 10 bottles of divine leaf dew were equivalent to 1 peak grade spirit stone. "This brother, can you sell me some divine leaf dew?" After arriving at the man-made plaza, a Sword Dao saint came over. "Are you from the Swordsman Guild?" Li Fuchen asked. "That's right, I am here to earn contribution points. If I didn't come, I wouldn't know. It is simply too difficult to collect divine leaf dew. After 3 months, I have only collected 7 bottles. I still need 3 more bottles to complete the mission. I will give these 3 bottles to you." Li Fuchen tossed over 3 bottles of divine leaf dew. It wasn't necessary to collect the divine leaf dew personally to earn contribution points. 3 bottles of divine leaf dew weren't considered much for Li Fuchen and it didn't matter if he gave it to the saint. "Many thanks then." Chapter 923. 20,000 bottles, 50,000 bottles, 100,000 bottles. Li Fuchen had tried the divine leaf dew and it was indeed helpful for cultivation. Even if Li Fuchen didn't use it, he could leave it for the sword sect. Therefore, he planned to spend more time to collect more divine leaf dew. The Divine Leaf City Lord residence had a giant lake and in the center of the lake was a lone island. In a pavilion on the lone island, 2 figures that were emitting supreme chi presences were drinking tea and chatting. If there was a saint here, they would be shocked to find out that this giant lake was actually formed by the divine leaf dew. The 2 figures that were drinking tea and chatting were actually the Divine Leaf City Lord and 100 Flower Empress. Divine Leaf City Lord, 700 peak grade spirit stones per cubic meter will do. 100 Flower Empress, divine leaf dew is worth 1000 peak grade spirit stones per cubic meter in the outside world. 700 is too little. Previously when we transacted, it was 780. You should know that in the outside world, you have accumulated a large amount of god leaf dew over the years. Now that all of this god leaf dew has appeared on the streets of God Leaf City, a cubic meter of god leaf dew would be worth 600 to 700 top-grade spirit stones. Hee, 100 Flower Empress must be joking. The divine leaf dew isn't just popular in the Divine Leaf City, it is one of the most important resources in the entire horizontal river star region or even the entire universe. I am only friends with 100 Flower Empress. If it is any other heaven monarch, it will be at least 900 peak-grade spirit stones per cubic meter. Alright, 750 it is then. 100 Flower Empress let out a sigh. She needed too much, otherwise, she wouldn't bargain as it would be too embarrassing. 100 Flower Empress, is it still 10 million cubes this time? The Divine Leaf City Lord asked. 100 million cubes. 100 Flower Empress replied. 100 million cubes. No wonder. The Divine Leaf City Lord smiled bitterly. 100 million cubes was equivalent to 75 billion peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder the 100 Flower Empress would bargain so ruthlessly. How about this? I will give you 730 per cubic meter. The Divine Leaf City Lord took the initiative to bargain. You should know how difficult it is to construct a city on the leaves of the world tree. 90% of the peak-grade spirit stones that I earned were used to maintain the array and prevent it from collapsing. The might contained within the world tree's leaf was too strong. The God Leaf City's array was constantly being attacked. One had to know that as long as the formation was not under attack, it would be able to maintain itself by absorbing the world's origin chi. Once it suffered an intense attack, even if the essence chi pool was filled with essence chi, it would not last for long. Therefore, the God Leaf City Lord had to invest a huge amount of spirit stones into the essence chi pool every year. In addition, in order to prevent powerful lords of heaven from touching the leaves of the world tree, he also set up several supreme tactical arrays on the surface of the leaves of the world tree. Each supreme tactical array ate a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, he had to eat them. If not for these reasons, the God Leaf City Lord would have given 100 Flowers Empress 100 million cubic meters of God Leaf Dew for free. Don't cry about being poor. Everyone in the entire Hengi Star region knows that you are the wealthiest. Even the Hengi primogenitor cannot compare to you, said Matron Centauria with a smile. Although they were both lords of heaven, there was a huge difference in wealth. The wealth gap between ordinary heaven lords was normal. However, the moment one became the city leader of a universe city, their wealth would increase exponentially. It was not an exaggeration to say that the wealth of any city leader of a universe city was at least 100 or even 1,000 times that of an ordinary heaven lord. However, the wealth of the God Leaf City Lord was 10 or 100 times that of other universe city leaders. Matron Centauria controlled the power of withering glory and could cultivate a large number of precious herbs. However, her wealth was far less than that of the God Leaf City Lord. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. All these years, I have been living very carefully. Sometimes, I envy you guys. There are not so many people eyeing you. The God Leaf City Lord sighed. As far as he knew, there were not many leaves of the world tree in the entire universe. Those who had obtained the leaves of the world tree were all at the same level as the Hengi primogenitor. Some of them were even demigods. Only he was much weaker. If it was not for the geographical advantage and the top-grade secret treasure, the leaves of the world tree and the God Leaf City would have changed owners long ago. He would have been killed long ago. Hearing this, Matron Centauria was silent. Many years ago, she witnessed the war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the world tree. That war was so tragic that several heavenly lords died. If there were no accidents, in the near future, there would be another war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the world tree. After all, the leaves of the world tree were one of the most elite treasures in the universe. At a harvesting location, the amount of divine leaf dew that could be produced within a certain period of time was limited. After harvesting 200,000 bottles of divine leaf dew, Li Fuchen obviously felt that the efficiency had decreased by more than half. It seems like I have to change a harvesting location. After teleporting out, Li Fuchen headed to the next harvesting location. Just like that, a year had passed and Li Fuchen had harvested 500,000 bottles, which was equivalent to 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew. Li Fuchen didn't continue harvesting. To be honest, it wasn't worth it to spend all his time on harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew was only worth 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. With his strength, even if he didn't harvest divine leaf dew, he would still be able to earn that many peak-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, at his level, he had to know that strength was everything. With strength, wealth would come rolling in. Without strength, it would be hard to earn wealth. It could be said that wealth was an embodiment of strength. If one pursued wealth over strength, it would definitely be neglecting the essentials. If it wasn't for the divine leaf dew's prowess that was beneficial to his cultivation, he wouldn't have spent a year harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew will be enough for the sword sect for a long time. The divine leaf dew was normally used by saints. If it was used by those below saints, a single drop would have incredible effects. 50 cubes would naturally be able to use it for a very long period of time. Apart from the people closest to Li Fuchen, if anyone else wanted to obtain the divine leaf dew, they would need a massive amount of contribution points. Li Fuchen wouldn't allow them to obtain it for free. Swordsman Guild. After exchanging 1,000 bottles of divine leaf dew for 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen officially became a beginner member. Next, he would have to pass the mid-class and high-class tests before he could continue to advance. Inside the testing hall, bang! Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword and sent a mid-class saint puppet flying. A moment later, Li Fuchen sent another high-class saint puppet flying. Congratulations, you are officially a high-class member of the Swordsman Guild. As the examiner, the Deep Blue Sword Master handed Li Fuchen a guild emblem. Thank you. Li Fuchen received the guild emblem. Next, if you want to continue earning contribution points, you will have to complete guild missions. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. In the Swordsman Guild, there were great benefits when one's rank increased. After reaching the Morning Star realm, one could use contribution points to exchange for divine leaf sap. As compared to the divine leaf dew, the divine leaf sap was 10,000 times more valuable. A single bottle of divine leaf sap could be sold for 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones in the outside world. It was a pity that the divine leaf sap couldn't be seen in the divine leaf city. It would only be seen in auctions, and it had to be at the Morning Star auction. As time passed by, Li Fuchen cultivated while completing guild missions one after another. During this period, he even made a trip back to the Deep Blue Plain. Originally, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan's cultivation had already reached the Primary Sea Realm. One was at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm while the other was at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm. After consuming a large amount of divine leaf dew, their cultivation broke through consecutively. It probably wouldn't take long before they broke through to the Law Phase realm. The younger sisters, Li Fuxiang and Li Xiaodai, had progressed to the Primary Sea Realm after consuming the divine leaf dew. Shang Wanyu had progressed to the peak level of Law Phase realm and was just a step away from the Soul Merge realm. I might barely be able to make them become saints one by one. But after that, it will depend on their own fortune. If their fortune isn't good enough, they will die of old age sooner or later. With Li Fuchen's ability, he could easily transform a person from a normal bone frame to an 8-star bone frame. With endless resources and a long period of time, it wasn't impossible to push them to the saint's level. But after that, it wasn't something that could be solved with endless resources. The higher the saint's level, the higher the requirement for innate perception. It could be said that at the saint's level, a 9-star bone frame was basically the standard. The crucial thing was the perception. If the perception wasn't good enough, one could only increase the cultivation level honestly. Cultivation techniques and martial arts wouldn't be able to have a significant increase. If one purely increased the cultivation level, the increase in lifespan would be limited. A regular high-level saint would only have a lifespan of around 200,000 years. Li Fuchen's lifespan was at least 1,000,000 years. Heaven monarchs were even more incredible as their lifespan was tens of millions of years. Heaven monarchs that possessed supreme cultivation techniques would have the same lifespan as the heavens and would be immortal. Forget it, I am thinking too far ahead. Perhaps after such a long period of time, I might be able to make the people around me become heaven monarchs. The greatest motivation to become an expert was naturally to satisfy oneself. To Li Fuchen, allowing the people around him to live was to satisfy himself. If he couldn't even change the fate of the people around him, then the meaning of cultivation would be overshadowed. After a few more years, Li Fuchen completed guild missions and finally became a P-class rank 3 member. He wasn't too far away from the Morning Star level. I am actually going against a Heaven Monarch. On this day, Li Fuchen suddenly frowned. The information from the werewolf Li Fuchen surprised him. During these years, the werewolf Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the ancient stone starfield. The speed at which he earned peak-grade spirit stones was even faster than Li Fuchen. The original 500 billion black runes in his bloodline had now split into 10 trillion runes. His combat time had increased by more than 10 times and his strength had increased significantly too. But Li Fuchen was rather worried that he was going against a Heaven Monarch so early. No matter what, the duration of combat was the werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness. A Heaven Monarch's power was endless and could continue to fight. The werewolf Li Fuchen's peak strength could only be maintained for a certain period of time. Once he couldn't eliminate the Heaven Monarch or escape during this period of time, he would be completely killed. I hope the Heaven Monarch isn't ridiculously strong. Chapter 924. In the ancient stone star field, two figures faced off against each other in a space filled with ruins. Amazing! As expected of a dark werewolf. On the other side of Li Fuchen was a 6-meter-tall foreign Heaven Monarch with a lizard head and a lizard tail. If there were knowledgeable people here, they would be able to tell that this alien heavenly lord was from the Comoros tribe. Although the Comoros were not a powerful race, they were still a fighting race. Deep in their souls, there was a brand of warlike imprint. The Comoros race's Heaven Monarch was emitting a horrific aura presence. He was only 6 meters tall, but he gave off the feeling that he was a cosmic beast whose prowess could cover the stars in the universe. Just now, a simple collision between the two had destroyed all the stars within billions of miles. Under the powerful collision, this area had temporarily become a dead zone. Any living being below the heavenly monarch realm would be torn into pieces by the chaotic energy. Only divine lords would probably be able to survive here. Why did you find me? Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't understand. He didn't offend the other party in any way, the two of them just happened to meet. It's just to get stronger. Your dark wolfman bloodline is useful to me. If you're willing to let me take half of it, I can let you go. The Comoros race's Heaven Monarch grinned sinisterly. He could immediately see that the wolfman Li Fuchen's bloodline hadn't completely transformed into the supreme bloodline, the dark wolfman bloodline. If Li Fuchen had completely transformed, the Comoros race's Heaven Monarch wouldn't make a move so easily. The wolfman race's Heaven Monarchs were infamous. Let's fight. Wolfman Li Fuchen transformed. After the transformation, he reached a height of 4 meters. The hair on his body was no longer a pure golden color, but a dark golden color. Black lightning flashed around him. As compared to many years ago, the werewolf Li Fuchen's control of his power was much more refined. If there was a day when his power wasn't exposed, his combat strength would reach an even more unbelievable level. Boom! The two of them collided again. An intense light burst forth. The star ruins within a range of tens of billions of kilometers were completely blasted into dust. In the center of the light was a black hole. The collision between the two of them actually created a black hole. However, this unstable black hole was quickly shattered by the second collision between the two of them. Boom boom boom, this was different from the first probing attack. This time, the two of them did not use their ultimate moves, but their strength was almost at the limit. Amazing, truly amazing. His bloodline has yet to completely transform, but he already possesses the same power as me, Lord of Heaven Boa. How enviable. Boa Heavenly Lord was indeed very envious and jealous. In terms of combat talent, the Wolfman race was at least in the top 5 among the many races in the universe. The Comoros race was not even in the top 10. If he had the talent of the Wolfman race, he, Boa Heavenly Lord, would be at least 10 times stronger than he was now. If you had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, I might not be your match. But now, you will die for sure. As he spoke, Heavenly Lord Boa's figure disappeared. Wolfman Lifuchen's expression changed as he extended his spiritual awareness. However, his Heavenly Lord's spiritual consciousness was unable to detect Heavenly Lord Boya. Bang! All of a sudden, the Boa Heaven Monarch appeared behind Lifuchen and sent him flying with a fist. Teleportation? Not really. It's more like invisibility. Wolfman Lifuchen felt a sweetness in his throat and nearly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was fortunate that the Wolfman race's defense was extremely tough, otherwise, he would have been injured by that fist. Such powerful defense. The Boa Heaven Monarch's expression was getting more sinister. Die, die, die. The Boa Heaven Monarch repeatedly blasted his fist on Wolfman Lifuchen's body. Get lost. The wolf claws that were sharp like divine weapons clawed on the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. You are actually able to attack me? The Boa Heaven Monarch lowered his head and looked at his bone-deep chest. He was extremely shocked. His innate ability, changing color, allowed him to blend perfectly with the surroundings. Unless one's spiritual awareness was at an extremely high level, it was impossible to detect him. Blood Moon Claw. Wolfman Lifuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and sent a blood-colored claw at the Boa Heaven Monarch. As compared to the Wolf Lord Drizzt's Blood Moon Claw, Wolfman Lifuchen's Blood Moon Claw contained the laceration law and had obviously reached a qualitative change. Layers of void were split open and time seemed to have stagnated. The Boa Heaven Monarch couldn't dodge in time and could only cross his arms while a layer of black covered his body. Innate ability, Harden. Clang clang. The Blood Moon Claw slashed across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body and burst out with resplendent sparks. Didn't break the defense? Wolfman Lifuchen's eyes turned sharp as a large amount of darkness power flowed into his palm. Due to the bloodline not fully awakened, his darkness power wasn't endless. When executing his finishing move, the consumption of darkness power was 10 times or 100 times faster than normal. Dark Moon Claw. When the Dark Moon Claw, which was of a higher class than the Blood Moon Claw, was executed, the universe was plunged into darkness. A horrific wave instantly swept across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. Crackle. The Boa Heaven Monarch's hardened ability crumbled and his arms turned into black substances that scattered. Impossible. The Boa Heaven Monarch let out a painful voice. His hardened ability was enough to increase his defense by 10 times, but it was instantly broken. His arms grew out again and the Boa Heaven Monarch burst out with a yell. A horrific sound wave blasted at Wolfman Lifuchen. Wolfman Lifuchen was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood. The sound wave was a shock wave and it could cause an object to vibrate inside and outside. It was extremely hard to defend against. Die! Seeing that the sound wave was so effective, the Boa Heaven Monarch continued to blast Lifuchen with the sound wave. Absorb! Wolfman Lifuchen set up a layer of darkness barrier around his body. He wasn't an official werewolf race Heaven Monarch yet, and there were still loopholes in the power of darkness. If he was an official werewolf race Heaven Monarch, all the attacks from the Boa Heaven Monarch would be absorbed by the power of darkness. Right now, he could only set up the darkness barrier to absorb the attacks. But this way, the consumption was rather huge. Damn it, why are the Dark Wolfman so powerful? The Boa Heaven Monarch was extremely enraged. He realized that he had underestimated the Wolfman race Heaven Monarch and the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Of course, the Boa Heaven Monarch had to admit that their Comoros race Heaven Monarchs had overly simple combat methods and were completely countered by the Wolfman race Heaven Monarchs. If it was any other race's Heaven Monarchs, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. I cannot conserve the darkness power anymore. I have to defeat the enemy in a single move. Boundless and horrific darkness power surged out from his bloodline. Wolfman Lifuchen brandished his right claw and plunged the universe into darkness. An intense wave was like a violent storm that enveloped the Boa Heaven Monarch. Bang bang bang, the Boa Heaven Monarch's body started to explode, and the places that exploded were all turned into black substances that scattered. Flee! Even though the Boa Heaven Monarch knew that Wolfman Lifuchen's darkness power wasn't endless and it would be exhausted in a short period of time, he didn't dare to take the risk. If Wolfman Lifuchen had the ability to kill him before his darkness power was exhausted, then he would suffer a huge loss. After tearing open the spatial zone, the Boa Heaven Monarch vanished without a trace. "Humph, you still want to spy on me?" Wolfman Lifuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he reached into the void with his claw. Ah! From the depths of the void, the Boa Heaven Monarch's miserable scream could be heard. "I still have 80% of my darkness power left." After letting out a breath, Wolfman Lifuchen muttered to himself. If it was a normal battle, Wolfman Lifuchen would still have 99% of his darkness power left and would be able to fight for a very long time. However, executing the Blood Moon Claw, Dark Moon Claw, and Darkness Barrier exhausted too much darkness power. If he had enough darkness power, Wolfman Lifuchen wouldn't mind chasing after the Boa Heaven Monarch. I wonder what class of regular Heaven Monarch is this Boa Heaven Monarch? After seeing everything, Lifuchen revealed a trace of a smile as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Wolfman Lifuchen was very powerful and his darkness power was all-round in both offense and defense. Not only could it erode the enemy's body, it could also absorb attacks. If the duration of the battle wasn't considered, even a Heaven Monarch who was much stronger than Wolfman Lifuchen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Of course, it was mainly because the Boa Heaven Monarch's combat methods were too monotonous. If Wolfman Lifuchen encountered a foreign race Heaven Monarch who had many combat methods, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the opponent. After defeating the Boa Heaven Monarch, Wolfman Lifuchen sniffed and flashed into the void. A while ago, Wolfman Lifuchen discovered a sacred masterclass starry sky giant beast, the silver-patterned beast in the ancient stone star region. This kind of starry sky giant beast was extremely valuable, and if he could capture it, it would be able to be sold for a few million peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that the silver-patterned beast was too fast, and if it was given a chance, it would be able to teleport away. It was fortunate that Wolfman Lifuchen had already memorized the silver-patterned beast's scent. As long as the silver-patterned beast didn't escape too far, Wolfman Lifuchen would be able to find it. The horizontal river star region had a total of 11 cosmos cities, like the Myriad Spirit City, Divine Leaf City, and Hundred Flowers City. From the distribution, the Myriad Spirit City, Divine Leaf City, and Hundred Flowers City were basically in the same region and were rather close to each other. The Cosmos City that was the furthest from the Divine Leaf City was called Gloom City. Gloom City was like a giant beehive and was emitting horrific chi presence. In the horizontal river star region, Gloom City could be said to be a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together. There were plenty of vicious experts that gathered in Gloom City. To most of the people, this place was definitely a tiger's den and they wouldn't come here easily. On this day, in the starry sky that wasn't far away from Gloom City, there was a sword-shaped ship that was rapidly traversing. On the ship, there were a total of 4 sacred lords. Lifuchen was one of them. He was heading to Gloom City for a guild mission. This mission was to escort a family to the Divine Leaf City, and it was a Morning Star class mission. Among the 4 sacred lords, only Lifuchen was a peak class rank 3 member. The other 3 were Morning Star class members. Every time I come to Gloom City, I feel very depressed. How can I not be depressed? Gloom City is constructed on top of an insect nest. I wonder how can there be such a huge insect nest in the universe? What do you think the people living in Gloom City are thinking? If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to stay here. Apart from those vicious devils, most people wouldn't have a choice. After all, it is too far to head to other cosmos cities. Only a minority of people are willing to take the risk. In addition, Gloom City might be a little chaotic, but there are rules. Apart from having a tough life, it is still possible to survive. Chapter 925. At the side, Lifuchen didn't reply. He didn't know the 3 Sword Dao's sacred lords previously, but after accepting the mission, he got to know them one by one. These three Sword Dao Sacred Lords were the Swift Wind Sword Master, Blood Tear Sword Saint, and Thunder Sword Master. All of them were peak-level Sacred Lords. The Swift Wind Sword Master was from the Wind Spirit race, and the Wind Spirit race was adept at Wind Dao Law. They didn't just have fast movement speed. After cultivating sword arts, their sword art speed was also unbelievably fast. The Blood Tear Sword Saint was a Sacred Lord of the Blood race. That's right, he was from the same race as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. But he wasn't as incredible as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord and was only considered a regular peak-level Sacred Lord. The most incredible was the Thunder Sword Master. He was from the Thunder Sense race and had extremely powerful strength. Among the Sword Dao Sacred Lords of the Divine Leaf City Swordsman Guild, he was definitely top 20. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at Gloom City. As expected. Looking at the beehive-like Gloom City, Li Fuchen understood. This Gloom City was similar to the insect lair in the Dark Chaos Spatial Zone, but it was several times bigger. It seemed like the Gloom Heaven Lord had either fought with the insectoids or discovered an insectoid ruin and found a Heaven Monarch class insectoid lair. He then used the lair as the foundation to construct Gloom City. It wasn't hard to imagine that Gloom City, which used a Heaven Monarch class insectoid lair as the foundation, would definitely have all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Anyone who wanted to attack Gloom City would have to think twice. In Gloom City, the Darcy clan had a grave atmosphere. The Darcy clan might not have a lot of members, but it was still a Sacred Lord class clan and had a rather high status in Gloom City. But after the death of the Patriarch, the Violent Wind Sacred Lord, the Darcy clan's situation had been deteriorating. It wasn't because the clan's influence was declining, but because the Darcy clan obtained an artifact that they shouldn't have. This artifact was a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. Strictly speaking, a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact was a damaged supreme cardinal artifact. But its power was extremely powerful and regular peak-level Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. When Sacred Lord Gale was still around, he was still able to fully activate this secret treasure. There weren't many Sacred Lords below the Heaven Monarch realm that dared to offend the Dassler clan. However, after Sacred Lord Gale died, the Dassler clan didn't even have a single peak-level Saint Monarch. Thus, they weren't able to fully activate the secret treasure. Gloom City was different from other cities in the universe. Here, conflicts were allowed. It was just that killing wasn't allowed. The life of the Darcy family was extremely difficult. Under the coercion of some peak holy lords, the Darcy family was even prepared to hand over a quasi-supreme treasure. Luckily, Sacred Lord Gale's friend from the past came to Gloom City at this time and found out about the Darcy family's troubles. Holy Lord Gale's friend happened to be a top member of Godly Leaf City's Swordsman Guild. As a top member, he issued a Morning Star rank guild mission, which was to bring the Darcy family to Godly Leaf City, the main hall of the Dassler family. The flame-destroying Devil Master has given his ultimatum. If you still don't hand over the Annihilation Bracelet, I will annihilate the entire Darcy family. The Darcy clan had a total of 4 saints. At this moment, the 4 saints had gathered, and one of them said helplessly, "I'm really not willing to give up the Annihilation Bracelet just like that." The youngest saint said unwillingly. He was the great-grandson of Sacred Lord Gale, Ibu Dasslu, and the current patriarch of the Darcy family. The Annihilation Bracelet was naturally with him, so he was very unwilling to hand it over. One had to know that a quasi-supreme secret treasure was too precious. It was worth at least 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones. He was an ordinary saint, and with the Annihilation Bracelet, he could instantly rise to the level of an ordinary holy lord. When he reached the peak of a saint, he would probably be able to display the strength of a peak holy lord. The flame-destroying Devil Master is one of the top 10 holy lords in Gloom City. If he is willing to pay the price, he can annihilate the Darcy family. The oldest saint sighed. In Gloom City, it was still possible to kill someone. It was just that the price was too high. Even a peak holy lord wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait a little longer. Lord Cruz said that he has already issued a Morning Star rank mission. I believe that in a few days, the Swordsman Guild will come. Ibu gritted his teeth. So what if the Swordsman Guild comes? That is the flame-destroying Devil Master. The saint who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak up. To be able to rank in the top 10 holy lords of a universe city, such a holy lord could no longer be described as a peak holy lord. He could almost be called an invincible holy lord. Normally, it wasn't difficult to kill a peak holy lord. Any invincible holy lord or close to invincible holy lord could easily kill an ordinary peak holy lord. However, to kill an invincible holy lord was difficult and almost impossible. This was because an invincible holy lord already stood at the peak of holy lords. Even if an invincible holy lord was stronger than them, there was a limit to their strength. For an existence like the flame-destroying Devil Master, unless a few invincible holy lords spent a large amount of time to surround and kill him, it was impossible to kill him. Moreover, they still had to be wary of him escaping. If his escaping techniques were better, even 10 invincible holy lords working together wouldn't be able to kill him. Under normal circumstances, the Swordsman Guild would at most send a few peak holy lords. As for sending invincible holy lords, it wasn't very likely. A universe city only had a few invincible holy lords. The Godly Leaf City Swordsman Guild had gathered all the invincible holy lords of the Sword Dao in the entire horizontal River Star region. They might have more invincible holy lords, but it was estimated that there wouldn't be more than 10 of them. These 10 invincible holy lords definitely wouldn't do missions normally. Without paying a huge price, it would be strange if they came. Even a peak holy lord is fine. I don't believe that the flame-destroying Devil Master would dare to kill the holy lords of the Swordsman Guild. Moreover, the Swordsman Guild is one of the superpowers of the universe. Some of their methods aren't something we can imagine. Ibu was hopeful about the Swordsman Guild. Patriarch, the people from the Swordsman Guild are here. At this moment, an emperor from the Darcy clan rushed in. The people from the Swordsman Guild are here. Quickly invite them in. Ibu was overjoyed. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen and the others arrived at the Darcy clan's grand hall. Patriarch of the Darcy clan, Ibu, greets the 4 sirs. Ibu didn't dare to put on airs. He lowered his head and cupped his fists first. The other 3 saints of the Daslu clan also lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Lifting his eyes slightly, Ibu sized up Li Fuchen and the others. They are all very strong. Their auras are even stronger than grandfather's. They are at least at the peak Holy Lord level. In particular, the Sword Dao Holy Lord in the lead has a terrifying aura. He is most likely a peak Holy Lord. Ibu had seen plenty of sacred lords in Gloom City, therefore, he was able to judge their strength based on their chi presences. In his opinion, the strongest among the 4 was definitely the one on the right side of Li Fuchen. It was a middle-aged man with thunderous eyes and a very imposing aura. Patriarch Ibu, you can call me Swift Wind Sword Master. Let me introduce you. This is Blood Tier Sword Saint, this is Primary Extreme Sword Master, and this is the famous Lightning Sword Master of our Swordsman Guild. The first to speak was the Swift Wind Sword Master. He had a gentle personality and was the best at interacting with people. Sirs, please take a seat. Ibu gestured with his right hand. After taking a sip of tea, the Swift Wind Sword Master asked, Patriarch Ibu, how many members does the Dasla clan have? Sirs, I am Cole. Right now, the Dasla clan has a total of 15,892 members. The one who spoke was the oldest saint of the Dasla clan. It is still alright, it isn't a lot. After making the arrangements, we will leave immediately. The Lightning Sword Master nodded. In the universe cities, a Sacred Lord clan would only have over 10,000 members and it was considered a small number. There were some Sacred Lord clans with deep foundations that had hundreds of thousands or even millions of members. We are leaving now. Ibu didn't react in time. If you have any ideas, you can voice them out. The Swift Wind Sword Master said. Ibu took a deep breath and said, Today, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord gave us an ultimatum and wants us to hand over the Annihilation Bracelet. I reckon that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord spies are everywhere outside. Flame Destruction Devil Lord, huh? The lightning sword master raised his brows. He had heard of the flame destruction devil lord and knew that this demonic demon sacred lord wasn't easy to deal with. The lightning sword master didn't have any confidence either. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. I don't believe that the flame destruction devil lord will dare to make a move on our swordsman guild. The blood tear sword saint licked his blood-red lips. As a pinnacle sacred lord, his title was the blood tear sword saint because he felt that this name sounded better than the blood tear sword master. The blood tear sword saint is right. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. We can also disrupt the enemy's arrangements. The one who spoke was Li Fuchen. In the deep blue plain, he was the sword master. In the Divine Leaf City, in order to avoid too much trouble, he chose a new title for himself. It was the primary extreme sword master. Under the suggestion of the four, the Dassler clan immediately started to move. A few hours later, over 10,000 members of the clan headed for the city gate of Gloom City. Flame Destruction Devil Lord, the Dassler clan is preparing to leave Gloom City. Once the Dassler clan made a move, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately received the news. Trying to leave? You are truly courting death. The Flame Destruction Devil Lord was a demonic demon sacred lord with a pair of bull horns on his head and dark red eyes. He let out a cold snort while his eyes were filled with anger. After exiting Gloom City, the Thunder Sword Master waved his hand and a sword-shaped ship appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped ship was a high-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact. But as it was a ship-type Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, it was more expensive than regular Extreme Dao Cardinal artifacts. When the sword-shaped ship was enlarged, it was easy to accommodate over 10,000 individuals. Everyone had a large space to move around. On the deck, the members of the Dassler clan looked at the departing Gloom City. They were relaxed but also disappointed. Gloom City might not be a good place to stay, but the Dassler clan had lived here for many years. They were a little reluctant to part with it. Father, mother, are we coming back? A young boy from the Dassler clan asked his parents. We are not coming back. We are going to a better universe city than Gloom City. The boy's parents rubbed the boy's head. These four are the sacred lords of the Swordsman Guild. If my Dassler clan has a sacred lord, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Epbo Wire looked at Li Fuchen and the others with respect and desire. She was Ibu's daughter and her innate perception was one of the best in the entire history of the Dassler clan. It wouldn't take long for her to become a saint too. But a saint and a sacred lord were two different. Epbo Wire desired to possess the power of a sacred lord. The sword-shaped ship didn't fly far before it was caught up by a faster ship. It was a black ship that was emitting a fiery chi presence. It is the Flame Destruction Devil Lord's ship. Chapter 926. Where do you think you're going? At the bow of the black ship, the flame-destroying demon lord, who was as tall as a few people and had a pair of huge horns on his head, looked down at everyone on the sword-shaped ship. Flame-destroying demon lord, give the Swordsman Guild some face and let them go. The Swift Wind Sword Master said. They had 3 peak sacred lords on their side and were not afraid of the flame-destroying demon lord. The Swordsman Guild is nothing. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either die with the Darcy family or scram immediately. The flame-destroying demon lord didn't put the Swordsman Guild in his eyes at all. This was Gloom City, not Godly Leaf City. Would the Swordsman Guild dare to send people into Gloom City to kill him? Even a heavenly monarch wouldn't dare to enter Gloom City to kill a person, let alone a sacred lord. Interesting. We're going to protect the Darcy family. A dangerous light flashed in the Blood Tear Sword Saint's eyes. Courting death. Demon Lord, let me kill them. As an invincible sacred lord, the flame-destroying demon lord had a few peak sacred lords following him. One of them volunteered. Hearing this, the flame-destroying demon lord nodded. He would definitely take down the Darcy family, but before that, it was not a bad idea to have some fun. With the flame-destroying demon lord's approval, the peak sacred lord flew out of the black ship. I am Sacred Lord Mamba. Who dares to fight me? Let me. The Blood Tear Sword Saint flew out of the sword-shaped ship. Tell me your name. Sacred Lord Mamba held a snake-shaped weapon and pointed it at the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Losers don't have the right to know my name. The Blood Tear Sword Saint's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards Sacred Lord Mamba. Die! Sacred Lord Mamba waved the snake-shaped weapon, and countless snakes appeared and swept towards the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Whoosh! The Blood Tear Sword Saint's body turned into countless black bats and scattered, causing Sacred Lord Mamba's attack to miss. The Blood race was an existence whose combat strength was not inferior to the Wolfman race. In terms of difficulty, they were even more difficult to deal with. Of course, there were differences in strength amongst the Blood race. If it was Sacred Lord Bloodlust, the black bat he turned into was many times smaller than the Blood Tear Sword Saint. It was like black smoke. There were too many black bats, and because they were formed by the dark force, it was useless even if Sacred Master Mamba scattered the black bats, unless all the black bats were destroyed in an instant. Puff! Behind Sacred Master Mamba, the Blood Tear Sword Saint appeared and pierced through his body. I, Sacred Lord Fog Spirit, would like to learn from you. A cloud of mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield and attacked the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Shameless! I, the Swift Wind Sword Master, will teach you a lesson. On the sword-shaped ship, the Fast Wind Sword Master turned into a gust of wind and leapt towards Sacred Lord Fog Spirit. Before he even arrived, countless streaks of sword chi shot over. Go! The remaining peak Sacred Lords next to the flame-destroying demonic lord all charged into the battlefield. From this, one could see that the Blood Tear Sword Saint and the Swift Wind Sword Master weren't normal peak Sacred Lords. Even though they were fighting against many, they were still able to hold their ground. You're all a bunch of trash. I still have to make a move. The flame-destroying demonic lord's expression became ugly. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body started to turn into energy and instantly appeared in front of the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Die! A palm formed from energy slammed toward the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Run! The Blood Tear Sword Saint's pupils contracted. He had a feeling that the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm had the possibility of killing him. His body turned into countless bats that escaped in every direction. The next instant, the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm reached in. Space was pierced through, and the edges of space started to melt as well. More than 99% of the black bats were instantly turned to dust. The Blood Tear Sword Saint's face was pale white, and fear lingered in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fast enough, he would have died under the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm. Reverse Destruction Lightning Sword. 2 bolts of lightning crossed the battlefield. The Lightning Sword Master had attacked. Your strength isn't bad. The flame-destroying demonic lord grinned as he looked at the 2 sword gashes on his body. My attack is ineffective. In the Lightning Sword Master's eyes, the sword gashes on the flame-destroying demonic lord's body healed immediately. The flame-destroying demonic lord was like a lump of molten iron that hadn't solidified. Any attack would be ineffective and would at most destroy a trace of the flame-destroying demonic lord's strength. You take a palm of mine too. The flame-destroying demonic lord's palm struck out. The palm force was like molten iron, and it was blinding. 3 heads and 6 arms, seal. The Lightning Sword Master held a sword in each of his 6 arms. The 6 swords crossed and faced the molten iron palm force. Boom! A wave of energy that could incinerate everything exploded. Be it the black ship or the sword-shaped ship, they were both sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was with someone controlling the ship. If no one was controlling the ship, it would be normal for the ship to be sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. Apart from the flame-destroying demonic lord and the Lightning Sword Master, the rest stopped fighting. At this moment, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone fight as if nothing had happened. Wave after wave of energy exploded. PFFF. Spurting out a mouthful of boiling blood, the Lightning Sword Master was sent flying. The flame-destroying demonic lord was too strong. In the Swordsman Guild, probably only the few unrivaled Sword Dao sacred masters could contend against him. Tell me your name. The flame-destroying demonic lord spoke. Lightning Sword Master. The Lightning Sword Master's eyes were solemn. Lightning Sword Master, I'll give you a chance now. Leave the Darcy clan and scram immediately. Otherwise, you can be buried here with them. The flame-destroying demonic lord thought that he had already given the Swordsman Guild a lot of face. Of course, this was mainly to leave a way out for himself. If he killed the members of the Swordsman Guild, he could stay in Gloom City for the rest of his life. However, if he dared to leave Gloom City, he would definitely be hunted down by the Swordsman Guild. Don't agree to it. Ibu roared in his heart. Once the Swordsman Guild abandoned them, their outcome would definitely be miserable. Even if they offered up the Annihilation Bracelet, they would still be tortured by the flame-destroying demonic lord. The other members of the Darcy clan also had a miserable expression. At this moment, their fates were in the hands of the Swordsman Guild. The feeling of being abandoned at any moment made their hearts stop beating. Flame-destroying demonic lord, you are underestimating us and the Swordsman Guild. The Swift Wind Sword Master and the Blood Tear Sword Master flew to the side of the Lightning Sword Master. My Swordsman Guild will never cower. Triple Absolute Sword Formation. The Lightning Sword Master and the others' chi presences suddenly connected. In the next moment, 3 swords with different colors gathered above the trio's heads. Extreme Dao Battle Formation. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Different grades of battle formations corresponded to different cultivation levels. For example, a Class 8 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. A regular Class 9 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a regular Saint. An Extreme Dao battle formation was a Class 9 Peak Tier battle formation. It could combine the combat strength of a Peak Class Saint or a Sacred Lord. Of course, Extreme Dao battle formations had different grades too. A high-grade Extreme Dao battle formation could increase the power of the battle formation. It was unknown what grade of Extreme Dao battle formation this Triple Absolute Sword Formation was. Battle formation, huh? Come on then. The flame-destroying demonic lord was extremely heroic and arrogant. Wind Absolute Sword, attack! The Lightning Sword Master and the others roared out. Above their heads, the slightly transparent sword suddenly flew out and turned into a shocking sword light that slashed at the flame-destroying demonic lord. Just in time. The flame-destroying demonic lord blasted a fist at the sword light. Bang boom! The sword light's power was much stronger than the Lightning Sword Master's sword art. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body shook. Darkness Absolute Sword. If the first sword wasn't enough, the Lightning Sword Master and the others executed the second sword. This time, it was a black sword that contained the astounding power of darkness. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. The Triple Absolute Sword Formation would produce different swords depending on the Sword Dao law that the person who set up the formation possessed. The first Wind Absolute Sword obviously corresponded to the Swift Wind Sword Master. The second Darkness Absolute Sword corresponded to the Blood Tear Sword Saint. If there were no surprises, the third blue sword should be the Thunder Absolute Sword and corresponded to the Lightning Sword Master. Boom! The black sword chi wreaked havoc while the flame-destroying demonic lord took a step back. Thunder Absolute Sword. Before the flame-destroying demonic lord could react, the third sword arrived. It was a blue sword and once it was executed, it immediately turned into a thunderous sword light. Bang boom! The flame-destroying demonic lord's body was covered in thunderous sword chi as he kept taking steps back while his eyes revealed a trace of pain. The Thunder Absolute Sword had already injured him. Courting death. The flame-destroying demonic lord was infuriated. His body that looked like it was formed from molten iron was emitting a dazzling radiance. Astounding power was gathering. Don't give him a chance. Execute 3 swords at once. As the Swift Wind Sword Master's voice echoed, 3 different colored sword lights were blasted at the flame-destroying demonic lord. If the invincible Sacred Lord is so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the invincible Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the triple absolute sword formation wasn't a high-grade extreme Dao battle formation. It should be a mid-grade extreme Dao battle formation. If it was a high-grade extreme Dao battle formation, it might be able to suppress the flame-destroying demonic lord. Hellfire Fist. The flame-destroying demonic lord burst out, and it was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained in his body. As he blasted out his fist, the pitch-black and dim universe suddenly lit up. It felt as though the entire universe was burning red. Boom! Circles of fire waves burst out, and the three sword lights only lasted for a few breaths of time before they immediately crumbled. Immediately after, the fire waves reached the Thunder Sword Master and the others. There was a cracking sound. The triple absolute sword formation had crumbled. Die! The flame-destroying demonic lord was bursting with murderous intent and only wanted to kill the Thunder Sword Master and the others. Not good. The Thunder Sword Master and the others quickly activated their Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts and hoped that they could withstand the fire waves. Flame-destroying demonic lord, let me try you. A figure appeared in front of the Thunder Sword Master and the others. Seeing the fire waves approaching, the figure drew his sword and cleaved. PFFF. The fire waves split to the sides and dissipated shortly after. Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Swift Wind Sword Master was shocked. In the Swift Wind Sword Master's opinion, Li Fuchen was able to participate in this mission because he had connections and was here to freeload contribution points. They didn't really mind, after all, a long time ago when they just joined the Swordsman Guild, they also freeloaded contribution points. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be so powerful and split the flame-destroying demonic lord's finishing move in a single sword. What? Chapter 927. This move, Hellfire Fist, was not an ordinary ultimate move. It contained a trace of primal chaos. This meant that his fiendish demon bloodline already contained a trace of a supreme bloodline. To think that the Swordsman Guild would actually send an invincible Sword Dao Saint Lord over. The flame-destroying Devil Master snorted coldly as he felt a headache coming on. He could only suppress an invincible Sacred Lord at most. It wasn't very possible for him to completely defeat him. Moreover, the Lightning Sword Master and the other two were assisting him with their Extreme Dao battle formation. Flame-destroying Devil Master, if you need my help, just let me know. Several 100,000 kilometers away, another large ship appeared. It was a bird-shaped ship, and its hull was covered in layers of huge feathers. At the bird's head, a bald man with bluish-purple skin stood there with a disdainful expression. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. EV's expression changed, as did the faces of the Dassler clansmen. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, are you really that kind to help me? The flame-destroying demonic lord's eyebrows furrowed as wariness appeared in his eyes. If he could enter the top 10 of the Gloom City's Sacred Lords and had a chance to enter the top 5, then Sacred Lord Giant Spirit could definitely enter the top 5 or even the top 3. This was mainly because Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was a Sacred Lord of the Titan race, and the Titan race was the only existence in the universe that could fight against the God race in terms of individual battle power. Any member of the Titan race, as long as they reached the Saint Monarch realm, they would have the strength of a peak Saint Monarch. If they cultivated a little, they would have the strength of a Holy Lord. In comparison, the other races were far inferior. Take the human race for example. When they just advanced to become a saint, they would be the weakest saint. After that, there would be mid-stage saints, high-stage saints, peak-stage saints, and finally, the Saint Lord. They would need to slowly climb up the ranks. Unfortunately, the Titan race had fewer members than the Protoss. Otherwise, who knew who would be the #1 race in the universe? It's over. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my Darcy clan? The members of the Dassler family despaired. One flame-destroying demon lord was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now that there was an even more powerful giant spirit Saint Lord, the Dassler family had no hope at all. No, it was not completely hopeless. The Dassler clansmen looked at Li Fuchen. Right now, only Li Fuchen could save the Desla clan. Of course, the precondition was that Li Fuchen had the strength to contest with the Flame Destruction Devil Lord and the Giant Spirit Saint Lord. I, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, have always been kind. As long as you pay me some compensation, I can help you deal with your enemies. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit didn't think much about the Annihilation Bracelet. No matter how strong the Annihilation Bracelet was, it would at most be on par with him. At most, it would be a little stronger than him. In terms of actual battle strength, it wouldn't be of much use. The Titan race believed in their own power and not external power. How many supreme-grade spirit stones? Tell me. The flame-destroying Devil Lord knew that Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was only interested in peak-grade spirit stones. 3 million. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit extended 3 fingers. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, you're too greedy. 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. The flame-extinguishing Devil Master's net worth might be around 10 to 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones. However, all of them were resources and treasures that he could use for himself. In terms of pure supreme-grade spirit stones, he only had a few million. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit shook his head. A quasi-supreme secret treasure can be sold for at least 5 to 10 million. You're the one who made the most out of it. 3 million. If not, I'll leave immediately. The flame-destroying Devil Master thought for a few breaths and said in a low voice, after this is done, I will give you 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones. All right. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit revealed a faint smile. He was not afraid that the flame-destroying Devil Master would go back on his word. If he did, Jiang Yi would definitely make him pay more than 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones. You go first. The flame-destroying Devil Master cupped his fists. Sure, I'll let you see the strength of Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit didn't move as his right hand formed a fist and punched out. Boom! At this moment, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit became the center of heaven and earth. His every action contained the power to shake heaven and earth. This is the Titan race's Sacred Lord. This was also the first time the Thunder Sword Master and the others saw the Titan race's Sacred Lord, and they were shocked. Just in time. Li Fuchen slashed with his sword. Crackle. Between the duo, there was a huge crack in the void. This crack was too big and felt as though it was going to split the starry sky in the universe. In the next moment, there was a horrific shockwave. Apart from the flame-destroying Devil Master, everyone else was sent flying. One of the peak stage Sacred Lords beside the flame-destroying Devil Master vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and had a few broken bones. Such ferocious power. Li Fuchen was sent flying for a few hundred miles. If he didn't have the star immortal body, he would definitely be injured. It seems like I am not a match for Sacred Lord Giant Spirit without the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen's current strength was definitely extremely powerful. Even without the Joint Heaven Sword, he was still able to contest with the flame-destroying Devil Master. However, he was still inferior to Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Receive my second fist. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit floated down from the bird-shaped ship. While he was descending, he executed another fist. When this fist was executed, the starry sky trembled. A fist that was as big as a star was smashing at Li Fuchen. Primary Extreme Sword Body. Li Fuchen circulated the Primary Extreme Sword technique to the extremity. Suddenly, there was a horrific sword Dao power that supported him. Sect Origin Swords. 10,000 sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and thrust at the star-sized fist. Crackle. The instant the sword shadow penetrated the fist, it shattered. This time, Li Fuchen retreated by 100 miles again. Alright, receive my third fist. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's chi presence started to surge while his eyes were shooting out with dazzling radiance. PFFF. The void was penetrated and a fist that wasn't big but had boundless power was blasted at Li Fuchen. I can't block it. This fist was too fast and too ferocious. Just as Li Fuchen had this thought, he was sent tens of thousands of miles away. His bones were cracked and fresh blood was splattered. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was rather surprised. For the third fist, he had almost used his full strength but wasn't able to severely injure Li Fuchen. It seemed like Li Fuchen's body toughness was extremely formidable. His strength might not be stronger than the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord, but he is extremely aggressive. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's technique type. He was more fearful of the Sacred Lord's crushing type. After all, in terms of technique, no one could win against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to utilize his strength to the fullest. Triple Extinction Sword Formation, 3 swords at the same time. It was unknown when the Thunder Sword Master and the others had set up the battle formation. While the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was attacking Li Fuchen, 3 sword lights slashed at the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Clang clang. The sword lights drew across the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's skin but didn't leave a mark. Foolish. The Titan race's body toughness is #1 in the universe. The Flame Destruction Demon Lord revealed a mocking expression and also a trace of vague envy. A mere ant dares to attack me? The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit turned around and shattered the Triple Extinction Sword Formation with a single palm strike. He then sent the Thunder Sword Master and the others flying. What should I do? What should I do? Ibu and the members of the Daslu clan were already in despair. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was too powerful and was even stronger than the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. Furthermore, he didn't have any weakness. Joint Heaven's Sword, it is your turn. Li Fuchen's injuries instantly recovered and he drew the Joint Heaven's Sword. The moment the Joint Heaven's Sword was drawn, a pressing cold intent permeated the void. Even the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit felt a slight chill. Supreme Weapon. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's eyes lit up and their breaths became erratic. A single Supreme Weapon would be worth at least 20 to 30 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. This was definitely a huge fortune for the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. A single quasi-supreme artifact, the Annihilation Bracelet, was enough to put the Daslu clan in a predicament. A single supreme weapon was enough to make Sacred Lords go crazy. I must obtain it. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord were roaring in their hearts. Especially the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, his voice rumbled like thunder, hand over the supreme weapon and I shall spare your life. Do you think I took out the Joint Heaven's Sword to create trouble for myself? Li Fuchen's face flashed with a mocking expression. Courting death. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit lunged at Li Fuchen. On the other side, the Flame Destruction Demon Lord had also lunged over. Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen executed a slash. Sword marks ignored the spatial distance and slashed at the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. PFFF PFFF PFFF, the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's indestructible skin was instantly slashed open and blue and purple blood flowed out. The Flame Destruction Demon Lord was in a more miserable state as his body was covered in sword marks and it was useless even if he turned into his energy form. In the face of a supreme weapon, if an energy form was useful, then the supreme weapon wouldn't be called a supreme weapon. Titan Fist. Hellfire Fist. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord ignored the wounds on their bodies and executed their finishing moves. They swore to seize the supreme weapon from Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, the trio's battle had instantly entered the climax. The dark and gloomy universe would burst out with intense radiance from time to time. Within a radius of a few 100 million miles, it had turned into a land of death and it was still expanding. In comparison, Li Fuchen, who had the Joint Heaven Sword, was the strongest, the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was second, and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord was the weakest. But in a 1 versus 2 situation, Li Fuchen wasn't able to gain the upper hand. The Joint Heaven Sword was indeed able to slash open the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's skin and destroy the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's energy form. But so what? It wasn't able to severely injure the Flame Destruction Demon Lord and was only able to exhaust some of the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's vitality and power. It was fine if Li Fuchen couldn't gain the upper hand, but the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord couldn't gain the upper hand even after working together. It made the duo depressed and anxious. After a period of time, the duo realized that Li Fuchen was so powerful. One of the reasons was the supreme weapon, the other was his tyrannical body. If Li Fuchen didn't have a tyrannical body, it was impossible for him to not reveal any flaws during the fight. I cannot drag this on anymore. Li Fuchen didn't wish to drag it on any longer. This place was too close to Gloom City. Once the news was leaked, he might be surrounded by a large group of sacred lords and might even be attracted to heaven monarchs. No matter which one it was very dangerous for Li Fuchen. I have no choice but to execute this move. Li Fuchen's eyes were extremely sharp. 10% of the sword energy in his body was extracted and gathered on the joint heaven sword. At the same time, a wisp of chi blood source was also extracted. Sword chi returned to origin. Chapter 928. What? This sword? A bad feeling flashed through Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's heart. This sword gave him the feeling that it had already transcended time and space, transcended the rules, and everything else had lost its meaning in front of this sword. Not good. The flame-destroying Devil Master was also shocked. At their level, their premonitions of danger were very strong. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword move was too mystical. The Flame Destruction Devil Lord could feel the presence of primal chaos, and it was even deeper and clearer than his Hellfire Fist. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the radiance at the tip of the sword flowed to the body of the sword. This radiance wasn't dazzling to the eyes. The so-called dazzling was to repel all other existences. It was just like the light of the sun, which was pure light and didn't contain any impurities. However, the radiance of the sword seemed to encompass all existences, or rather, it could melt all existences. It was the light of primal chaos. This sword was also a sword that led to chaos. The moment the sword appeared, time and space collapsed. The giant miracle divine lord and the flame-destroying demon master were struck at the same time. Ah! The flame-extinguishing devil master screamed in agony. This sword slashed directly at his origin source, causing it to be severely injured. On the other side, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit wasn't having a good time either. His source had been injured as well. Li Fuchen's move already had the elegance of a supreme sword move and could directly attack the enemy's source. Unless the enemy was a Lord of Heaven, very few people would be able to withstand it. How could the duo know that Li Fuchen had spent many years to push this sword move to the super first-rate extremity? Returning sword chi to the origin actually meant that the sword chi had returned to the primordial chaos. To put it simply, this sword move was a sword move that led to the supreme sword move. One day, when this move reached its peak, it would become a supreme sword move. Now, this move could be considered a quasi-supreme sword move. Unfortunately, it was precisely because this move had yet to be perfected that he had to pay a price to execute it. If Li Fuchen didn't have to pay a price, he wouldn't even need to reveal the joint heaven sword. He could simply use any other artifact sword to execute 8 or 10 moves of sword chi return to origin and would be able to severely injure the giant spirit Sacred Lord and the flame destruction Devil Lord. Returning sword chi to its origin requires it to naturally return to the primal chaos. I can't do that for now, so I can only use a huge amount of sword chi and a wisp of the origin of chi and blood to force it to return to the primal chaos. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. He won. Around the battlefield, the spectators had yet to react. What a terrifying sword move. The Lightning Sword Master and the other two were astonished. This was the strongest sword move that they had ever seen. As for the supreme sword move of the Sword Dao Heaven Monarch, they had never seen it before. It wasn't included in the list. Let's go. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit had a grim expression as he teleported back to the bird-shaped ship. For an impossible goal, it was not worth it to injure his origin source. Right now, his origin source was only lightly injured. He would be able to recover after recuperating for a period of time. If his origin source was seriously injured, he might not be able to recover even after dozens or hundreds of years. Damn it, damn it. The flame-destroying Devil Lord fled even faster than Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. His source was severely injured, and if Li Fuchen executed a few more sword moves, the severe injuries would turn into severe injuries. He might not be able to recover even after a few thousand years. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. If he did, he would only be able to kill the Flame Destruction Devil Master and wouldn't be able to kill the Giant Spirit Sacred Master. Furthermore, if he couldn't finish off the Flame Destruction Devil Master within 10 sword moves, he would be the one dying. After the black ship and bird-shaped ship left, Li Fuchen flew back to the sword-shaped ship and said, "Let's go." If they didn't leave early, there might be complications. Alright. The Thunder Sword Master controlled the sword-shaped ship and advanced at extreme speed. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I am truly impressed. You are definitely considered one of the strongest swordsmen below the Horizontal River Star Region's Heaven Monarch. On the sword-shaped ship, the Swift Wind Sword Master praised. If Li Fuchen wasn't here, the three of them would be humiliated and might even lose their lives. It was mainly up to them to give up on the mission. That's right. There might be swordsmen that are similar to the Primary Extreme Sword Master, but there is no one that is stronger than the Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Thunder Sword Master nodded. Li Fuchen's final sword move was too horrific. In his opinion, this sword move was already considered a quasi-supreme sword move. The Blood Tear Sword Saint said, "From what I know, in the Divine Leaf City, only the Wind Cloud Sword Master can contest with the Primary Extreme Sword Master." That's right, it should be the Wind Cloud Sword Master. The Swift Wind Sword Master agreed. Wind Cloud Sword Master, huh? Li Fuchen knew of the Wind Cloud Sword Master. This person was publicly recognized as the #1 Sword Dao Sacred Master of the Divine Leaf City Swordsman Guild. His Wind Cloud Sword Art was a quasi-supreme sword art. 1 week later, seeing that no one was chasing after them, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. It seems like I am overthinking. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. It was true that not every Heaven Monarch had a supreme weapon, but Heaven Monarchs lacked a suitable supreme weapon, and not just any random supreme weapon. As for the value of a supreme weapon, Heaven Monarchs wouldn't bother about it. Those that could become Heaven Monarchs would have at least a few 100 million or a few billion in wealth. A few tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones wasn't something that they would bother about. Of course, there were two situations that would cause Heaven Monarchs to fight over the supreme weapon. Firstly, if the supreme weapon was right in front of them, some Heaven Monarchs would still fight over it. Secondly, if the supreme weapon was a high-grade or peak-grade supreme weapon, Heaven Monarchs would definitely fight over it. A few tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones were normally for low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons. High-grade and peak-grade supreme weapons were worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. For the next few days, it was still peaceful. Everyone let out a breath of relief and started to chat and laugh. Especially the Darcy clan, all of them looked as though they had escaped from death. They were glowing and felt refreshed. The Divine Leaf City wasn't the Gloom City. In the Divine Leaf City, the rules were very strict. The Darcy clan's days in the Divine Leaf City would definitely be 10 or 100 times better than in the Gloom City. After experiencing this incident, Ibu had the intention to auction the Annihilation Bracelet. The Annihilation Bracelet was a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. If it was auctioned in an auction, it would be sold for at least 5 million peak-grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it might be sold for close to 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. With so many peak-grade spirit stones, one could purchase plenty of cultivation resources to increase one's strength and the clan's strength. In fact, in the Gloom City, if the Flame Destruction Devil Lord was willing to spend a few million peak-grade spirit stones to purchase the Annihilation Bracelet, Ibu would grit his teeth and accept it. The crucial point was that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord was only willing to spend 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was simply like dismissing a beggar. That's right, perhaps I can sell it to him. Ibu's eyes lit up. You want to sell the Annihilation Bracelet to me? Li Fuchen looked at Ibu with curiosity. That's right. If you are willing to offer a basic price, this annihilation bracelet will belong to you. Ibu's price was 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. The reason why Ibu was willing to sell it to Li Fuchen at a low price was mainly because Ibu wanted to befriend Li Fuchen. If he could befriend an invincible sacred lord, it would be greatly beneficial for the Dassler clan's future development. After all, an invincible sacred lord would be able to live for at least a few million years as long as they didn't perish in an accident. In the future, if the Dassler clan was in trouble, Li Fuchen wouldn't leave them to die, right? Once Li Fuchen progressed to the Heaven Monarch realm, it would be incredible. If a Heaven Monarch casually took care of you, you would have a meteoric rise. Can I take a look at the annihilation bracelet? Li Fuchen asked. Sure. Ibu took out the annihilation bracelet from his spatial ring. The annihilation bracelet was a gray bracelet. Li Fuchen received it and used his spiritual awareness to look inside. No wonder it is a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. After withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen had a praising expression. The annihilation bracelet contained the annihilation power and it was extremely powerful. According to Li Fuchen's deduction, if the annihilation bracelet's power was fully activated, it would be able to injure the giant spirit sacred lord. Previously, in order to force the giant spirit sacred lord to retreat, Li Fuchen didn't just expose the joint heaven sword, he had also executed the sword chi return to origin that was harmful to himself. However, it wasn't an easy task to completely refine a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. One had to comprehend the mysticism within first. Only after comprehending it, would the quasi-supreme cardinal artifact's strongest power be released. Or one could use powerful power to link the quasi-supreme cardinal artifact's secret pattern, allowing the wielder to utilize 90% of the power. I cannot afford it. Li Fuchen handed the annihilation bracelet to Ibu. Ibu didn't accept it. Primary Extreme Sword Master, it is all thanks to you that the Dassler clan is able to escape from Gloom City. If you like this annihilation bracelet, you can take it for 3 million. Of course, if you don't have 3 million peak-grade spirit stones, you can pay a deposit first. It won't be too late to pay in the future. I am taking advantage of you too much. Li Fuchen shook his head. To be honest, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to take advantage of others. He wasn't a person who liked to take advantage of others and there wasn't a need to either. Primary Extreme Sword Master, please accept it. Otherwise, you will be looking down on my Dassler clan. Right now, Ibu had already made up his mind to give up on the annihilation bracelet. Even if Li Fuchen didn't give a single peak-grade spirit stone, he would accept it. Furthermore, Li Fuchen didn't seem like such a person. Ultimately, Li Fuchen accepted the annihilation bracelet. The deposit was 1 million peak-grade spirit stones and the remaining 2 million peak-grade spirit stones would be paid within 20 years. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also promised Ibu that if the Dassler clan encountered any trouble in the future, Ibu could look for him. After hearing this, Ibu was ecstatic. With this promise, everything was worth it. Time elapsed. After obtaining the annihilation bracelet, Li Fuchen had been comprehending the annihilation secret pattern in the annihilation bracelet every day. During the comprehension process, Li Fuchen gradually confirmed that the annihilation bracelet was indeed a ruined supreme cardinal artifact. Because some of the secret patterns inside had a supreme charm. If he could comprehend them completely, it would be of great help to him in mastering supreme sword moves. Chapter 929. Whether it was Ibu or the members of the Dalsi clan, it was their first time visiting Godly Leaf City. Each and every one of them was stunned by the magnificence of Godly Leaf City. They found it hard to imagine how there could be such a large leaf in the universe. A universe city was only half the size of it. Thinking that this place would become their new home, the Darcy clan couldn't help but feel excited. They couldn't wait to experience life in Godly Leaf City. After taking the treasures, Li Fuchen naturally had to make arrangements for the Darcy clan. After completing this Morning Star Guild mission, Li Fuchen was successfully promoted to a Morning Star Rank 1 member. With his status as a Swordsman Guild's Morning Star Rank 1 member, he was able to find a suitable manor for the Darcy clan with ease. After making arrangements for the Darcy clan, Li Fuchen went into seclusion and prepared to refine the Annihilation Bracelet in one go. It doesn't matter if it's a supreme-grade secret treasure or a quasi-supreme secret treasure, it's extremely difficult to refine it. Most of the people who obtain it probably use their own strength to connect the secret patterns of the secret treasure. However, this way, they won't be able to bring out the full power of the secret treasure. Li Fuchen was very clear that 90% power and 100% power might seem to be only 10% difference, but it was actually a world of difference. Once the power of the artifact was fully stimulated, it could trigger the source power within it. The cardinal artifact's source power was extremely hard to recover, but it was powerful enough. If Li Fuchen risked exhausting the Annihilation Bracelet source, he reckoned that he might be able to kill the giant spirit Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen didn't know how the other quasi-supreme cardinal artifacts were, but this Annihilation Bracelet was definitely a precious item among the quasi-supreme cardinal artifacts. Be it the deceased patriarch of the Darcy clan, the current patriarch Ibu, or the Flame Destruction Devil Lord, all of them had underestimated the Annihilation Bracelet. If they knew that the Annihilation Bracelet was more precious than they imagined, it was unknown what they would think. A few months later, Li Fuchen finally refined the entire Annihilation Bracelet. A fragmented supreme pattern was ultimately a fragmented supreme pattern. If it was a true supreme pattern, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to comprehend it even if he had 100 years. Annihilate. Inside the manor, Li Fuchen wore the Annihilation Bracelet on his wrist and poured his sword energy into it. Puff! A grey light flashed forward, and an extreme Dao weapon was immediately annihilated into nothingness. He actually managed to destroy an extreme Dao weapon so easily. Li Fuchen gasped in admiration. After all, although he could destroy normal weapons, he could not completely destroy them like the Annihilation Bracelet. Perhaps only by using the coalescence of sword aura could he achieve this. At least before I become a heaven monarch, the Annihilation Bracelet will be useful. Spending 3 million peak-grade spirit stones and a promise to exchange for the Annihilation Bracelet was worth it for Li Fuchen. Even if he progressed to a heaven monarch one day, the Annihilation Bracelet could be given to others and wouldn't be wasted. Swordsman Guild. Give me 10 bottles of Godleaf sap. After reaching the first level of the Morning Star realm, Li Fuchen could purchase the Divine Leaf Juice. However, a rank 1 Morning Star could only buy 10 bottles, a rank 2 could buy 50 bottles, and a rank 3 could buy 500 bottles. Alright, a total of 10 million contribution points. The Divine Leaf Juice was 10,000 times more valuable than the Divine Leaf Dew. Li Fuchen only had a total of 10 million contribution points and 90% of his contribution points had been deducted. Fortunately, contribution points were easy to earn. After deducting 10 million contribution points, Li Fuchen took the Divine Leaf Juice and returned to the manor. I heard that the Divine Leaf Juice is extremely mystical. I wonder how effective it is. Li Fuchen opened the bottle stopper and poured the Divine Leaf Juice into his mouth. SS. Firstly, there was a spicy taste that spread throughout his limbs and bones, followed by an unimaginable sweetness. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. After a few days, after consuming all 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Juice, Li Fuchen's cultivation had progressed from the initial level of the 7th level of Unity Realm to the middle level of the 7th level of Unity Realm. This was just 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Juice. If there were 100 bottles, Li Fuchen would probably be able to progress to the 8th level of Unity Realm. Apart from that, the Divine Leaf Juice didn't just allow his cultivation to increase, it also allowed Li Fuchen's mind to comprehend more laws. The World Tree contained the world's marvel, which was also the marvel of the universe. The leaf juice naturally had all sorts of mystical effects and could allow the user to comprehend more laws out of nowhere. I have to earn more contribution points and also some peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen couldn't act as though he owed the Darcy clan 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. At the residence of the Deep Blue Sword Master. Great wine. No wonder it is the Divine Dew wine brewed with the Divine Leaf Dew. The Deep Blue Sword Master finished a bottle of wine in a single gulp and spoke with delight. 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew would only cost 1 peak-grade spirit stone. But the Divine Dew wine would cost 500 peak-grade spirit stones per bottle. After all, to brew a single bottle of wine, 1,000 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew would be consumed. In addition to the materials, labor, and brewing fees, a bottle of Divine Dew wine would be sold at such a high price. Normally, the Deep Blue Sword Master wouldn't even be willing to drink it. One bottle would cost 500 peak-grade spirit stones, 100 bottles would cost 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Even with his entire wealth, he wouldn't be able to drink a lot of bottles. Sword Master, how can you be willing to give me such good wine? Actually, you can buy a lesser Divine Dew wine. The Divine Dew wine was worth 50 peak-grade spirit stones and the Deep Blue Sword Master would only drink it a few times a year. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "How can I give you the Divine Dew wine?" Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. The Universe City was simply a dazzling world. In this place, with peak-grade spirit stones, one could lead a befuddled life. Without peak-grade spirit stones, it would be hard to even take a step forward. Putting aside everything else, just the wines alone would cost a single peak-grade spirit stone to purchase countless bottles. The expensive wines would cost a few thousand or tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. It was said that the Myriad Spirit City's city lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, drank the wine brewed with star liquid. This kind of star liquid wine was worth 1 million peak-grade spirit stones per bottle. The meat he ate was the meat of the starry sky giant beast, Thunder Divine Bull. It was the best quality meat in the universe and due to the deliciousness of the meat, the value of the Thunder Divine Bull was 100 or 1,000 times more than other starry sky giant beasts. Even regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to afford it. Only city lord class heaven monarchs like the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch could afford it. The dessert was the peak-grade 100-flower cake cooked by the 100-flower Empress. It was also something that regular heaven monarchs couldn't eat. Only during the 100-flower assembly that was held once every 10,000 years, some heaven monarchs would have the chance to eat it. It could be said that a casual meal from the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch would be comparable to the wealth accumulated by a regular sacred lord for many years. As compared to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, the Divine Leaf City Lord was definitely wealthier. They were currently drinking the God Dew wine, while the Divine Leaf City Lord was drinking the World Dew. A single bottle was worth 5 million peak-grade spirit stones and the wealth of many pinnacle sacred lords wasn't even as expensive as a bottle of wine. Li Fuchen brought a total of 10 bottles of God Dew wine, in addition to some precious meats and dishes to go with the wine. As they ate and chatted, Li Fuchen asked, "Are there any places near the Divine Leaf City that can earn contribution points and peak-grade spirit stones?" The Deep Blue Sword Master drank a mouthful of wine and said, "There are 3 ruins and 5 dangerous places near the Divine Leaf City. These 8 places are all suitable for your goals. But I suggest you go to the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. This ruin was only discovered a few 100,000 years ago and is considered a new ruin. Normally, ruins that were discovered within 1,000,000 years were called new ruins." Voodoo Ancestor Ruins? Li Fuchen was curious. The Voodoo Ancestor is a supreme heavenly lord from the ancient era. His strength is at least on the same level as the Hengi Primogenitor. His ruins are filled with all sorts of restrictions, traps, and sorcery arts. It has an extremely high requirement for the strength of the explorer, but it is also because of that, there are a lot of treasures inside. It isn't like other ruins and dangerous places where saints with some strength can explore. After a long time, no matter how many treasures there are, they would have already been plundered, unless you enter the core of the ruins. But the core of a ruin is too dangerous. Even a heaven monarch would be in danger, let alone a sacred lord. Li Fuchen nodded in response. In terms of rewards, a new ruin would definitely be better than an old ruin. In addition, a ruin with a higher requirement like the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins was more suitable for him. After obtaining a lot of information about the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins from the Deep Blue Sword Master, the duo continued to drink. Li Fuchen was here to gather information along the way. After all, in the Swordsman Guild, he would be able to obtain information by spending some effort. He was mainly here to drink with the Deep Blue Sword Master. In the Divine Leaf City, he and the Deep Blue Sword Master were from the same hometown. As fellow villagers, they naturally had some common topics. Once the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins was discovered, it immediately became the #1 ruin among the 3 ruins in the vicinity of the Divine Leaf City. It was even the #1 ruin in the horizontal River Star region. Those that explored the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins weren't just the Divine Leaf City's sacred lords, there were also sacred lords from other cities in the universe. Li Fuchen shuttled through the rocks and quickly approached the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. As he got closer, he could feel a special wave that was emitted from a distance. Is this the witchcraft wave? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. The Voodoo Ancestor was the heaven monarch of the Voodoo race, and the Voodoo race was innately able to execute witchcraft. In the universe, the human race's martial arts system was undoubtedly a very glorious system. There were only a few that could be on par with it. The Voodoo race's witchcraft system was an existence that was on par with the martial arts system. If the martial arts system was to integrate the laws of nature into physical combat, allowing for stronger combat strength, then the witchcraft system was to study everything in the world and then simulate and strengthen everything in the world. In the universe, there were very few people who were willing to offend the Voodoo race. The Voodoo race's witchcraft was too outrageous, and if one wasn't careful, one might fall into the witchcraft Tao. But it was unknown when it started. The Voodoo race gradually declined. In the horizontal River Star region, it was very rare to see a Voodoo race saint, let alone a Voodoo race sacred lord or a Voodoo race heaven monarch. In a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the entrance of the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Chapter 930. Whoosh! A streak of light streaked across from hundreds of thousands of miles away, flying towards the metal gate. Li Fuchen could immediately see that the light was a foreign race sacred lord. The Sorcerer Ruins had an extremely high requirement for an explorer's strength. Anyone below a Holy Lord would almost certainly die if they entered the Sorcerer Ruins. This was because the spells, traps, and witchcraft within all corresponded to Holy Lords. Those below a Holy Lord simply wouldn't be able to resist them. After a while, Li Fuchen also entered the metal door. The world outside and inside the metal gate were 2 completely different worlds. Inside was a huge passageway. This passageway was completely prepared for the giants. It was 5 kilometers high and 4 kilometers wide, and was paved with 10-meter wide black-brown stones. On the walls of the passageway, there were 2 torches every 50 kilometers. These torches had been around for countless years, but they had never been extinguished. The metal gate will teleport the person who enters to a random location in the periphery of the Voodoo Ancestors Ruins. I wonder where I am right now. The Swordsman Guild had many missions related to the Voodoo Ancestors Ruin. One of them was a long-term mission, and the mission content was to supplement the map of the Voodoo Ancestors Ruin. The Voodoo Ancestors Ruins were too dangerous. If one wandered around unscrupulously, even a heaven monarch might perish. If they had a map, they could save a lot of time and danger. Unfortunately, the Voodoo Ancestors Ruin wasn't only dangerous, but it was also extremely huge. Until now, the map that the Swordsman Guild had drawn was probably not even 1/10,000th of the Voodoo Ancestors Ruin. Moreover, many of the maps couldn't be connected. Taking out a crystal ball, Li Fuchen began to draw a map. This crystal ball was called the Heavenly Crystal Ball. It was the same as the Heavenly Crystal Ball he had used to explore the Savage Secret Realm in the Deep Blue Plain. However, there were differences in the quality of the Heavenly Crystal Balls. The Heavenly Crystal Ball used in the Deep Blue Plain was only a low-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball. The Heavenly Crystal Ball in front of him was a high-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball. It was specially used to draw maps of universe-level ruins and danger zones. After all, the spatial energy contained in a low-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball was too little. It was not enough to scan universe-level ruins and danger zones. Along the path of the ruins, Li Fuchen moved forward at a moderate pace. After traveling for several thousand miles, 2 forks appeared, one to the left and the other to the right. Men on the left, women on the right. Li Fuchen walked towards the left fork. Walala! There was the sound of running water in the ditches on both sides of the tunnel, as if something was swimming. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that it was a school of strange fish. Ignoring these strange fish, Li Fuchen continued forward. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen took a glance at the heaven crystal ball and frowned. The map drawn in the heaven crystal ball was a meandering line that didn't form any regions. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen came to the front of a hall. The hall was brightly lit, and one could faintly see the glow of treasures flickering within, causing one's heart to waver. But entering the hall wasn't so easy. There was a passageway in front of them, and the stone floor had 5 different colors. Just now, a holy lord had tried to fly over, but he was instantly diced up by countless void threads. Then, a swarm of flying insects swallowed him up into nothingness. You can't fly there. At the front of the hall, apart from Li Fuchen, there was also the hidden fog race's Saint Lord. His brows furrowed as his gaze fell upon the 5-colored stone slabs. If there were no surprises, the key to entering the hall was on the stone slab. Sir, what do you think? The hidden fog Saint Lord turned around and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "This is obviously a restriction trap. It is a pity that I don't know much about restrictions and traps. If there was someone who was proficient in restrictions and traps here, they would be able to see through the distribution of the 5-colored stone slabs and the flow of energy in the void." Of course, Li Fuchen might not know much about restrictions and traps, but his spirit soul power was able to see through restrictions and traps. Some of the 5-colored stone slabs had hidden mechanisms, while some didn't. Red, white, green, yellow, black. Li Fuchen found the correct path. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen stepped on the red stone slabs, then the white stone slabs, green stone slabs, yellow stone slabs, and black stone slabs. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen arrived on the other side. Incredible! He actually found the pattern in an instant. I originally wanted to kill him, but it is fortunate that I didn't. The hidden fog Saint Lord revealed a delighted expression and followed closely. No! When the hidden fog Saint Lord stepped on the green stone slabs, a drop of green liquid suddenly dripped onto his body. This drop of green liquid was extremely terrifying. The hidden fog Saint Lord's body was corroded and there was a large hole. The bright green liquid was rapidly spreading out. The hidden fog Saint Lord wanted to turn into mist to neutralize the corrosive power, but it was useless. In the dense mist, the bright green liquid was still spreading out. In just a short moment, all the mist was dyed green. Immediately after, the mist dispersed. Such a vicious liquid. Li Fuchen had a slight change in expression. After the hidden fog Saint Lord turned into mist, he could ignore most attacks. Logically, a drop of venom shouldn't be able to poison him to death. With my star immortal body, I shouldn't be afraid of this venom, but I will still be injured. Li Fuchen didn't enter the hall. Instead, he returned to the passage and picked up the hidden fog Saint Lord's spatial ring. Not bad. It is worth around 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen opened the spatial ring and nodded. This hidden fog Saint Lord didn't have a particularly powerful chi presence. It was already good enough to have 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After entering the hall, Li Fuchen immediately saw a scroll and a wooden puppet on the table at the end of the hall. It was these 2 items that were flickering with radiance. Li Fuchen walked towards the table. Clang! Just as Li Fuchen approached the table, the 2 armored puppets on both sides of the table came to life. These 2 armored puppets had an empty interior and were covered with armor. It felt as though there was an invisible force supporting the armor. These should be the voodoo puppet. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Sorcery arts were mysterious and strange. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the incantations of the deep blue plane contain traces of sorcery arts. The voodoo puppet on the left raised its axe and cleaved at Li Fuchen, while the voodoo puppet on the right raised its spear and thrust. Clang! Li Fuchen repelled the 2 voodoo puppets with a single sword and in a split second, he cleaved at the head of the voodoo puppet on the left. The helmet was sent flying by Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen frowned. Soon enough, the helmet flew back and landed on the shoulder of the voodoo puppet again. Is there a need to exhaust the voodoo puppet's power? If that was the case, the voodoo puppet was rather terrifying. Chapter 931. Voila! 10 minutes later, the two witchcraft puppets were scattered into a pile of armor. Under Li Fuchen's all-out attack, the voodoo puppet's power was finally exhausted. Li Fuchen picked up an armor component from the ground and extended his spiritual awareness inside. Interesting, this should be a witchcraft armor. Inside the armor, Li Fuchen saw plenty of patterns. These patterns were similar to incantations, but they were even more vivid. It was like a combination of incantations and words. Li Fuchen knew that this was a shaman pattern, a kind of tool pattern of the witch race. Immediately after, Li Fuchen checked the voodoo puppet's axe and spear. Both of them had sorcery patterns on them. It was obvious that the axe and the spear were sorcery weapons. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Li Fuchen kept all the sorcery armors and weapons. It didn't matter what kind of armor or weapon it was, in normal situations, all races could use it. These sorcery armors and weapons might only be low-grade super first-rate and extreme Dao, but they were enchanted with sorcery arts that could greatly increase the wielder's strength, speed, and other attributes. Therefore, in terms of value, they weren't inferior to mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armors and weapons. Two voodoo puppets are so valuable. I wonder what treasure is on the table. Li Fuchen used his hand to suck the scroll and the puppet into his hand. The scroll was called Curse of the Moon, and it was a witchcraft scroll. After pouring energy into it, one could activate the witchcraft spell Curse of the Moon. According to the description, this witchcraft scroll had reached the level of a mid-grade, superclass, extreme grade. As for the little puppet, it was called the Death Scapegoat Puppet. It could save one's life at a crucial moment. It was also at the extreme grade. These things aren't very useful to me, but I can sell them. However, it was indeed useless against Li Fuchen. After all, with his strength, apart from Heaven Monarchs, no one would be able to threaten him. If a Heaven Monarch made a move, the Moon Incantation Scroll and the Death Substitution Puppet wouldn't be of any use. Of course, these two treasures were very valuable. Together, they could be sold for at least 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Keeping the scroll and puppet, Li Fuchen scanned the area. At the end of the hall, there were two passageways. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen walked towards the left passage. There was a saying that went, "Fortune comes from danger." There were many treasures in the voodoo ancestors' ruins, but at the same time, it was also extremely dangerous. After 1 month, Li Fuchen realized that if a certain area's restrictions and traps were extremely formidable, then that area's treasures would definitely be of a higher grade. The restriction trap that Li Fuchen encountered at the start was considered a rather formidable restriction trap in the periphery of the voodoo ancestor ruins. Most of the sacred lords would be dead if they encountered such a restriction trap. Those that could survive were either P-class sacred lords or those sacred lords that were proficient in traps. This is simply picking up the best quality spirit stones. Li Fuchen lamented. After 1 month, he had obtained a rough estimate of more than 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was more than what he obtained in a year in the ancient stone city. Of course, in terms of grade, ancient stone city could not compare to the voodoo ancestors' ruins. After all, the voodoo ancestors' relic was the #1 relic in the horizontal river star field. If my soul wasn't this powerful, I would probably be the same as the other saint lords, struggling to move forward. I would have to rely on luck. To be able to obtain so many treasures, his soul force played an important role. His soul force was practically unobstructed in the voodoo ancestors' ruins. Whether it was the walls of the passageway, the sorcery arrays, or the traps, he could see through them with a single glance. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already been in the voodoo ancestors' ruins for 1 year. Li Fuchen stopped in front of a passageway. This restriction trap is probably able to severely injure or even kill me. The danger level is at least 5. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. During the scanning process with his soul force, he could feel the danger level of the restriction trap. If the first restriction trap they had encountered had a danger level of around 3, then this restriction trap's danger level was at least 5, or even higher. It is fortunate that I have the soul force. Li Fuchen advanced carefully and avoided some trigger points. Soon enough, Li Fuchen passed through the restriction trap. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen entered the hall. This hall was extremely grand and spacious. There were a total of 6 voodoo puppets and each of them looked extraordinary. A few months ago, there were 4 mid-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets in the hall behind the danger level 4 trap. Right now, these 6 voodoo puppets should be high-grade Saint Lords, right? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The Voodoo Ancestor Ruins voodoo puppets were formed with voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. Low-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons formed low-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets. Mid-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons formed mid-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets, and so on. High-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons naturally formed high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets. According to the rarity of witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons, a low-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, a middle-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 10 million top-grade spirit stones. But right now, there were 6 high-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppets. How could Li Fuchen know that he was no longer in the outer region of the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins? He was gradually in the center of the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. The restriction traps here were extremely dangerous. In normal situations, only heaven monarchs would be able to pass through. It was impossible for Saint Lords. Bang 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 bang, the high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets were extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 6 situation, Li Fuchen wasn't able to gain the upper hand and was being suppressed instead. Annihilation. With a swing of his left hand, a gray beam of light from the annihilation bracelet struck one of the voodoo puppets. However, it was only able to stop the puppet for a few breaths of time. One day, 1 week, in the hall that was a few hundred miles in radius, a human and 6 voodoo puppets were in a frenzy battle. Basically, Li Fuchen would suffer over a dozen attacks every 15 minutes. In such a situation, only existences like the multicolor Divine Lord and the giant Spirit Sacred Lord would be able to resist. The 9 Revolution Island Lord might be able to resist too. As for the rest, including the Bloodthirst Sacred Lord, Thunderstorm Sacred Lord, and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord, they wouldn't be able to resist. Half a month, 1 month, these are the high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets? Li Fuchen believed that if he didn't have a powerful spirit soul, the star immortal body, and the joint heaven sword, he wouldn't have been able to resist a long time ago. Each of these 6 high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets had the strength of an unrivaled Saint Lord. Furthermore, because they were puppets, their bodies were impenetrable. Li Fuchen's attacks weren't effective at all. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and persevered. Chapter 932. 5 months. 6 months. Before coming here, Li Fuchen would never have thought that he would have to battle with 6 voodoo puppets for half a year. In the past, his battles always ended in a very short period of time. If an invincible Holy Lord proficient in witchcraft was here, it might not take this long. Li Fuchen thought to himself. On the 7th month, Li Fuchen finally felt the power of the voodoo puppet weakening. In the 8th month, the voodoo puppet's power was halved. In the 9th month, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress 6 voodoo puppets with ease. The 10th month. Walala! With a flash of sword light, the 6 witchcraft puppets collapsed one after another, turning into piles of armor and weapons. As expected, it's a top-tier witchcraft weapon. Picking up a piece of armor, Li Fuchen revealed a look of joy. High-grade super first-rate armor was useless to him, but high-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor was still very useful to him. There's no rush. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the table at the end of the hall. On the table, there was a scroll and a metal ring. After opening the scroll, Li Fuchen let out a soft gasp. This scroll was a peak-grade moon incantation scroll. He had a total of 19 moon curse scrolls, 11 low-grade moon curse scrolls, 5 mid-grade moon curse scrolls, 2 high-grade moon curse scrolls, and 1 supreme-grade moon curse scroll. Previously, Li Fuchen had activated a low-grade incantation of the moon scroll. The incantation of the moon was able to freeze time and space and crystallize objects. Even an unorthodox extreme Dao weapon wouldn't be able to withstand it. Li Fuchen reckoned that a low-grade incantation of the moon scroll should be able to instantly kill a regular sacred lord. From this, one could imagine what sort of might a mid, high, and top-quality moon curse scrolls would possess. It's really hard to determine the value of this scroll. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The curse of the moon scroll was naturally very precious, but it was a pity that it could only be used once. Once it was used, there would be no more. Keeping the peak-grade moon incantation scroll, Li Fuchen's attention landed on the metallic ring. After exploring with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen quickly found out the details of the metallic ring. This was a sorcery ring with a sorcery spell permanently engraved inside, Sky Sorcery's Gaze. In the witch race, the witch race's sacred lord was called the witch sage, the witch race's sacred lord was called the witch lord, and the witch race's heavenly monarchs were called the heaven witch. For example, the witch ancestor was an extremely powerful supreme heaven witch. Heaven witch gaze. From the name, it was obvious that it was extraordinary, but Li Fuchen didn't know how extraordinary it was. If this ring were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 10 or 20 million best-grade spirit stones. He didn't put the ring on his finger immediately. This ring needed to be refined, so he couldn't use it even if he wore it now. I can study witchcraft armors and weapons now. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a set of sorcery armor flew up and covered his body. With a burst of sword energy, Li Fuchen forcefully penetrated the shaman patterns on the witchcraft armor. Static field. Li Fuchen realized that this set of sorcery armor was engraved with a sorcery art. Static field. As the name suggested, it was a force field that could stop all things. Once an attack entered the static field, it would slow down until it was still. No wonder when I was fighting with the sorcery puppet, I felt that my sword art was rather sluggish. It was imaginable how powerful the static field was to be able to make Li Fuchen's sword art sluggish. The 6 sets of witchcraft armors were all engraved with the static field. In fact, there wasn't a better sorcery art than the static field. Think about it, the closer the enemy's attack was, the slower it would be. How was one going to fight? As long as the difference in strength wasn't huge, one would be able to suppress the enemy. As for the 6 witchcraft weapons, they were an axe, a spear, a saber, a sword, a hammer, and a rod. These 6 witchcraft weapons were engraved with a sorcery art called the Divine Assistance Sorcery Art. This sorcery art could allow the wielder to wield the witchcraft weapons with faster speed, greater strength, and more concentrated force. High-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft weapons. In terms of value, they aren't inferior to peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao weapons. In the outside world, peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao weapons were worth more than 1 million best-grade spirit stones. Only a few pinnacle sacred lords could afford to use them. As for a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor, it is even more valuable. The value of an armor was originally higher than a weapon. Generally speaking, a single piece of peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armor would be worth more than 3 million best-grade spirit stones. If it was a full set, the value would be doubled. After all, a full set of armor would have a defense that was far superior to a single piece of armor. In short, a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor and witchcraft weapon would be worth around 10 million best-grade spirit stones. 6 sets would be around 60 million best-grade spirit stones. With the addition of the more precious witchcraft ring and the peak-grade moon incantation scroll, Li Fuchen's harvest this time was close to 100 million best-grade spirit stones. It was almost comparable to some heaven monarchs that had just progressed. Let me refine this set of witchcraft armor first. Until now, Li Fuchen didn't have a single piece of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armor. Now that he had a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor, he was naturally going to use it first. However, the witchcraft armor wasn't that easy to refine. When the witchcraft armor was at 50% completion, Li Fuchen was unable to continue refining it. The result of not being able to refine it completely was that he could only forcefully use his sword energy to penetrate the witchcraft armor's secret patterns. He would only be able to utilize 90% of the witchcraft armor's effects and not 100%. Unless he researched sorcery arts to a certain extent, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the witchcraft armor. Immediately after, Li Fuchen refined the witchcraft sword to 50% completion. In the outside world, there were times when the joint heaven sword wasn't needed and he could use the witchcraft sword to fight. Furthermore, when the witchcraft armor and the witchcraft sword were used together, it would increase his strength. Finally, Li Fuchen took out the witchcraft ring. I wonder what kind of power is the witchcraft inside. Heaven Witch gaze. Heaven Witch corresponded to Heaven Monarch. To be honest, Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine what was so terrifying about the Heaven Monarch's gaze. Could it be that a single glance from a Heaven Monarch would kill the invincible Sacred Lord? Li Fuchen didn't think so. Refining the witchcraft ring was much harder than refining the witchcraft armor and witchcraft weapon. After spending a long time, Li Fuchen was only able to refine 30%. But it was enough as long as he could refine a portion of it. Next, Li Fuchen could use the sword energy to connect the runes of the witchcraft ring. Activate. As the runes of the witchcraft ring were connected, Li Fuchen activated the Heaven Witch gaze. Silently, a pair of illusory eyes condensed in the void. This is. Li Fuchen might not be facing the illusory eye directly, but when he scanned with his spirit soul force, he noticed that under the gaze of the illusory eye, his spirit soul force was slightly sluggish. If he didn't sense carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. Freeze the spirit soul? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. The Heaven Witch gaze might only be able to slow down his spirit soul power a little. If it was used on his spirit soul, it probably wouldn't have any effect at all. But Li Fuchen's spirit soul was a purplish-red spirit soul and it was much stronger than any other Heaven Monarch's spirit soul. If it was able to slow down his spirit soul power, it would probably be able to freeze a regular Heaven Monarch's spirit soul. Li Fuchen didn't know how long it would last. A Heaven Monarch's spirit soul was definitely inferior to his. But a Heaven Monarch's spirit soul would definitely be extremely powerful after being nourished by the Supreme Chi presence and shouldn't be underestimated. Could the witch race also be proficient in Soul Dao techniques? As the illusory eyes vanished, Li Fuchen guessed. The Heaven Witch gaze and the Heaven Monarch gaze couldn't be confused. A regular Heaven Monarch's gaze would only be able to suppress a Sacred Lord. Chapter 933. It is time to leave. To be honest, if it was possible, Li Fuchen would like to explore the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins for a period of time. But after battling with the 6 high-grade Sacred Lord-class shaman puppets for 10 months, his star-immortal body was on the verge of collapse and his vitality was severely depleted. Even his source was injured and it was already a miracle that he was able to last until the end. If he continued to explore, it wouldn't be an adventure, it would be courting death. Following the route that the Heaven Crystal Ball detected, Li Fuchen returned the way he came. A short moment later, he arrived at the vicinity of a teleportation platform. Along the way, Li Fuchen noticed 3 teleportation platforms. These teleportation platforms were used to teleport explorers that entered the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins out. Buzz! A radiance lit up and Li Fuchen vanished from the teleportation platform. After returning to the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. If his source wasn't treated in time, it would rapidly worsen. This was also the reason why the Giant Spirit Saint Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately retreated after their source was injured. A few months later, after consuming a massive amount of precious resources, Li Fuchen's source was finally healed. As for the vitality that was depleted, it could be recovered slowly. Of course, it would be faster if he consumed some vitality replenishing resources. Let me inquire about the prices of the sorcery armors and weapons. The voodoo ancestors' ruins were in the vicinity of the Divine Leaf City, and there were definitely plenty of sorcery armors and weapons flowing into the Divine Leaf City. The prices should have already stabilized. After a series of inquiries, Li Fuchen found out that a low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 10,000 to 20,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 100,000 to 200,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 1 million to 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. As for the sorcery armors, they were much more expensive. A set of low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 50,000 to 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A set of mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 500,000 to 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. A set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 5 million to 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. This time, he had obtained a total of 24 witchcraft weapons and 24 sets of witchcraft armors. Among them, there were 10 low-grade, super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 10 low-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, and 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors. Their total value was between 40 to 80 million top-grade spirit stones. The other things aren't cheap either. I've made a huge profit this time. Other than the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons, every treasure in the voodoo ancestors' relic was extremely precious. For example, a low-grade moon curse scroll was worth 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade moon curse scroll was worth 200,000, a high-grade moon curse scroll was worth 1 million, and a top-grade moon curse scroll was worth more than 5 million. There were 60,000 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 300,000 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, 2 million high-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 10 million top-grade death scapegoat puppets. There were 200,000 low-grade witchcraft rings, 1 million mid-grade witchcraft rings, 5 million high-grade witchcraft rings, and 30 million top-grade witchcraft rings. In the voodoo ancestors' relic, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 19 moon curse scrolls. Among them, there were 11 low-grade moon curse scrolls, 5 mid-grade moon curse scrolls, 2 high-grade moon curse scrolls, and 1 peak-grade moon curse scrolls. He obtained a total of 12 death scapegoat puppets. There were 8 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 3 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 1 high-grade death scapegoat puppet. He obtained a total of 7 witchcraft rings, 3 low-grade, 2 mid-grade, 1 high-grade, and 1 peak-grade witchcraft ring. All in all, the total value was around 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. If the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons were included, the total value would be around 90 million to 130 million peak-grade spirit stones. This was also the market price. If they were to be auctioned, it was possible for them to reach 150 million or even higher. There is no hurry to sell them. It won't be too late to sell them at the auction. Li Fuchen resisted the urge to sell these treasures. He was planning to sell them at a morning star or radiant moon auction in a certain city. Of course, he could sell some other things first. At the voodoo ancestors' relic, he obtained a spatial ring from a hidden fog race's sacred master. The resources and treasures inside were worth around 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, he killed plenty of demonic beast lords and peak-class overlords in the deep blue plain and obtained all their wealth. After including the Sky Patrol beast lords' wealth, if he sold them all, he would be able to gather 2 million peak-grade spirit stones with ease. 3 days later, Li Fuchen had a total of 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. After giving the Darcy clan 2 million peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen still had 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. Swordsman Guild, 10 bottles of divine leaf juice. After entering the voodoo ancestors' ruins, Li Fuchen had explored a significant area. After appraisal, he would be able to obtain 10 million guild points. Li Fuchen didn't hide it and immediately used it to exchange for the divine leaf juice. Li Fuchen believed that 10 bottles of divine leaf juice should be able to allow him to reach the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. As expected, after consuming 10 bottles of divine leaf juice and absorbing a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones chi, Li Fuchen's cultivation had successfully reached the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. He was getting closer to the 8th level of Unity Realm. In fact, Li Fuchen's cultivation was rather difficult to break through. If it was any other saint, it wouldn't be so difficult. The first-rate extremity cultivation technique allowed Li Fuchen's strength to grow stronger, but it also allowed his cultivation level to be abnormally stable. When breaking through, there was a very high requirement for the density and purity of the energy. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the difficulty for Li Fuchen to break through to the 8th level of Unity Realm was at least 100 times harder than regular saints. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's depleted vitality had already been replenished with all sorts of resources. In the manor, there was a sword light that was emitting primal chaos radiance that flashed by. The void of the divine leaf city was pierced and there was a pitch-black hole. My sword chi return has improved again. Right now, I only need 100% sword energy to execute this move. There was a huge difference between 10% sword energy and 100% sword energy. The former could only execute 10 swords, while the latter could execute 100 swords. It is a pity that I still need to consume a wisp of chi blood source. At this moment, Li Fuchen deeply understood the price he would have to pay if his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If his cultivation level was high enough, he wouldn't consume any chi blood source when executing this sword move. The sword energy would probably be less than 0.1%. The 0.1% sword energy might be a lot, but the effect of executing this move was thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than other moves. He is coming soon. Li Fuchen was waiting for something. 1 month later, a tall figure entered the Divine Leaf City. He is finally here. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The person was none other than the werewolf, Li Fuchen. In the voodoo ancestor ruins, the stronger one was, the more wealth one would obtain. Li Fuchen's spirit soul might be able to see through all traps, but he didn't have enough power. He would only be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets at best. If Li Fuchen was around, he would probably be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with just a few claw attacks. He would probably be able to deal with peak-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with ease. Of course, before that, Li Fuchen was preparing to evolve Li Fuchen's bloodline into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the ancient stone starfield and had obtained around 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. With the 30 million peak-grade spirit stones, half of Li Fuchen's bloodline had already been converted into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. However, if he wanted to convert the other half, he would need at least 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was much more than what Li Fuchen expected at the start. In another 2 years, the Silver Moon City will be hosting a Radiant Moon class auction. Take these items and head over first. Li Fuchen handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring that contained all the items that were going to be auctioned. Alright. After receiving the spatial ring, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else and left the Divine Leaf City. I will just wait patiently in the Divine Leaf City. Li Fuchen didn't plan to head to the Silver Moon City. With Li Fuchen around, there shouldn't be any problems. If Li Fuchen went, he would only be a burden at the crucial moment. Next, I will strive to increase the sword chi return to a higher rank. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's strength was definitely above him. Unless Li Fuchen had the Joint Heaven Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master. This was mainly because when the Wind Cloud Sword Master executed the Quasi-Supreme Sword Art, the Wind Cloud Sword Art, there wouldn't be any repercussions. At most, it would just consume some sword energy. Li Fuchen wasn't like Li Fuchen, who would need to consume a large amount of sword energy and chi blood source. It was impossible for him to prolong the battle. Half a year later, on a giant martial stage inside the Swordsman Guild, Primary Extreme Sword Master, be careful. My red leaf sword art is sometimes called the blood leaf sword art. In the center of the martial stage, Li Fuchen and the red leaf sword master stood 100 meters apart. The red leaf sword master was a charming woman in red clothes. She was extremely powerful and was one of the few unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords in the Swordsman Guild. The duo naturally didn't have any grudges on the martial stage. After all, they didn't know each other in the past. The reason the two of them appeared on the martial stage was to exchange pointers. At their level, it was no longer useful to just immerse themselves in bitter training. They had to fight in actual combat, and the effect would naturally be the best if they fought against a Sword Saint Sovereign who was at a similar level. Apart from that, during the spar, they could also absorb the Sword Dao essence of others and perfect their own Sword Dao. This was the duo's main objective. Cling 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 cling, a distance of 100 meters didn't have any meaning in the duo's eyes. In the next moment, the duo suddenly clashed. Red Leaf Sky. The Red Leaf Sword Master's sword swung upwards. The sky was filled with red leaves that fluttered in the air. It was bright and beautiful. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sorcery sword and a silver sword sea surged out. Bang bang! In the air, the silver sword sea and the red leaf sea clashed and caused a distortion in time and space. 10 moves, 100 moves, 1,000 moves. Without relying on the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen's strength was around the same level as the Red Leaf Sword Master. In fact, the Red Leaf Sword Art was more complete. After all, the Red Leaf Sword Art had 6 moves while Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art only had 3 moves. The third move, Sword Chi Return, couldn't be used recklessly. Primary Extreme Sword Master, this is the 7th move that I created a few dozen years ago. Drifting Red Leaves. Be careful. All of a sudden, the Red Leaf Sword Master's Chi presence changed. There was a desolate and austere Chi presence that caused the air to turn gray. Quasi-Supreme Sword Move. Chapter 934. After comprehending a quasi-supreme martial art, Li Fuchen was already halfway into the Heaven Monarch level. If there were no accidents, the Red Leaf Sword Master would become a Heaven Monarch in just a few years. Sword Chi Return to Origin. In a situation where the weapons were similar, the Quasi-Supreme Sword move could only be countered with the Quasi-Supreme Sword move. Bang! In the center of the martial stage, a black hole was produced and the horrific gravitational force caused the void to distort. Clang! Sheathing the sword, the Red Leaf Sword Master said, I cannot defeat you. I cannot defeat you either. To be honest, if Li Fuchen didn't have the Witchcraft Longsword, his strength should be slightly inferior to the Red Leaf Sword Master. It was mainly because the Red Leaf Sword Master's Quasi-Supreme Sword move was more perfect and was closer to a Supreme Sword move. For the following days, Li Fuchen would frequently spar with the Red Leaf Sword Master and both of them would obtain plenty of Sword Dao comprehension. Inside the manor, crackle. When Li Fuchen executed a sword strike, the void was blasted open with a pitch-black hole. 1000, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. After a period of comprehension, his sword chi return to origin had improved again. Right now, he only needed 1000 sword energy and a trace of chi blood source to execute this move. Cling 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 cling, on the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, Li Fuchen and the Red Leaf Sword Master had another spar. But this time, the Red Leaf Sword Master was at a disadvantage. Incredible! He actually improved so much. The Red Leaf Sword Master's eyes flickered with radiance. Previously, her strength was similar to Li Fuchen. In terms of sword art rank, she was actually superior to Li Fuchen. But now, Li Fuchen's sword art was already on the same level as her. I have to thank the Red Leaf Sword Master for not hesitating to teach me. Li Fuchen believed that his Sword Dao accumulation was already rather deep. He had read countless Sword Dao manuals and had countless Sword Dao skills in his mind. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen gradually integrated all the Sword Dao skills and incorporated them into the Sword Chi return to origin. It also depends on the individual's perception. If the perception isn't good, even with the guidance of a Sword Dao Heaven Lord, it won't help. The Red Leaf Sword Master had finally witnessed Li Fuchen's terror. She had been in the Swordsman Guild for tens of thousands of years. She had seen most of the Sword Path secret manuals of the Swordsman Guild and fought with many Sword Path sacred lords. She had even sparred with the #1 Sword Path sacred lord of the Swordsman Guild, Wind Cloud Swordmaster. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, the President Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and Vice President White Rainbow Heaven Monarch would take turns to teach them a thing or two. But even so, her progress was extremely slow. She had only created the quasi-supreme sword move Drifting Leaves a few decades ago. I'm afraid the third Lord of Heaven of the Swordsman Guild will be you and Swordmaster Windcloud, Swordmaster Red Leaf continued. She might have also created a quasi-supreme sword move, but it was the result of her accumulation for tens of thousands of years. Li Fuchen might have intentionally concealed his age, but he didn't look more than 10,000 years old. He might only be 1 or 2,000 years old. To be able to create a quasi-supreme sword move at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before he became a Heaven Monarch. Thank you for your auspicious words, Swordmaster Red Leaf. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Primordial Extreme Swordmaster, please come to the Swordsman Guild. 1 month later, the Red Leaf Swordmaster used the communication token to send a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild. In a conference hall of the Swordsman Guild, Swordmaster Red Leaf smiled and said, Primordial Extreme Swordmaster, let me introduce you. This is Swordmaster Windcloud. Swordmaster Windcloud, this is the Primordial Extreme Swordmaster that I mentioned to you earlier. Primordial Extreme Swordmaster, it is our first meeting. The Swordmaster of the Windcloud Sword was a handsome young man. In his calm eyes, there was a hint of supreme dignity. Greetings to Swordmaster Windcloud. The instant Li Fuchen saw Swordmaster Windcloud, his heart shivered. The Swordmaster Windcloud was obviously evolving into a Heaven Monarch. His body contained a wisp of supreme chi presence, and it meant that his bloodline had already fused with the power of a quasi-supreme sword art. Every race had different methods to progress into a Heaven Monarch, but in the end, it was all related to the same thing, bloodline. It didn't matter what race it was. After becoming a Heaven Monarch, the bloodline would definitely be a supreme bloodline. The difference was that the human race's bloodline was a martial Dao bloodline. The martial Dao bloodline was an acquired bloodline. It was produced when a martial artist cultivated the martial Dao to a certain extent. In order for the martial Dao bloodline to evolve into a supreme bloodline, the martial artist would have to cultivate a supreme martial art. Once a supreme martial art was cultivated, the martial artist would be able to communicate with the corresponding martial Dao source power to strengthen their bloodline. If Li Fuchen cultivated Sword Dao, he would be able to communicate with the Sword Dao source power. Some martial Dao contained many other Daos, therefore, they would be able to communicate with a lot of martial Dao source power. When the martial Dao source power was fused together, it would form a new type of martial Dao source power. In short, the human race's martial Dao bloodline was considered the most diverse bloodline. Basically, everyone's martial Dao bloodline was different. Correspondingly, the human race was also one of the strongest races in the universe. The malleability of the martial Dao bloodline allowed the human race's potential to be comparable with the divine race. Even the demon race wasn't comparable. Due to the strength of the martial Dao bloodline, many races started to cultivate the martial Dao and planned to use the martial Dao to become a Heaven Monarch. Take the Swordsman Guild for example, there were a large number of foreign race swordsmen. Of course, foreign races were foreign races after all. Their martial Dao talents were still inferior to the human race. The foreign race's martial Dao prodigies were also inferior to the human race's martial Dao prodigies. Take the Wind Cloud Swordmaster and the Red Leaf Swordmaster for example. They were both humans and not foreign races. Wind Cloud Swordmaster, you haven't returned to the Divine Leaf City for a few centuries. I wonder what stage your Wind Cloud sword art has reached. The Red Leaf Swordmaster was eager to give it a try. She believed that her Red Leaf sword art wasn't inferior to the Wind Cloud Swordmaster from a few centuries ago. Since the Red Leaf Swordmaster is interested, then let's spar on the martial stage. The Wind Cloud Swordmaster laughed. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the martial stage. Wind Cloud Swordmaster, be careful. The Red Leaf Sword Master brandished her sword and countless red leaves enveloped the Wind Cloud Sword Master. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, "Red Leaf Sword Master, show me your strongest move. Hundreds of years ago, no one could force me to use my full strength. I hope you can this time." As he spoke, the Wind Cloud Sword Master easily broke the Red Leaf Sword Master's sword move. "Alright, falling red leaves." The Red Leaf Sword Master displayed a quasi-supreme sword move. Seeing this, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's eyes lit up. "I remember that hundreds of years ago, you didn't manage to comprehend a quasi-supreme sword move. I didn't expect you to comprehend it this time. No wonder you want to challenge me. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Break." The Wind Cloud Sword Master's sword slashed across and the sound of cloth tearing was heard. A gust of wind and clouds swept across the universe and instantly broke the falling red leaves of the Red Leaf Sword Master. Puff! The Red Leaf Sword Master spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What, so strong? The Red Leaf Sword Master couldn't believe it. Ever since she comprehended the falling red leaves a few dozen years ago, she had some fated encounters and had great improvements. She thought she was able to contest with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even withstand a single move. The Wind Cloud Sword Master withdrew his sword and said slowly, "For the past few centuries, I have already communicated with the source power of the Wind and Cloud Sword Tao. It is normal that you aren't a match for me." His sword Tao was the Wind and Cloud Sword Tao, and it contained the Wind Tao, Cloud Tao, and Sword Tao. Therefore, the martial Tao source power that he communicated with was the Wind Tao source, Cloud Tao source, and Sword Tao source. No wonder, you are actually able to communicate with the source power. The Red Leaf Sword Master was convinced. "Primary Extreme Sword Master, I can see that you are very strong. I wonder if you are willing to have a match?" The Wind Cloud Sword Master turned around and looked at Li Fuchen. The Sword Tao was the Tao of slaughter. To a certain extent, swordsmen loved to fight, and the Wind Cloud Sword Master wasn't an exception. "I shall accept your invitation." Li Fuchen was naturally willing to have a match with the Wind Cloud Sword Master. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen had already benefited a lot. If he sparred with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, there would probably be more benefits. On the stage, the two unrivaled Sword Tao Sacred Lords stood 100 meters apart. The duo didn't make a move immediately and stood there quietly. There was an indescribable chi field that was slowly emitting. It was just a few breaths of time, but the Red Leaf Sword Master felt as though a long time had passed. This made her frown slightly. Normally, only those with a higher level of strength would be able to make her have an illusion. The Wind Cloud Sword Master who has communicated with the source power is already considered a quasi-heaven monarch. If I am to fight with him, I will immediately be at a disadvantage. Can the Primary Extreme Sword Master withstand it? The Red Leaf Sword Master didn't even blink as she stared at the stage. Huff! The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure vanished while a Sword Tao power that was surging like a sea of clouds suddenly blasted at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power! Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He didn't even need to think and released the sword chi return at a certain spot in the void. Rumble. The void distorted to the extreme and a black hole was formed. It was accompanied by fearsome black lightning that extended in all directions. "You are actually able to receive a move from me. Good." The Wind Cloud Sword Master's voice echoed from all directions. Immediately after, it was unknown when majestic wind and clouds gathered around Li Fuchen. The wind and clouds contained astounding Sword Tao power and were blasting at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he brandished his sword to counter the attacks. Each move was the sword chi return. Of course, each move might be the sword chi return, but the form was actually different. When a sword art reached this level, the sword moves contained limitless possibilities. When facing different enemies, the sword moves would evolve into different attack methods and wouldn't be repeated. Bang bang bang, on the martial stage, there was a chaotic scene. There were all sorts of horrific scenes that would only appear in dangerous places in the universe. The primary extreme sword master's sword art improved again. The red leaf sword master took a deep cold breath. Previously, Li Fuchen had already improved once. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to improve again. How could there be such a sword Dao prodigy in this world? TFFF. Finally, Li Fuchen still wasn't a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Wind Cloud Sword art. He was sent flying by the sword Dao power and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. No wonder you are the Wind Cloud Sword Master. I concede defeat. Li Fuchen didn't make another move and spoke with admiration. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure appeared and shook his head with a smile. You are very strong too. I am almost using my full strength. The Wind Cloud Sword Dao was a combination of wind, cloud, and sword Dao power. Therefore, he was the wind, he was the cloud, and he was the sword. During the battle with Li Fuchen earlier, he had already executed the quintessence of the Wind Cloud Sword art.